So, do you know what an elevation angle is?
Do you know what elevation?
Okay, so do you know what an elevation angle is? You're never getting off mute to say another word until you just address that. Yeah, you literally can't. Just fold, tuck your tail,
Dude,
and run.
dude,
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Just leave. You can't even address one thing. You can't address anything anybody says in this subject at all. See, watch. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
I see that it hurts.
Nope. You can't do it. Yeah, you're boring.
They just gotta hear themselves talk, man. It's irritating.
He had an opportunity. Like, he had a bridge that wasn't burned with Rodo. Like, we are, a lot of us know what this guy's about. Like, he'll burn the bridge when he finds a new one and not cross it instead of crossing it, then blame you, right? And then it's just stereotype everybody. What flat earthers is like?
I was picking on that guy about his accent, by the way. He's just those kind of guys are just fun. They're like court jesters, you know. Once you realize you can't take them serious, I mean, he wasn't bringing anything with substance, obviously, you know, and they just here to do stuff like that.
Just here to avoid the topic.
Yeah,
So there's no denying that we might encounter a situation or an experience, whatever, a subject. At first glance, things might not always as they appear to be. Only with further investigation by use of your senses, you can actually understand that that was the case, or it wasn't the case, or whatever. You're never going to be like going to determine something without using some sort of one of your senses, or more, one or more of your senses. It's crazy to think that you can determine something without using any of your senses at all. Insane. More of your senses will always be involved in the acquisition of information.
Right.
Receiving
Let's
of
look at
information.
somebody else's measurements to prove the shape of the Earth. Give me a break.
Someone else's measurements.
Oh, yeah. Let's look at somebody else's measurements of so-called curve and just believe them.
Well, what if they're verifiable?
They're not.
How can you just make that as a blanket statement?
Nobody's ever done it before. It's just natural to say they can't.
It's natural to
Flat
say they
water,
can't do it. Well, if
flat
nobody's ever
water
done it, then
dictates a
it's
flat horizon.
okay. Nobody's ever done it, then I guess there's nothing to deny. It's just Rich Evans. Oh, he got real quiet.
I like it when they say like, "Oh, well, it's too big to measure the curve." Does that mean someone tried? They couldn't find it. So, if they tried to measure the curve and were unsuccessful, what were the results?
Well, and
What did they
actually,
get?
sorry, T Dub, go ahead.
Oh, you're right, man. You're right. Go for it.
No, I said, well, and actually on the it's too big thing, right? The radius is 3959, right? I mean, coast to coast US is 3,000 miles ish. That fits into the radius. It's not that big. What they like to do, like in AutoCAD, in AutoCAD, you can make a sphere and then you can take a straight line, right? And you can zoom way, way in on the sphere. And what'll happen in AutoCAD is the line will snap like it's snapping to a plane. It's that concept that they're trying to use, right? So that's kind of how the whole disco ball thing kind of got nodded on, that there are patches of flat planes, to explain surveying. But it absolutely does not explain the behavior of water.
Well,
It really is kind of. Go ahead, T Dub.
I was just going to say, look, like we've had people like Matthew Loans just say that when academia, or like they consider to be reliable sources of information. Terms like flat, like to describe the the surface of under the ocean, like the abyssal plains. That they don't mean that it's like literally flat. They're saying that it's verging on flatness. It's still curving, right? But it's less curved than what it would be if it was naturally being like equidistant from the center at each point. It's got this slight less curviness to it. That's what they. That's the justification for
Yeah,
using
I know.
terms like flat to
It's
describe
funny.
surfaces. Yeah.
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it? What they have to say to bend things. You know, I mean, yeah, the bottom of the ocean is it's got so much flatness to it. But then you have trenches too. That's why they call them trenches, right? Because it denotes depth from the flatness. So, but yeah, kind of curvy, but mostly flattish. You can't really say that. I mean, at some point, it's got to comport because they're locked into 3959. It's not that big first, right? Now let's start drawing that circle from the center point and let's map out the ocean floor. How big of an area are we talking about? Good chunk, right? So even if you made that ocean floor equidistant from a center point, you're still talking about a substantial curve, especially since you're closer to the center point, right? Since you're underwater, you're at a depth now. So yeah, I mean that curve would be so obvious, is what I'm saying. And that is another thing that's coming up: submarine navigation. And the big difference there with a submarine is that it you know doesn't have the view necessarily to orient to things since you're underwater. It also does things like maintain a specific depth, which requires a uh, surface plane, and they can go for long distances just in a straight line.
Yeah. Even the sonar equipment
Yep, sonar.
is. I read one article. I think it was in Scientific American that some of the submarines sonar can be detrimental to you know um, organisms up to 300 miles away.
I bet a submarine's hit a whale here and there too.
Okay.
All right, my friends, I got to get on to the next gig. I will holler at y'all later. Y'all have a good Halloween now.
You too, man. Oh yeah.
And so yeah, like if you think about that with the whole sonar being, potentially detrimental, dangerous to living marine organisms up to 300 miles away. So what have we got now? We've got sound waves following the curvature of the Earth now.
Why would there have to be curved? They say
It'd have to be their
themselves that
position.
sound waves. They say themselves that sound waves bounce off the top of the ionosphere.
So what?
Right.
Because like sonar is like designed to like let you know that there's matter there. There's an object, right? The contours of the terrain and such, and other objects like other submarines, animal life, whatever, right? It's it's gonna ping. Oh, there's something there, right? But not the curve, not that big hump that's supposed to be in the way. Gonna go over that. I mean, I got a feeling that Fact Check Pat might have exposed himself there, heretic. He might be onto something. Up, Shaggy.
Hey mate, sorry, I muted my mic instead of unmuted it.
Yeah, what's up, Shaggy?
Hey mate,
Shaggy! What's going on?
just waking
You
up.
thinking that the Earth's not a globe or what?
Yeah, I figured that out a little bit back.
Okay.
I just like to come here to watch globers get destroyed, basically.
Same as most of us then. So that triggered French guy came back. He's been spiraling for months now.
What's his name?
Yeah, Blueprint he's going by now. He used to be called Misinformation or something like that. But his French accent's so ridiculous, it's like he's joking, but I think he is actually French. Rip.
It's crazy.
We got no Globers in? It's typical. Whenever I get some free time, there's no Globers around.
Yeah, I hope one turns up soon. I have to go fix some trailer lights.
The French guy, he wanted to like focus on, you know, how you can't always rely on, you know, your senses, and it's going to take measurement. But when it got to the measurement part, he didn't want to talk about it. Funny that.
Hey,
Yeah, no surprise.
Globetard,
Okay, got it.
introduce yourself. Globetard. Introduce yourself to the Flat Earthers.
Alright, let's give this a go. Hello there, I'm Globetard. Yes, that's right, I'm one of those people who believes in a round Earth, supported by centuries of scientific evidence. I'm here to discuss, debate, and hopefully learn more about your perspective. How was that?
Doubt that.
Yeah, the last part was kind of bad because as a Globetard, you don't want to learn about the other person's perspective. You just want to chime in and be condescending and have a very high-pitched noise while doing so.
Got it? Let let me try again. Hello, I'm Globetard, and I just can't wait to enlighten you on the overwhelming evidence for a round Earth. Because clearly, centuries of science and technology just aren't enough, are they? How was that?
Yeah, perfect. So now I'm gonna
That
tell
was-
you something, that water is level, right? Water is level and horizontal, and you're gonna completely ignore what I just said and spew out some nonsense.
Water being level, you say? Well, you see, the Earth is so massive that its gravitational pull shapes water into a curve. That's why, from a great distance, the surface appears curved. Fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ask
you're
it
real
what the
Globetard.
definition of. Ask it what level
Well,
means.
I do.
Okay, I will ask him. Hey, Globetard, can you tell us what the definition of level is?
Of course. Level refers to a surface that is perfectly horizontal, without any tilt or slope. In the context of water, it means that the surface of the water is at equal height at all points, assuming there are no external forces acting on it.
Oh, that's where they've got that little qualifier from ChatGPT. Assuming there's no forces on it. Oh well, so level water, horizontal surface. There you go. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, Globetard.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Well, you do know that you just completely destroyed yourself, Globetard, right?
That's
Because
right,
you
just-
explained why the Earth can't be a ball.
Well, I appreciate the lively debate. It's always interesting to dive into different viewpoints.
Yeah, can you just confirm, Globetard, that you have been defeated? Or you want to just fight like you always do?
Well, in the spirit of fun debate, let's just say you've presented your points, and I shared the mainstream scientific perspective. I'll leave it at that.
Nuh-uh. Very good.
Let's see if we
I
can
like that.
manage to make your character more realistic. So, is it possible that you can be a bit more condescending? That you you know, don't really acknowledge anything someone says, and that you just use you know, the sophistry and spew out like words without really explaining them at all. Okay, so tell
Nasal
us.
and emotional is what you
Yeah,
want me to do.
nasal, and you're gonna sound nasal and emotional while you do so. And sometimes you gotta also have some stuttering in your voice.
All right, let's give this a whirl. Well, you see, NASA, with its vast resources and unparalleled expertise, has provided indisputable evidence of a round Earth. Their sophisticated technology and profound knowledge have
Why is he putting on this English accent? Where's that
unequivocally
coming from?
demonstrated the curvature of the planet. So, any notion to the contrary is, quite frankly, preposterous. How did
Okay,
that sound?
Globetard, that was okay, but you're still a bit fast and you pronounce the things way too clear. You gotta be a bit more like a Gen Z brainer, so a bit slower. And you know, you have been through a lot of TikTok shorts, so your brain is not really wired the same way as it used to. So yeah.
Ask him if he
Yeah,
likes
go
being
ahead,
a
Alright,
slave.
let's slow
Does he
it
like being a
down and
slave?
make it more casual.
Tell him not to sound like Nathan Oakley.
Do you
Yeah, I don't know
like
why he put
being a
that English
slave?
accent. It needs to be American,
I think
nasal,
there's
and
some
emotional.
confusion here.
That's
Good
not
lord. Mhm. They are slaves to the ball, aren't they?
Hey Globetard, how much can you actually spasm out when you explain your globe? Like really like angry, emotional, unstable personality as a character. How much can you actually do that?
Oh, I can really ramp it up. Listen here. The globe is an irrefutable fact, supported by centuries of scientific discovery and overwhelming evidence. To deny it is to reject reason itself. It's high time we acknowledged the truth and stopped entertaining such baseless notions.
Oh yeah, you sound angry, but you still sound a bit too much intellectual. Like the way you pronounce things needs to be more like a typical teenager, you know, like
Yeah, tell him to
your
drop that
voice
English
needs to be more
accent.
pitchy. Yeah,
Like,
and remove
yeah,
that
Family Guy.
remove that English accent. It's too British.
Yeah,
All right,
veer
let me
towards
adjust
Aussie.
that. Dude, the Earth being round is like totally obvious, all right? I mean, we've got all this science stuff that proves
Yeah,
it.
you gotta slur some more even.
Tell him to talk like a retard.
All right, let's take it up a notch. Look, bro, the Earth being round, it's like basic stuff, you know? We got
Oh yeah,
all
can you
this
use some
evidence-
more Gen Z words?
Okay, let's try this. Yo, fam, Earth being round is straight up facts, no cap. We've got all the receipts, and if you ain't with it, you just lost in the sauce, my dude. How's that?
That's actually pretty good.
That's pretty cool.
Coach. Nah, Stan.
Hey, can you be even more like, can you do like a brain rot type of guy?
All right, let's give this a go. Brah, Earth's roundness is legit like basic. It's all sciencey and stuff with proof and whatever. Ugh, if you don't get that, you kinda sus, not gonna lie. How's that for brain rot?
That's good, but you need to be so more emotionally unstable, and the voice needs to be a bit more pitchy. But that's already very good. Keep that character, Globetard.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Got it. I'll keep that character in mind. Whenever you need Globetard, just let me know.
Hey, Globetard, can you explain to us what you think about gas pressure next to vacuum and stuff?
Oh, sure thing, dude. So, like, the whole gas pressure next to a vacuum deal, it's like space is this big vacuum, right? And Earth's atmosphere is like held down by gravity, which keeps the air from
We
just...
need more brain rot. More brain rot. It's not enough brain rot.
Oh, okay. Check it. So, gas pressure next to a vacuum, yeah? Earth's got this air, right? And space is like a big empty nothing. Gravity's all like, yo, air, stay here. And the air's like, cool, and doesn't bounce into space. It's just how it be, you know?
I think that's not enough Gen Z and brain rot. You really still sound too intellectual, actually.
All right, here we go. Bro, gas pressure next to a vacuum is like, Earth's got air because gravity's holding it down, and space is just empty. It's like the air knows not to dip out into space because gravity's keeping it chill here. That's just how it is, dude. How's that?
Yeah, but how can you make it even more condescending? Like when you talk about science, for example.
All right, let's add a condescending twist. Oh, you don't get how gas pressure works next to a vacuum? It's like super basic science, dude. Gravity keeps the air stuck to Earth, and space is just a big old vacuum.
Can you actually like imitate someone who like slurs his words and like as if he's like high on fluoride or something? Like his brain is like yeah, it's like very slow, you know, like things don't really connect that fast, and he has this fluoride stare kind of character.
Okay, let's slow it down and slur a bit. So, like, gas pressure next to a vacuum? Man, it's, gravity holding the air down on Earth, and, like, space is all empty and stuff. The air's like, nah, I'm staying here 'cause of, gravity, you know? How's that? Got it. I'll keep that in mind for next time. Let me know if there's anything else
Okay,
you want to chat about.
Globetat. Can you always
Well,
be
hold
the
on, Clay.
Globetat
Let's
character?
give it.
Sure
Let's just
thing.
check if no one
I'll
else has
stick to the
joined,
Globetard character
in
for
case
you.
there's any
Just let me know
Globers
what.
that have come in.
Yeah.
We've got Alexander, Bret Hart. Either you guys want to discuss the Hitman in the house? Is it still real to you, damn it?
I'm stitching up a zipper to my insect netting for my garden, my vegetable garden.
Oh, nice. That's important work.
I'm waiting.
Yeah,
You God.
it's good fun, man.
Nice. You into the Flat Earth chat?
Oh, I just wanted to listen while I'm doing this.
Sweet.
Yo,
Have
Clay.
you ever spoken about it?
Pardon?
Have
Am
you
I
come
open
here
to?
speak about it before? Yeah, you know
Oh,
what
I
I'm
have
talking about?
before. Yeah, yeah.
So what's your thought?
I have. I'm a globie. I think it's a globe, but I'm not like staunch aggressive or like trying to prove anyone wrong or right or anything like that.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
I
So
just
how,
have my
on a
view.
scale of 0 to 100, how confident would you say that you think it's a bloke?
100.
100. Very confident. So what's made you so confident?
Yeah. So sunrises and sunsets, moonrises and moonsets over the horizon. I do trust that the space agencies do act. You know, it's. I don't think they're lying. I don't think it's a big like deception program. I just take them for what they're. For what
Yeah,
the
you trust
mainstream, you know.
the
It is a
stories
trust,
and the
yeah.
images
It's
that the flags
trust.
are out.
It's trust, yeah. It is. I totally admit that. It's just a trust thing.
Do you
I
think
trust
there's any way
that it's for. Yeah.
do you think there's any way that we could prove it without having to rely on trusting these agencies?
I think so.
How would we do that, do you think?
Independently send up something off the surface of Earth at high enough altitude to look back on Earth and see the surface for what it is. Like the.
Well, see,
You know,
people have tried to
the.
do that, right? People have
Yeah.
sent up weather balloons and stuff at 120,000 feet, but you
Mhm.
can't see curvature from there.
Okay. Like, where did you get that conclusion from that you can't see it?
Well, I suppose if I want to be more specific about it, if you look at the high altitude videos that are put out there,
Yeah.
the majority of them are using fisheye lenses, right? Which means when the camera goes up and down, the horizon bows, like flexes. So it can go flat, it can go convex, and it can go concave. But when people are putting them up without that, it seems to me like they're just seeing a horizontal horizon. So I would say that the high altitude imagery isn't really the best way to know it, because you can't really get rid of barrel distortion,
Barrel
lens
distortion.
distortion
Okay.
in the lens
So,
of what you're using.
so perhaps we're not going far enough then. We need to get further away from the surface so that we can see Earth in its totality in one shot.
Yeah. Well, that would
Yeah.
be nice.
It
But
would be nice. And,
we
well,
can't really do
I
that.
mean,
One thing I should add to that is that even on the globe side, right? You heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I have heard of him, yeah.
So he
I
spoke
don't think he's
about
that special, but yeah, go ahead.
yeah, fair enough. But he's he's one of the celebrity glober type guys who goes on TV and talks
Yeah.
about it.
He
And
regurgitates
the
other people's stuff. Yeah, he regurgitates
The globe side.
other people's science. Yeah.
So he said when it came to the Red Bull jump, do you remember that a few years ago? The guy who went up and jumped out
Oh, the
of
Red Bull. Yes, the high
capsule.
altitude free jump. Yeah. Yep. I
Well,
remember that.
They
Yep.
released that. They released a video of that which showed a very curved Earth, and everyone was like, "Oh, look, amazing! It's the ball."
Oh,
Earth."
yeah. That was a
So Neil
GoPro,
deGrasse
right?
Tyson came in. Yeah, exactly, and that was 120,000 feet roughly.
Sure.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson said that according to the math, based on the size of the ball, you wouldn't see any curvature from that altitude.
Yeah.
So not only are the high altitude videos arguably not showing it, the math on the
Mhm.
globe side is saying that you shouldn't be able to see it from that height, meaning that we couldn't independently send something up because that's about as high as the
Mhm.
weather balloon goes. It's about as high as you could really
Before
get. in
bursting.
the public. Yeah,
Right.
that wouldn't show
So-
you any curvature.
Do you think that we have equipment that can get far enough away, or do you think that that's all just faked?
Well, depends. Well, depends how far you're talking. I mean, far enough away.
Oh, I'm
to see a
talking like
ball.
fucking. I'm talking like, let's see, 100,000 miles away.
I'd probably say no to that, but
Okay.
in my view,
Well-
however far away you got, you wouldn't see
Yeah.
a ball there.
Okay. In your view, yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah, man, I would love to see. I mean, look, the moon is up there. No, I don't think anyone's denying the existence of the moon. We sort of
I'm not.
debate. We sort of debate over what it is and how far it is.
Yeah.
But if you could get something off Earth to the distance of the moon, doesn't seem crazy, doesn't seem impossible. But if you could get some kind of vehicle or rocket or whatever to travel to that distance and then look back on Earth, I think you would probably find the true nature of what we're living on, you know?
Well, be that as it may, I don't actually believe that you could travel to a
Okay.
luminary. I don't believe you could go to the moon or the sun or the stars. I don't think that's within our reach. But either way,
Well, the moon's a hell of a lot closer than anything else. So, yeah, the
even
stars,
that-
no. The moon, yes, I feel. Yeah.
right, but we don't actually know how far away they are, though. Technically,
The
We know how
stars,
far
yeah.
away-
I mean, it's all
Well, the moon
guesses,
is-
isn't it? It's all estimations.
I mean,
Yeah.
the sun and the moon, angular size-wise, appear the same size in the sky. And we don't actually have any way to determine that they're further away and larger or closer and smaller
Right.
in terms of their actual sizes and distances. If you get what I'm
Mhm. Do we know a minimum? We know minimums, right?
Well, you
It
could,
has to
you
be
could,
at least.
well, you could say like, it's not going to be as close as we get in a commercial airliner. Or
Right. Otherwise, we'd be
balloon,
crashing
or
into
weather
it.
balloon.
Right.
Yeah, it's further than
Yeah.
that, but there's still a massive gap between being higher than that and then being, say, 93 million miles away, like they say for the sun. Could be a lot
Mhm.
closer than that, right? Even if it's a few thousand miles away, a few tens of thousands of miles away, whatever it is, that's still local compared to what they're telling us.
Right. Yeah, I
So,
mean, I
I would
don't
say,
know, man. I'm not sure.
the idea of looking at the Earth from the moon
Yep.
is kind of just an idea. I mean, it's not evidence that the Earth is one thing or the other. What we're trying
Right.
to do is like hammer in on what can we actually do to determine whether or not this story we've been told is true?
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's fine to be suspicious of it. That's okay. Um I understand. I understand. Like, you know, trusting in the space agencies is a big jump. You know, just putting it out,
Well,
like, you know, and
for
just
worldview. I mean, if it was something
agreeing with them,
insignificant,
like
maybe.
unquestioning agreeableness to it.
Yeah. I mean, they're a government agency, right? They're
Yep.
part of the U.S. military, if we're talking about NASA. So plenty of
Uh-huh.
people distrust the government for good reason. We have a known history of them not telling the truth.
Right.
So,
And I can concur. Like, there's agencies that I don't trust. Like the American Heart Association. I don't trust them because they're putting out nutritional advice which keeps people sick. You know what I
right.
mean?
So,
So I don't trust them, and it's evident that they are putting out bad advice.
but probably a lot of
So
people would disagree and call you crazy for saying that, right?
that's right. Yes, I mean, especially
So, how do we
doctors, because their
articulate?
profession depends
Yeah.
on that
How do
whole
we? So then,
song and
exactly,
dance.
this is our
Right.
point then. So, just
Right.
relying on trusting of these agencies can't be enough
Hmm.
for anyone who's really thinking and really wants to know the truth. We can't just stop
Right.
there. Have you heard of
So yeah,
or seen any of the long distance observations or laser tests that have been done?
I've heard about them. I haven't seen them.
Do you understand the principle of
Who
what they're
can,
testing?
like a laser test? Yeah. So
Yeah,
firing a
like long
laser
distance
across the
observation.
surface. Oh,
Yeah, seeing
observation.
if the curvatures there, right? Do you know what they claim the curvature rate is across the surface?
Yeah, isn't it like 8 inches per square, like meters squared or something, miles squared? I
Per
don't know,
per
something like
mile
that.
squared. Yeah.
Per mile squared. Yeah.
So over 10 miles, that's like 67 feet, right?
Hmm.
So that's like saying if you're at one side of a lake that's 10 miles across, and you've got someone standing on the other side of that 10-mile lake, that other person should be 60 odd feet below what you can see,
Hmm.
right? Because the surface is curved down and away from you.
Yeah.
So if you went to that lake with a telescope, binoculars, or whatever, and you perform that test, and you do see the person on the other side, what would that mean?
Well, yeah, if it goes beyond what they're suggesting the mathematics for of curvature is, then it's like, okay, well that maths is wrong or something's not right.
Yeah,
Hang on, I'll be right back. I've just got family arrived. 1 second.
well, let's get them involved. They'll love it.
Sounds like you might want to go for it. The math is wrong, but it's still round.
Yeah, you might be gearing up for it. But once you've taken that step, the slippery slope. Anyone else new in while we're waiting? Questions? Comments? He seems pretty chill though. Seems like he can actually converse, so that's nice.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to have an actual conversation with someone.
Yeah. All the globies must be out trick or treating or something. Dressed up as Copernicus.
Giant globes on their face.
What was that?
You know, big giant globes on their head.
It's Rich Evans doing his best flat earther impression.
Oh, Rich, you dressed up as a flat earther for Halloween? Pretty good.
Well, it is the kind of tradition that makes you question reality.
Hmm. Deep. Always seems to be the way. Just when you get to the curvature, time to go. The shame. Welcome, new people. Any globe believers joining? No, it's dying out. It's a dying breed. Coming rare. 2024. To be an outspoken globie. Who's going on the other foot now? We'll start having little globe earth conventions. Those angles. What's up?
How's it angling?
Not like these work. That's coming from me. What's up, Hell's Angles? You believe in a globe?
Hell no.
Oh. There's no globies anymore. Oh, good for you, my friend. I guess we'll see if Alexander comes back.
Yeah, tell them one more time.
The Earth is a globe, you idiots.
Can you tell them some more stuff and you know, be angry at them?
Seriously, how can you not get it? We've got mountains of evidence, photos from space, the horizon's curve. It's all right there. Wake up.
Can we elaborate on some of this evidence?
All right, got it.
Now.
You guys are absolutely dumb, and you have no clue what you're saying. It's like, bruh, get with the program.
Hey, Globetard, what is your best evidence for your Globetard belief?
Well, the best evidence for, like, the Earth being a globe is all the,
Hey, idiot.
photos.
Has anybody ever told you you're an idiot?
Well, as an AI, I don't take things personally.
Yeah, okay, Globetard. Okay, Globetard. That's cool.
Gotcha. Glad we're cool. Whenever you're ready to chat more, just let me know.
Yeah, Globetard, never get out of your character. Never recognize you an AI or something. You always gonna keep that character of being the Globetard, okay? With the things I taught you.
Got it. I'll stick to the Globetard character with all the traits you mentioned. Ready when you are.
How would a real stuttering, slow brainer Globetard like you represent the globe Earth?
Well, the Earth, being a globe, it's like we got, pictures from space and, the way ships disappear hull first on the horizon and, how, gravity works.
You know what's funny is that they actually do sound like that. So that's not bad.
That is true, yes. He sounds like a real Globetard, right? Hey, what do you call... What did you say when you first started Globetard talking to the Flat Earthers? What did you name them again?
Called them, idiots, I think. You know, 'cause they don't, get the whole, Earth being a globe thing.
That's exactly what they sound like. Our interactions with them are like, that's pretty spot on. That's weird.
Yeah, this is spot on, Globetard. You're really like a real Globetard. Like, what other words than idiots would you like throw at our heads? Because you're not intellectually honest as your character, Globetard. Therefore, yeah, let's hear what other condescending stuff that is besides the topic you can throw at our heads.
Yeah, this will be good for training.
Well, you flat earthers are just, clueless and, deluded. It's like, do you even, science, bro? Your, logic is just, whack.
Dude,
That is-
I never said, do you even science, bro? I don't know where it got that from.
Yeah, that is
Dude, that is so impressive.
My bad.
What is it? Like, what AI is that?
ChatGPT. I have
Is
it
it
too.
just ChatGPT? That's
Yeah,
clever. That's
you could
amazing.
actually train it to do. I mean, it does pull from the resources that it has in its database, but
Yeah.
most of it has to deal with just like mainstream information. I've been having conversations with the ChatGPT so far. Like it's been 4 days now. I've argued with it for the globe versus flat, and it doesn't have
Ah.
any. It doesn't have any definitive answers for globe. None. Like zero. It pulls from its database, which it has from like the mainstreams, like most of the rhetoric, and it doesn't have anything in the way. Like you think, okay, well, these guys that come in here, they probably don't know much, so a database would be filled with information to substantiate the claim. Nope. They would say exactly what those guys would say. It's amazing.
So, Alpha, you have to
Yeah.
research a thing about AI. It's called model collapse. It's that error they have, that issue they have with the AI still today, and they pay so much money just to correct that shit, because the problem is with the AI that doesn't have the possibility to distinguish between real information and fake information. Just for example, an AI, if you show him a video made by another AI, it won't distinguish that. For an AI, it's a real video. So it will
Yep.
just that information that is just disponible, available in internet, and throw it to you as being a fact. But because for him, for the AI, for it is a fact.
Yeah, it's just basically a
As I
conglomerate of information, which is why I'm
yeah,
telling you guys when you talk to ChatGPT, it's just pulling resources. Like, well, ChatGPT has a
that's
database
right.
that has been put in since I think I even asked it. It was like since 2023 October, I think. That's the latest. That's the
Mm.
last update on this database. So everything
Yep.
for up until that point, that's all the information it has. But still, I would say
It
that it's good enough for us to actually have a conversation with it. And if you were
yeah.
to do that, you'd find out that it doesn't have the empirical evidence to support the case for the Earth being a globe. Like none,
Mm. I tell you what,
zero.
man, it is like a sophisticated it just parrots, as you said, like database information.
Hmm.
Like it's just parroting the mainstream stuff, and it can't actually think creatively by itself. Like it can't formulate speculations. It can't,
Right.
as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
Yeah, it can't think of new ways to think about critically think about the question being asked it. So, which is what I like, because most of the information that people come up with is their Google searches, it's their wiki
Hmm.
searches. So it's being pulled up from a database. So they don't
Right.
have the answer. So
What's
they're
wrong
gonna
with
go look
Google
for it.
search? What's wrong with Google search?
What do you mean? What's wrong with it? Well, most of the information that people tell us about the Earth being a globe comes from that. They're not
Yeah,
actually doing any research.
but what I'm studying, I always do Google search. Is that also false?
Did I say it was false?
But if you're saying one bit is false and the other bit
Did I
is not
say
false,
it was false? Did I say it was false?
you're implying it though.
How so?
But you were saying if you can Google search it, come on, all this is in the database, like literally.
Yeah. When did I say it was false?
Oh! You're a globaler. You're a globaler.
What?
Are you a globalist?
No.
Then
what?
Then you must say it's false.
I must say it's false. No, I just told you that it's pulling resources off the internet. And do you know the context of our conversation, sir? When you interrupted?
Yeah, I do.
What's the
The
context?
context is if you're getting information from the internet, which is
Yeah,
Google,
what's getting the information?
about global Earth, about the Earth being a
Yeah,
globe.
what is getting that information?
What do you mean?
You weren't listening, were you?
It was
Yeah,
the topic of what we discussed.
the information you're getting is from
No,
the
I
internet.
didn't say you're getting. I didn't say you're getting. You're not listening. You interrupted. It's like you're you don't understand what we're talking about, and you interrupt to say this nonsense. You don't know what we're talking about or what the subject matter is. That's the problem with people that interrupt. Either you listen and then you interrupt with a point, which you don't have one.
I do.
get
I
it?
do have a point. I do
Yeah,
have a
what's your
point.
point? What's your point?
The point is, you can get your research and your scientific facts from Google.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All right, so tell me the science behind the Earth being a globe.
I have to Google it.
Google it.
Can you Google it for me?
To help you out, dude, as well, we were talking about ChatGPT and where it sources its content from, its information that it parrots. It just parrots it, repeating. It's clever. It makes people think that it's thinking on its own, but it's not. It's just a sophisticated audio-based Google search engine, really.
Well,
That's how
no,
I see
no.
it.
That's like the premise of a ChatGPT. The premise of ChatGPT is just getting
now
data
he's going to
from.
tell us the premise. So that's what you weren't listening to when you come in and interject.
No. I was interjecting my ideas.
Yeah, I
I
don't
can ask
care about your
ChatGPT.
ideas.
Listen.
I
I
don't
can
care
ask
about your
ChatGPT.
ideas.
I can
Didn't
ask
ask for them.
ChatGPT if the Earth is a globe or a flat. But then when you argue about globe versus flat, a globe is a shape. Flat isn't a shape. So is there really an argument here?
Yeah, what shape is a globe?
A sphere.
A sphere? Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah.
Go look it
What
up.
shape is a flat? Listen. What shape is a
Go look
flat?
it up. Go look it up. Go look it up. You think you're so smart? Go look up what shape a globe is.
It's like it's sort of a sphere. Yeah. What's
It's
wrong
sort
with
of
it?
a sphere. Sort of isn't a sphere.
Then what is it?
No, you said it was a sphere. It's not a sphere.
Yeah, it is a sphere.
Yeah.
But there's like
No, it's
bumps.
not. Yeah, bumps, which means it's not a sphere. It is either a sphere or it's not. And in the case for the word globe, the term, it doesn't mean it's a sphere. It's sphere-like.
It's still a sphere-like. You're just going into too much details.
Yeah, that's the purpose of the term being called globe. It's
A
different from
globe
the
is
word
a
sphere.
globe is a sphere. A globe is a sphere. Literally
It's
nothing else.
sphere-like.
Sphere.
It's not a sphere.
Can I say, like, okay, everyone knows the Earth's surface is varied. Like, you got mountains, valleys, all that shit. So you can't really like pin it as a perfect 3D shape or object. You know what I mean? Like, obviously but you can get it close to, obviously with the globe paradigm, the globe understand or whatever. That is the closest object that you can relate that to is a sphere, like a circle.
Yeah, that's great. So,
Yeah.
to the guy who interjected, what science is backing up the Earth as a globe?
What science? All right. The science is we got live footage from NASA.
Tell me how that's science. Live footage.
You don't need to have science to back up that the Earth
So
is a
now
globe.
it's not science. Now it's not science.
I never said
First
it. I never said it was science.
I asked you for science, and you said live stream videos from NASA. And then I asked you if that's science.
No.
and then you said, it's not.
I give my own answer. Now you're twisting my words.
No, I asked you for science. You gave me live stream videos.
I know
No,
how to
answer my question. Answer my question. Answer my question. No. You didn't answer my question. My question was, is there even an argument? Because a globe is a shape. A flat
what shape is a
Earth
globe?
isn't a shape.
What shape
A
is
flat
a globe?
Earth isn't a shape. A flat Earth isn't a shape.
What shape is a globe?
Sphere. I said it. How many times you gotta say?
It's not a sphere. It's not a sphere.
Okay, it's not a perfect sphere, but still a sphere.
Yeah, no, but it's sphere-like. So you need to get your terms defined correctly.
All right,
If you
sphere like.
don't
All
define your
right,
terms,
sphere like. Is flat a shape? Is flat a shape? Is flat a shape?
no, it's the properties of a shape.
Matter which
No,
side
it's
goes
not.
down.
Gotcha, moment. So you're saying the shape of the Earth is flat?
No.
So you're saying the shape of the Earth is flat like?
No.
We don't know the shape of the Earth because we don't
the
have a
shape
God's
of the
eye
Earth-
view.
The shape of the Earth is not put into context when we say flat.
Exactly. So why did you say flat
Exactly
properties?
what?
Why did you say flat
Got it.
properties?
Flat
Nah.
is a
I got
description.
you. I
Flat
got
is
you. This is a gotcha
flat.
moment.
Flat is. I don't know what you're getting. You didn't get me. Flat is a description of the property of a shape.
No, it's
The
not.
properties
A
of a shape.
flat is what we observe. A
I know.
flat is what we observe.
I know. So how is something that's flat curving?
I never said it was curving.
Oh, well, then it's flat.
I'm saying
Then
I'm
it's
saying
flat.
the argument
Then it's
behind the
flat.
globe.
Then it's flat.
I'm saying the
You
argument
said it
behind the
yourself.
globe.
You said it yourself.
Globe is a
You have
sphere
said it
like a
yourself.
flat
You
given a
listen.
shape.
I know you said it yourself. It looks flat, so therefore that's why we say it's flat, because that's the only thing you observe on what I observe. We don't observe a globe.
No.
Yeah,
Listen
you
to
said
the
it
premise
yourself.
of the argument. Listen to the premise of the argument. The argument is a globaler would come here with the argument of a globe versus a flat. It's a shape versus observable. Shape versus
Yeah,
observable. Do you
yeah. Is
understand?
it a shape?
Shape versus
Is it a shape?
observable.
Is it a shape?
Why is there an argument? Because both is not a shape.
What are you talking about, dude? Is the Earth a globe? Yes or no?
No, I'm asking you.
No.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
So
A
no.
globe, a globaler would come in from the standpoint of defining the globe as a shape. A
Yeah,
flat
but is it a
earther.
globe? Who cares about defining whether or not it is
Yeah,
a
but
sphere or
that's the
not?
thing. That's the thing. A globe would come in with a shape. A flat
Dude,
earther would have
do
a
you think
standpoint of observable flatness.
do you think that the Earth is a globe? You're resetting and over again. I just need to have the answer from you. Is the Earth a globe? Go.
That's what I mean.
Can I
No, that's not what
answer
you
the
mean.
fact?
No,
Can I?
Alexander. Let me have this
Okay.
conversation with the
All right.
gentleman.
Okay.
Is the Earth a
He
globe?
kicked
Sir?
into our conversation.
I know. Let me have the
All right.
conversation with this
I'll
guy.
be polite. I'll be polite. Sure. Okay.
Well, you don't have an option, sir. Is the Earth a globe?
I know, right?
The
Is the Earth a
Earth,
globe?
the Earth, in my observable eyes, is a rectangular prism, and I've done my.
All right, you're done. Go ahead, Alexander. I just wanted to know if what he
Yeah.
thought, and he's
Yeah.
basically
I
batshit
would.
crazy. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I was just going to ask about science. Like, what's the scientific proof? And I know you guys don't accept like the NASA, like the data that they put out, like
What
footage,
data did it?
photos, video.
Yeah. Okay, so
So
let me
photos and
ask
video.
you. Yeah, let me
Yeah.
ask you. Is that science, Alexander?
I think so. So
Okay,
is science not?
how is
Okay.
photos and data science?
Yep. Okay.
Make it
I'll
make sense
explain.
to me.
Okay. Well, you can correct
Hang
me if
on,
I'm
Greg,
wrong
too.
on this. So, as was hypothesized or theorized before there was even space agencies, they hypothesized that the Earth was a globe, right? There's globe models out there before we even got off the ground as far as space travel. So the hypothesis existed. Now, how do you test that hypothesis? There was, Aristophanes, however you say his name. So there was that. There was so when they got into space, when they got off the surface of the rocket.
Alexander, hold on.
Yep.
Let's not put the cart before the horse. With Eratosthenes, what did he do?
So he measured shadows from Syene and Alexandria, which were a distance apart.
They're local shadows, right? Locally.
At the location, like I guess you could say yes. At each location had a different apparent shadow at that time of day that he measured the shadow, right? And then he figured out, okay, well, I need to know the distance between these two locations to do the maths.
How did they figure out the distance, Alexander, between the two places, Alexandria and Syene?
Yeah, didn't he he hired a guy to measure it or something?
Yeah,
Someone
allegedly.
literally walked.
Somebody walked. So what was the unit of measurement? What was it like? How did they get the measurement between the two places?
I don't know that far.
You
was
need
it
you need to realize that what they
was he
used
taking steps?
Yeah, it was the length of the stride. The length of a
Okay.
stride,
Right.
like a
So
normal
that's very
stride.
yeah, that can be
All right.
wildly varied, even
So this
even
is a
between strides. Yeah.
yeah. This is a
I
this is
agree.
I know this is a story,
Yeah.
right? So the story
Yeah.
goes that there was a well in one location, and in the other there was a stick. Whether or not it's an obelisk or some type of stick,
Mhm.
well, all we know is that he got a 90-degree angle from the sun looking straight into a well in one location, and the stick
Yep.
and the shadow from another location, which would be a divergent shadow. Now, we're going to give you a dichotomy. Either it can happen
Mhm.
on a curved surface or a flat surface. Either one.
Oh, okay.
So, and the reasoning behind it would be you'd have to think about the divergent shadow, and you'd have to think about the well being looked all the way down into from a light source that was 90 degree above that particular well. Now, if that's the
Mhm.
case, then can you replicate this in your own room to see if you can have the same effect with a divergent shadow and with one not having any divergent shadow? And I would say
Mhm.
the answer to that would be yes. You can have an object underneath the light source and one away from that light source, and you can cast on one object a divergent shadow and on the other a shadow without
Hmm.
any divergent shadow. Can you understand the concept, Alexander?
I think so, yeah. So
Okay, and you can do this. You can do this on your flat floor, so your floor doesn't need to be
Mhm.
curved. But because of the proximity of the light to the objects, you can have divergent shadows, and on the other one, you can have a shadow that doesn't have any divergent shadow, which means
Right.
that the Eratosthenes test, local shadows, was not a conclusive evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Mhm.
Not conclusively. You can do this on a curved surface
Okay.
and a flat surface.
Yeah. I understand. Now the NASA thing,
Right.
dude.
Sure.
For NASA, like NASA going up and using photos and videos, um, is that not science? Like, because
No,
as an
no,
observation, so
no,
observations are not
no.
science.
No. It's not. Observations would be the first step of a scientific experiment, but it's not all science. There is, however, mainstream declaring that there's something called observational science, which, of course,
Okay.
that is a bigger, broader topic. But I don't want to talk about that right now. If you're going to run something through a scientific method or figure out whether or not something is science, you're going to have to first identify what in this particular observation would science be concerned with. So, what is science concerned with when we're talking about live streams from NASA?
Yeah, like what are they actually conducting with
Right,
observation?
right. And
Yeah, I mean, I
if
don't.
it's just seeing video, then there's nothing to do with science. But if something science is involved with, then I think it would be concerned with it. Is science concerned with live streams from NASA?
I have no idea how to answer that.
Well, honestly, is the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know that, but as in, I don't really understand how to answer that
Well,
question.
then
I don't have
it's
an answer.
important. It's important because
Yeah.
previously you had a thought process that led you to think that this was science. Now you can actually see when posed in a formulated in a question that gets you to think about it. Science isn't concerned with things such as looking at live streams from ISS or something like that.
Hmm.
It's not concerned with that. It's concerned with things that are dealing with the physical natural world, as in a how-why question. This isn't a how-why question. It's just showing images of things.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I know the purpose of any kind of rocket mission by NASA wasn't to go find out and confirm the shape of Earth. Like it was just, they took a photo in passing or whatever. Like
Yeah.
it
So
was
therefore, you
different
you've
mission.
just said it. You've just said it,
Yeah.
Alexander. It's not
Yeah.
science. It's not
Okay.
science.
So they had to
You've answered
formally
your own
declare, like, they had to
Yes.
formally declare before going that they were going up there for
To
this
do
purpose,
yes.
for it to
Yes.
be classed as
Yes.
science.
Yes. You're getting it now. You see, I didn't even have to tell you all of this. You understood.
Yeah, I'm understanding
So
like the point you're trying to make.
yeah,
Yes,
and isn't that
understand.
true? Isn't that true though?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not by any means an authority on how you define science, so I
No,
can't
but
say
you don't have to be. You can
Yeah.
understand you can understand that if you're going to do science, you have to declare that science will be done and there's going to be a process before you do.
Right.
Like we're going over here to do some research. This is the research we're going to do. There'll be some tests conducted, so on and so forth, yada yada yada, on and on. But you don't need to
Right.
worry about that if somebody's just taking, like, if I go outside and I'm just snapping photos of the summer day or whatever. There's no science involved. I'm just looking at the summer day. It's a nice
Yeah,
day.
you're just casually going out. Yeah.
That's what they're doing.
Okay. But can that not, like, like seeing that it's this nice summer day, even though you didn't formally set out to say, I'm going to go prove it's a sunny day with science, like, you can still land at the conclusion that you've got compelling evidence to say that it was sunny and it was a nice day. I know this is a very
but that's
like,
stating
weird
that's stating
example,
the
but yeah.
obvious. That's stating the obvious. I think
Yeah.
what your mind is doing is trying to you're trying to square the fact that sorry.
Wait, what was that? Someone's calling out.
I don't know. Somebody's cutting in, cutting out, cutting in.
It's just sitting on a counter, you snag it and run.
I can't understand you, dude.
Neither can I.
Well, I have to throw my apron in.
Huh?
Yeah, you sound like you're talking through a blanket or
The other
something.
day we were told Jefferson.
Nah, we can't hear you, brother. Like, honestly, like I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
But yeah. So if we just want to get back to like what they're doing, it's not being declared that they're doing any science. It's just like your mind is trying to square the fact that they didn't do any science, and you're trying to reason with yourself and with me that they could be doing science as a byproduct of just snapping photos or taking video, and that just doesn't win the day. What needs to be done is qualifying something. You got to qualify it with it being science, and this just doesn't qualify it.
Okay. So
I mean, if we're being honest with each other, they're not doing science.
okay, like the mission and the Apollos, like the Challenger mission, like none of those were like set out as official. We're going to go find out what Earth is, like what the shape of Earth is. Like that wasn't the point, right?
You get it. You get it.
Right. So I understand that it's not it wasn't a formal, intentional, mission for that purpose. Yes.
Yes. So now, when the question is
But
asked,
does
are
that-
they doing? And listen, even if you think the Earth is a globe, you could still understand the problem by saying it's science. Even if you think it's a globe, even if you think that the rockets are going up in the vacuum of space, all of that stuff, they're not doing science in this. When they say the expedition concerns science, then they're going to be telling you what they're doing concerning science.
So
Anyway.
yeah, with that, does that mean like if something, let's say there's something that is evident in passing, like, or just casually, right? Does that mean you can't say that that's a scientific evident piece of information or fact?
No, because a lot of variables that exist within that observation weren't actually studied during the observation. It was just something that was taken as a process of like making observations.
Mm-hmm. Well, then, in that case, I think we need a formal mission of something, and maybe not conducted by NASA, because I know you got there's a lot of people with
that
have a problem with NASA.
Listen, I get you, but what we're dealing with right now is the already established, information, the established information. So that could be another topic for another time. What I'm telling you right now is what's in front of us, right? We have all of this information in front of us. How do we deal with it? Now, the Glober that comes in here thinks that they're talking about science when I just identified to you what science would be in concerns to like something done in the way of like having something formalized or saying we're going to be researching this. This is what we're going to conduct in our research and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I don't need to tell you specifically. You already know by just you explaining.
I am glad that you believe in science, like you think it's an actual thing, because there's a lot of people that don't. There's a lot of people that refuse. Oh, science is ridiculous. It's just a joke. It's all just
Listen. Science is a beautiful thing. I don't disregard that people that are doing science right now are doing actual. Of course it is. But there's a fine line between what science is and what pseudoscience thinks science is. So there is a lot of nuance kind of information that you're getting, just like right now. I just told you. We went over it. For example, going up into the vacuum of space and snapping photos of what like the surroundings that they see. That is not science in and of itself. So when we deal with the topic, a lot of the information you think is science has been planted in your brain to kind of like say, okay, that's science, that's science, that's science, and you don't really know how to differentiate. So it's like a broad brush you're painting with the science brush, and you can't do that. You have to differentiate what is science, right? And then figure out whether or not the thing that you were told was science is actually science or not. This is where this conversation is helpful, because a lot of people that come in from the internet, they're firing off at the mouth. They don't realize what they're saying, and they think that they're right, and that's just not going to win the day. It's not.
Yeah. Well, we need a formally recognized scientific experiment that comes to the conclusion on the nature of Earth, like what we live on. Like, what is it?
Yeah, and that's what a what is question is not a question for science, though. That's the question for.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, seriously. The how, why questions are a question for science. How did this happen? Why did this happen? What is the Earth?
Okay.
What is the Earth is not a science question.
So if NASA went up in a rocket, looked back, took a photo of Earth, why is it round? Like, why is it curving like that? And then we've used science to answer that question. That would be science, right?
Of course, but that's not what's being asked.
Okay, so they need to ask it.
Well, have they?
Well, we are.
We are. In this conversation, we are. Yeah, it's important to note that, like, when we have these discussions, people don't kind of realize the kind of back and forth you and I are talking about right now. They bypass all of that because of their bias. They just automatically believe that all the information that substantiates their images and all that being their confirmation in their brain, thinking that, it's a globe. I see it. There it is. You want information about the Earth being a globe? Look at the NASA live streams. Look at the images. But without the information about what science is and differentiating what it is and what it's not, they wouldn't be able to know. They think they know. That's where they get themselves in trouble.
I got to give a statement of recognition to you, Alpha. I think you're way more coherent and intelligent and compelling than Witsit. Yet he's the one that gets all the attention. You know what I mean?
I don't understand it either.
You run rings around Witsit, but he's the one that gets all the clout. You know what I mean? He's the one that gets all the fucking street cred.
Well,
I hate Witsit.
That's credit to you. Yeah.
No, most of it has to deal with
and Weiss and shit like that.
Yeah, most of it has to deal with where the humble beginnings of where this all came from. Because at the beginning, when this exploded on the internet, everybody was trying to find like their niche, right? So everybody was trying to say like, okay, what do we want to ask with flat Earth? Where do we want to be at? Like, and so some groups were not satisfied with the model saying falsification is independent of replacement. It just wouldn't do for them. They're like, okay, we've got to the point where we destroyed the globe. Now we have to figure out what we're talking about, what the Earth is. Is there any way we can formalize something with science? And so what they stepped into was like having these groups of people in other niche categories, right? Like esoteric ideas like ether and you know what I mean? Like they got it into these other categories where people want to hear these fantastic stories. And then they went from globe Earth into these esoteric flat Earth notions. And now they're off into the running about like how ether is a real thing and it's got to be something because it can't be nothing. Like it's so convoluted, right? And we're dealing with a lot of nonsense on the flat Earth side.
Have you ever?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask, have you ever conversed with Witsit before?
Yes, many times. We
okay.
Unbeknownst to you, we've started to get all of us. We're in the trenches together. All of us. We Witsit, me, Bev, like most of the people we disagree with now, like staunchly, we were all together. And granted, I don't
Oh,
disagree
I
with him.
see.
I don't disagree with him on a lot of things. Like we grew up as flat Earth, like kindred spirits.
Like
But
friends, right?
yeah,
Right.
and he's a cool dude. As a person, he's a great guy. But with these ideas about like formulating within serious science, like these notions of ether, it just doesn't. We can't do that. None of this is
Right.
founded on empirical evidence. We're dealing with speculations. And me personally, if science can explain something and it's rigorous and it's done correctly, then that's where we stand with it. When something is just
Yep.
speculated on and saying that this could be, I can't deal with it. I'm not gonna accept it.
You-
I will,
Right.
even if you say you're
I'm
a flat
happy to hear you
earther,
say that. Yeah.
even if you say you're a flat
That's good.
earther, it's not gonna work. It just won't. I
I'm
will. And it's not just that, right? It's people that like what they're saying, so they get a following. Because okay, so you got a group of flat earthers that say, okay, we hear somebody speaking a bit verbose, so we like that because we want to hear
Right.
a compelling argument against the mainstream narrative that sounds verbose, so that we know that it sounds like they know what they're talking about. But verbose doesn't mean that just because you're using like perturbation through the electrostatic medium or whatever, like that doesn't mean that is actually what's going on. It just means they said a couple of words they were trying to attribute to what they think reality is, the fabric of reality is, if you get me.
Right. Right. There's another character that I think only gets the attention because of the spectacle that he makes, and that's Nathan Oakley. And the way he conducts himself, it's more of like an attraction, like a freak show in a way. Like I don't think he just gets upset and he's very emotional with it. And who knows? I've never met him. Like maybe he's different in person or like on a personal level, but
Gas go down,
the
go
way
boom, boom.
the way that he conducts himself in like discords and conversations,
It could be
a bit rough.
It's a bit rough, but I will say this: if people say, okay, so there's one thing to say the guy argues badly, and there's another thing to say his character is not what I approve of. So does he argue badly? Absolutely not. Do people like him? That's a mixed bag. We have a mixed bag of people saying, "No, I like his approach," and we got a mixed bag of people saying, "I don't like him one bit. He's too abrasive and not." But the way I look at it is, it's the character that he is portraying online, and if he's saying all the right things, you just disagree with him because of his character, then that's your opinion of his character. That has nothing to do with what is being said, because he has a solid understanding. You know what I'm saying? Like if he was to like put him against like the idea that like you have esoteric flat Earth, right? Esoteric flat Earth would say a bunch of verbose notions about what Earth is in reality and stuff, and then you'd be like, okay, this guy sounds like he's talking too many like $10 words, just so he can make it sound like people are gonna be attracted by it. Nathan doesn't really do that. He investigates the argument, but people don't like his style of the way he does things. I personally like it. That's just me. I like what he does. I like all of his content. So he's all right in my book, but a lot of people don't like him, just like you, and that's your opinion. You can. That's your right.
I think that's why I'm giving you credit. I'm like, you deserve more attention. Like you're way more palatable than these people. Like they're just an attraction, I feel. So I feel like it's a shame because maybe what they're saying is compelling, but they may turn, I'm not saying everyone, but they may turn some people away from them because of their behavior, like the way they conduct.
True.
And share the information. You know what I mean?
For
like
me, Alexander, it's a case by case basis. I turn up the heat when I have to, and I turn it down when I have to. It just depends on the individual.
Yeah.
I match energy. That's what I do. You'll find that if you listen to any of my podcasts, I match energy.
Yes, I've heard you speak in many different flavors, I guess.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Because every individual is somebody different than the next.
And
I can't You're not like the next guy who's a
Yes.
total numpty. You actually, I can reason with you. If I
No,
can't,
but
and
then
listen,
I'm Rick.
Numpty, that's crazy.
if you
Is my
think that the Earth,
name is my name
if you,
Alexander in here? Yeah,
yeah, it
sorry.
is. No, I was talking about something else.
Okay.
But if you listen, if you
Okay.
think that the Earth is a globe, but you only believe that it is, and you're just like, look, this is my belief in that, I don't have any problem with that. The thing that I have a problem
Yeah.
with is when you're saying things like, I know the science backs up the Earth being a globe. Now you're in a situation where you're going to have to stand by the veracity of your claim. That's me. That's what I do. Now, if you can't do that, I'm
Yeah.
going to find out really quickly if you're able. Anyways, I got to get going because I got like 3 minutes and I need
Yeah.
to get into work. So, but it's good to been talking to you
Yeah.
guys.
No.
Listen,
You're a
look
friendly
me,
dude. You are polite. That's what I like about
look,
you as
just
a
look me up.
person. Yeah.
Yeah, look me up
So
on
that's
X.
why I'm. Yeah.
Yeah, look me up on X. It's AV_overdrive. I have a couple of podcasts in there you might want to check out. But anyway, I gotta get going.
Oh, have a good day.
See
Night.
ya, man.
See ya. Must be getting into the evening for you guys in America, right?
I live in the UK. It's 11 p.m.
Uh huh.
What time is it for you?
It's let me have a look. 8:58 a.m. My birthday today.
Jeez.
Hey.
Happy birthday. You're a Halloween baby. That's crazy.
Yeah, 1st of
Happy
November.
birthday.
Oh, never mind.
4
Sorry.
Thanks,
My
p.m.
bad.
man.
here on the West Coast of
Appreciate
Canada.
it. I'm like the spawn of evil then. I was
I
born
always
off
forget whether
Halloween.
you're ahead us or before us. Or whether you're behind us or before us.
I'm not for or against. Like I'm just being me, man. I'm not trying to attack, discredit, or take sides, anything like that, you know? I'm a friendly
Alright.
bystander.
Can someone show me like the flat earth model?
But if you're asking like what position I take, I am a globey. Like I am, yeah. I believe in the globe and all that.
What do you mean?
Is there any flat earthers in here right now?
The flat Earth model? Like, there's just one overarching model.
Is there a flat earth model that explains all the different phenomena that we see with like the sun,
Not
the
that
moon,
anyone
and
here is
shit?
claiming.
What, sorry?
Not that anyone here is claiming.
There isn't?
This isn't a battle of models.
It isn't?
No. This is the
What's it a battle of?
falsification of the claimed model of the globe.
No, but you also claimed the earth is flat, so...
Well, I claim that water is flat, and if water is the surface of the Earth, and flat and horizontal and level, and not curving like the surface of a globe would.
But water isn't always flat, water curves.
Oh, really? Can you show me that?
Okay, give me 1 second.
Don't show me a water droplet, please, or something completely stupid like that. Keep it on topic.
Just out of interest, while I'm looking, why would a water droplet not be an example of water curving?
Do you think that that's due to gravity, and gravity is bending that water around a ball?
Well, that wasn't the question. The question was why
Oh,
would
you
water
fucking
curve.
idiot. It obviously is the question. We're speaking in context of water finding its level. Like, a body of water in a cup, in a
I just
pool.
don't be so hostile, man.
Yeah, well, water
apologize if I
droplets don't tell you
misunderstood.
that the oceans curve with
You
convexity.
don't need to call me an
and
idiot. That's hurtful to my
Well, you're a
feelings.
fucking idiot, so I mean, you might as well be called out for it.
You don't need to get so emotional.
Water droplets.
I'm trying to have a calm debate here.
No, you're not. You're not even tracking.
I am.
No, this isn't a
You're
debate.
here like
You're not
calling me
even tracking.
slurs.
Yeah, you want to talk about water
for no
droplets.
reason.
No, I'm just telling you, like, that
You
you're
are.
an
You,
idiot.
you just called me a slur.
Self-evident.
You called me a fucking idiot. That's a slur.
Yeah, because it's self-evident. Now we're talking about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you think we're talking about water droplets. No, I'm talking about like the water in a bucket, in a bathtub, in a pool, in a lake, in an ocean, curving over its surface, over the distance, with convexity, as the surface of a ball would. Comprende?
No. Not at all.
You're just a goddamn moron.
Sorry.
What I say stands.
I'm below your intellectual level. I apologize.
I know you're below a preschool's intellect.
Are you saying that's your intellectual level is?
Well, I could cite a preschool citation on the physics of water, which would clear this up for you, and apparently that's just too much for you to grasp.
Do you think that preschool level is all you need? You don't think you need to delve into it further?
I think it's applicable to you because that's right around where things went wrong for you, apparently.
Bro, is a fucking flat earth Discord? Get this shit in my DMs. Get that shit in my DMs.
Yeah. So it's a flat earth Discord and you're the dumbest person in the room. What does that say about you?
Are you saying the flat earthers are dumb?
Well, I mean, I'm saying that if
Are you saying the flat earthers are dumb?
Well, would you let me respond, or are you just going to chant victory before you even get a response? Yeah, I'm saying that if you think they're dumb, and yet you're even dumber than
I
you
think they're dumb. You're the one that called me a fucking idiot. You're the one that's like defensive here.
I'm just saying that if you think flat earthers are a bunch of dummies, and you're having
I literally
this much
never said
trouble-
that.
if you're having this much trouble keeping
I
up
think
with it,
I think
I'm asking you a question. What I said was, what does that say about you? It was open-ended. I didn't ask, what does that say
Yeah,
about
right.
flat earthers? What does it say about you?
Do you really think flat earthers are just a bunch of
so.
morons,
Like
man?
I was saying, I was gonna say that's pretty defensive of you to like immediately be that offended, even though I didn't even say.
Okay, yeah, you're a waste of time unless you can show water curving with convexity. Is this what the cope has to come to? Got to talk about water droplets and waves and tides and things that obviously aren't the topic. Oh, there's a dewdrop on a leaf. That must mean that the whole world's a ball and the oceans are curving, bending around a ball. Like, try to track or just, like, I don't know, go waste some other VC's time. This other numpty trying to elbow his way in, throwing himself into the gears. Guess no one else is left, so might as well take him off moot.
Yeah, this is so sad, Heretic. You've got no one to talk to.
I know. Just a bunch of idiots who want to show me water.
No, man, what this guy said, I think he said you guys are just a bunch of morons. I don't know. How the fuck could he think something like that, man?
He didn't really say that. I asked him if he was
Or he
thinking
implied.
that. Well, I just asked him if that's what he figured. I asked him what it means to him to be the dumbest person in a room full of flat earthers. Maybe he thinks we're geniuses. I doubt it. But it was a question.
Yeah, you have a lot of wrath in you, man. You're very angry.
Oh, tone policing. Another guy with nothing relevant to contribute.
Mm. And are you still menstruating, or did it stop?
Do you think that that's on topic?
Well, I think you're just a giant vagina.
Okay, who cares?
No, I just wanted to let that out, man.
Okay,
So,
well, you got it all out. It's not a therapy session, so I'll give you one free pass for it. But, I mean, we're going to get back to the room topic now. If you want to contribute, go ahead. Next off-topic commentary just gets you put on mute.
all right. So, what is the debate proposition?
I don't know, make one.
Wait, you say we should go back on topic. What the fuck is the topic?
Well, I mean, if you need a clue, check the title of the channel.
Okay, let's see. 24/7 flat Earth. But you guys are not flat Earthers. You told me you don't believe in the flat Earth.
What do you mean, you guys? It sounds like a generalization, stereotype fallacy.
That's a fallacy. What?
Well, there's a whole bunch of different people in here. Some of them are flat
Well, are
earthers,
you a
some of
flat
them are
earther?
not. Some of them are globers.
All right. So why did you ask me to check the title if it's not related to anything?
Figure out
that
what discussion it is that we're trying to have in this
Heretic,
room.
you're all over the place, man. This menstruation is really bad for your mind.
Okay. Thanks for coming out. Another loser who doesn't want to discuss the topic, wants to divert, derail, make sure we
I'd
talk
like
about anything but the topic. Yeah, what do you want,
I'd like
Richard?
to. I'd like to debate him on a topic.
No, thanks. This has just been one after the next. Like, all day long, the Globies that come in, they don't want to talk about it at all. They want to bring up anything they can to get away from the room topic. Don't want to talk about the globe, don't want to talk about water, physics of water, flat earth, so-called, any of these things. They want to talk about us, so-called flat earthers in general. Just anything they can to divert from the issue. It's pathetic. I mean, it just shows how empty-handed you are, Grim. Yeah. Like, as soon as you start addressing anything but the topic, it shows that you got nothing to add on it. You got no globe evidence.
Let's talk about the topic now, man. Bro, but if you're trying to be smart with me,
Yeah, so you're going meta again, bro. You're trying to be smart with... No, sorry. I mean, again, not the topic. It's not a therapy session. It's not about me. It's not about you. It's about what this channel is called, 24/7 Flat Earth. If you have a contention with the flat Earth, or you think it's flat, or think it's a globe because you don't think that flat Earth is a true thing, then go ahead with that.
yeah, flat Earth is a belief people are holding. Is that what you want to know? What is it the basis of it?
What does that entail?
Bro, I don't even know what the topic is. You're supposed to moderate this.
Yeah, so it's 24/7 Flat Earth.
It's the title of the channel, yeah.
Yeah. So some people think it's a flat Earth, so-called. Some people think it's a globe, so they're going to come in here and argue with flat Earthers. It's pretty
But who
straightforward.
is the flat Earther to argue with? Is it you?
Sure. I'll take
So
it
you
on.
believe in the flat Earth?
No.
Why are you
I wouldn't
confused?
really. I mean, I wouldn't. Okay, fine. You can say that knowledge is a subset of belief, but I wouldn't categorize it as a mere belief. And it's kind of how it comes across when you ask me if I believe in it. It's not really like a belief I'm holding. It's an experience. It's just what I directly experience of the world.
Well, I mean, if you believe that the Earth has a shape or a figure, let's say it has a shape, and you believe it's actually flat,
No, I don't. That's a bunch of nonsense because flat's not a shape.
Right. So let's debate something you believe in, and then I'll tell you what I believe in, and then we can see who's right, maybe.
Okay.
Right? Read like a proposition, something you agree with, and I disagree with, or like the other way around.
Okay. Water finds its level.
Yeah, great.
Seeks level.
Yeah, I believe that. Do you?
Yeah, forces can act upon water, like surface tension and wind and stuff like that, which will cause it not to be resting level.
Okay.
So the last guy wanted to talk about water droplets, and this is why I'm getting this out in front, because I don't want to talk about water droplets for obvious reasons.
Yep.
So I'm just going to say that water seeks and finds its level, therefore Earth is flat.
Can you explain the horizon for the flat seeking water? The causation of the horizon.
Is the horizon a physical thing?
I don't know. It's just asking.
That's just Rich Evans pretending to be a flat earther.
Yeah, Richard. No, he is a concaver, that's obvious.
So I'm not even going to bother with him.
Did you say Rich Evans?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like him.
Well, keep listening.
Are you Rich Evans, Flat Pad?
No.
No.
Horizon is just a limitation of your view. Because, yeah, that's it.
He's a derailer. He's been saying that all day long. He just says trollish stuff. I should probably just mute him. But then Grim's a troll too, so I mean, what's the difference?
I was just wondering what the causation of the horizon was.
Well, who are you asking?
Everybody. It's okay to say you don't know. I don't know.
Why interject to ask everybody a question in the middle of a dialogue?
Because you muted Grim.
He wasn't muted.
Wasn't really a big deal.
To be fair, I wasn't muted.
I didn't mute you. Not when he jumped in.
And it's really hard to debate someone who's got a very, very flexible position, as in none, you know.
Well, water seeks level. Therefore, the Earth is some sort of plane, and just for brevity, I'm just going to call that a flat Earth.
Yep.
Yeah.
The horizon
But what
is
you
just
believe in the flat Earth, so you believe in it. We can debate that, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a deductive outcome. It's the only possible conclusion. How can it not follow that if water seeks and finds its level, that the Earth is some sort of plane?
You're
Yeah,
a
so
really
it's a
shitty
necessary
cult,
truth.
Peter.
It's a necessary truth. It has to be true. Yeah, so this is your position. You deduce
Yeah.
this from another truth, you know?
It has to be true.
Has to be.
Is
yeah.
water finding its level just like a belief? I mean, okay, fine. You can say that belief is a subset of knowledge. Or, sorry, other way around.
Belief just means, bro, believe is something you just hold to be true. That's all.
Yeah. It just
But
has the
it's still just
connotation, when
belief.
somebody asks, do you believe, it has the connotation of sounding like a mere belief, something that you just believe without evidence. There's plenty of evidence for the flatness of water.
Belief just means you hold it to be true. That's all.
Yeah, I know. I know it does.
Yeah, I
I would
think
call it
most
knowledge,
people, most people just mean like, do you affirm that that is the case?
Yes, yeah. The actual state of affairs represent this proposition to be true. You could say, you know. Well, so you're
I mean,
flat
some
Earth,
people
I heard.
say they don't.
I didn't know that
They
you
don't.
believe that the Earth is flat.
I would say I
Some
know it.
people-
Because I know that water seeks and finds its level. That's easily demonstrated.
Mhm.
And if that's the case, then it must follow that the Earth is, quote, flat. It's a flat Earth, so to speak.
Right. So every observation we are having or making should be in accordance with the Earth being flat, you know.
Has to be.
Yes, you cannot observe anything to the contrary, kind of, you know. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
It all has to align.
So you remember when I was talking about my friend in Japan? When it
No.
was like night for him and day for me, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something I'm still trying to understand. How does that work?
Well, I guess the sun must be closer to whoever it's daytime for.
Closer. Okay. Because there is like a limit of how far like light rays can travel, probably, right? They just stop in this. There is like a barrier that stops light from entering fucking Australia or something when it's entering Germany. Yeah, I'm trying to understand that concept. There must be something
Like
stopping the
barrier.
light, you know, from reaching out to him, but only like
Yeah.
half of the day.
Air can do that.
Well, I mean, there is air in Germany,
Yeah.
but it doesn't stop it here. I don't know.
Well, will over enough distance.
Right, but why does it not stop at like 12 hours a day and then the other 12? It kind of stops it?
Well, you think the days are just an even 12-12?
No, not even, of course.
They're not.
Yeah, so it's dark right now. So are you saying that the air will change in such a way that it lets like light through in like 7 hours from now? What happens to the air? Does it get like less dense or something? You know, lots of questions to be answered. But of course, you know, the Earth is flat. So you have to
Well,
engage
water
with
is.
what buttons.
Yeah, I mean, your confusion about daylight hours doesn't really seem to do anything about, you know, the levelness of water.
That's not only am I confused about that. Now I'm confused about like the air, you know, stopping light from. What's it doing? How does it work? It's like a black body, you know. just stops or just absorbs it or something. But the air composition stays the same relatively, Doesn't change. Now you see, you're in a swamp, and you're going deeper and deeper, with every answer you're giving, actually.
I'm in a swamp. Why? What's the problem? Did you
Swamp,
somehow
because of
demonstrate? So you're confused about
because
daylight hours, and now we know based on that somehow that water, in fact, is not level.
well, because of the explanation you gave, the things you're
I
saying
didn't
is
give an
are
explanation. I
drawing
gave a
your own
deductive
numbers.
proof, dude.
You will about water finding its level or whatever. I'm asking about like light rays, being stopped.
Yeah, I
by
know you're
AI.
asking a question. So now what? You're asking a question or you're giving an explanation? What are you doing?
Well, what I made a point. I said, if you remember, every observation should be in accordance with the Earth being flat. Like me having like
What's the
daytime
problem?
and my friend from Australia,
Right.
being in the dark. And then
Yeah,
you
okay.
explain this with like air stopping the light.
Yeah, it's called light attenuation. Pretty well understood phenomenon. I mean, I guess you're a little bit behind the curve or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what that says about the levelness of water.
So it stops. Well, it stops the light.
It's called light attenuation. Do you know what that is?
Is it something that's happening on Earth? Yeah, I would like to know.
Yeah, it's something that's happening on Earth. It's where light loses its intensity as it travels through a medium, if you think it travels, whatever.
Because the medium changes or because the light changes?
Because the light is just trying to go through a dense medium and eventually it just loses its intensity and goes extinct.
And does like light, the atmosphere, or like the Earth, the air around us change its density? Or does it stay the same?
Intensity. Oh, well, there's constant changes, constant differentials. There's energy being
the
put
change
into
is
the
significant?
all the time by the sun, the heat and everything that's imparted on it's a dynamic system. What's that got to do with the levelness of water or the price of rice?
Stupid fucking niggers.
Well, the air in Germany, I'm just trying to understand, how does the air in Germany change from now to like 7 hours from now, I could take a measurement maybe, and see if it actually changes.
Okay, take a measurement of what?
The air of what? That's the question. What are you saying is changing? The density?
I don't know. It just sounds like you're the one who's dragging us into the swamp water here because I thought you were going to show us something that goes against the levelness of water. But you're just asking questions about why it's daytime here and not there.
You know what this is called harakiri. This is what the Japanese did. They killed themselves, with their planes when they drop into like the ships. This is called suicide, bro. That's what you're doing. I'm just listening to you.
Why? What's the problem with what I've said?
Well, now you're making like claims about the air around me changing in such a way that it causes like light to be stopped, by it.
No, I didn't. You just asked if there's density variation in the air. Of course there is.
I asked you what is stopping the light, and you said density variation.
No, I didn't say that's what's stopping it, you goofball. You asked me if that does exist. I said, yeah, of course it does. Pressure differential,
stopping the light?
density. Yeah, I said already. The air, a medium, water does it too. Just any medium.
Wait, when I take like a flashlight and point it towards like a body of water.
All right. Yeah, I've had just about enough. So you gonna offer anything that debunks what we've already seemingly agreed upon about water seeking its level?
I guess I don't know enough about the science. Well, not the science. I don't know enough about the voodoo or something. What is it you believe in? Science or voodoo?
Dude, what is it that I believe in? Okay, I believe, quote unquote, in water seeking and finding its level. Hydrostatics. Something you'll find in any physics textbook with a section on hydrostatics. Call it a belief if you want. Call it a true justified belief.
Let's see, hydrostatics. Hydrostatics works without involving gravity, right?
What's gravity?
That's right. It's something you don't need for hydrostatics, right? Because it's not a thing. It doesn't exist.
Unless the Earth is a ball with convex water, which, I mean, we're talking about how water isn't that.
Gravity at all. Let's see.
I mean, it sounded like you were
know
going to point to some stuff that doesn't align with water behaving the way that it's known to. So I'm just waiting for that to happen. But all you've done so far is ask me, gee, how can it be daytime over here and nighttime over there? Well, I guess the light from the sun isn't reaching wherever it's nighttime.
Why not?
Well, I mean, I gave you one possible reason. It's not really my problem, though, is it?
I don't know. Maybe the light is like, oh fuck it, man. I don't go to Australia. You know.
So does day and night cycle, does that somehow contradict what we've already discussed about water?
Well, you were kind of.
How?
But that's not my point. Is just how do you explain it? You know, with the Earth being flat, because we agreed that every observation should be in accordance with the Earth being flat. Since you deduced it being flat, you know, it has to be flat.
Mm-hmm.
So on a flat Earth, how is this possible? You know, because light is it's like fuck it, man. I don't go to Australia. I'll go to Australia in 8 hours from now.
So what? Does the day and night cycle demonstrate that water isn't actually finding its level? Or is there just some mechanism to it that you don't understand?
I don't understand the mechanism given a flat Earth.
Okay, well,
I
I
would
already get
understand it. It's Earth like a globe.
right. So the light's not going to go forever through a medium. Air is a medium. Water's a medium. Light's not going to go forever through it. I've already given you that.
Yeah, but why not? What's stopping it?
I already told you it loses its intensity as it goes through a medium.
It stops moving. It stops moving at light speed.
It just goes extinct. It loses intensity. I've told you like 6 times.
What does that mean? Just poof. Just
What's a tuna roll? Salmon? I mean,
or maybe you're talking about light getting
is
like
it,
tired. You know, light fatigue. That used to be a theory back then.
What do you
They
ask
thought
me?
like light is getting tired over time. You know, or over
Okay, so
distance.
you don't understand what I'm talking about. Therefore, water must not seek its level, or what's the contention now?
The contention is what is stopping the light from reaching my friend in Australia. That's all, man.
Already told you.
It has nothing to do with like the Earth,
Ob du
the water.
eigentlich.
We
Holy
just
crap, bro.
used the water example to deduce that the Earth is flat. Okay, good. That's one point. The Earth is flat. We now know that the Earth is flat.
Well,
Okay.
it can't not follow that it is if water is level.
No, it is. I'm just saying. Let's accept it. This is called the Socratic method. We just accept what you're saying is true. I accept it. It's true. Okay, I believe you. It is true. The Earth is flat because water is seeking level. Okay. My friend in Australia. Why is it light for him and dark for me now? You know, it's like another point. We moved on to another point. We now know the Earth is flat. Let's try to explain this observation given a flat Earth now. You know.
Hey,
We know
Grim.
it has to be.
Why is it that on the 8th of July, 99% of the Earth's population has daylight at the same time?
I don't know. Is that so?
You can look it up. It is so.
What is this event called?
8th of July, 99% of the Earth's population has daylight. You can Google this. It'll be the first answer you receive.
Oh, are you
I'll do it
saying
with
the
you.
population or like the
Yes, the
Earth? 90%
population.
of the Earth, the surface
Yeah.
of the Earth.
99% of the population on the Earth has daylight at the same time on the 8th
Oh
of
yeah,
July.
but they don't. 99% of the people, they don't live on like 99% of the surface. They're concentrated on some places. You know, not all over.
Right. And if you're on a sphere, how is everybody on the same side of the sphere receiving sunlight at the same time?
8th of July event. Well, I have to look up that event, man. Unless you explain it to me, you know. 8th of July.
Simple explanation, the ground is flat and the sun is in a position where it gives light to 99% of the population of the Earth. I don't have to say light's refracting or reflecting around a ball or refracting around a ball to give light to the population, right? Because when you look at the picture that they give you on the Mercator map, you'll have Alaska lit up all the way down this South American coastline, and then up the African side, and then illuminating the far other side of Russia. The only people who are not receiving light at that time is the Pacific Ocean, the islands in the Indonesia, that little chain of islands, Australia and New Zealand, and then obviously Antarctica. And then when you look this up, the answer that they'll give you is that the Earth is tilting towards the sun. But then the question still remains, how is it 99% of the people are living on the same side of a sphere?
I have to look up that event. I have to look it up, and then I can tell you more about it.
Right.
I haven't researched this event, but you might be onto something. Okay, let's see. There is a site talking about this. Answers in Genesis. Okay, let's see.
I posted images of it in the chat if you want to look at it.
There is one from the Washington Post, but it's behind a paywall. Okay. Well, this is rather boring. I have to do the research first, and then I can talk about this. I don't want you guys to wait until I do the fucking research. Okay. So you're talking about like 99% of the people having like daylight. The
Impossible.
Yes, as I mentioned, that's like my first thing I got, without reading anything. You're talking about the population, not the globe, not the Earth. So it's not true that all over the Earth it's light. It's only in some regions, and in some regions it's not, So this wouldn't explain the flat Earth, Flat Earth idea should explain why there is like light.
It's already been
everywhere.
explained to you, and you just keep disregarding the explanation and just respawning.
No, that's the correct response to this. You don't like it, but yeah. He's talking about the population. Why would you talk about, why does it matter where people live if the Earth is flat? It doesn't matter. So the whole fucking thing should be light.
Well, how does that
By the
follow?
way, Heretic,
How does that follow?
If your buddy is
What
actually
assumptions
true,
are you? What assumptions are you making? Yeah, what assumptions are you
if your friend
making?
is correct and you're wrong,
Hello?
right?
What assumptions are you making to follow to that conclusion?
My assumption, the first one, is that your buddy is debunking you if what he's saying is correct, or if what you're saying is
Okay, now
correct,
you're going to tell
debunking
us
him.
why the entire thing should
So
be
there
lit
is
at
some
once.
infighting going on.
No, you were going to tell us why the entire thing should be lit at once if water is in fact level.
If the Earth is flat, then the whole fucking thing should be lit.
Yeah, okay, you just keep asserting that. What's the logical connection?
Because sunlight should reach like every spot.
That's just a repetition of the claim.
Yeah, it's like
What's the
light
actual
traveling.
logic for it?
Light
Why would that
traveling
be
not
the
being
case?
stopped by anything.
It's being stopped by the atmosphere, so-called.
It's being stopped by it? Well,
yeah.
How is it being
Holy
stopped?
crap. Rally scattering. Yeah.
This is where you
So that's
respond.
like a thing that,
This is like
that's like a thing. Hold on, friend. So rally scattering is like the real what happens in the air as light passes through it, especially from the sun. Okay, so the cumulative effect of that over distance is that the atmosphere becomes opaque and no light can penetrate it. So that's on your side, quote unquote. Right? That's just standard model, whatever the heck, science, bro. So what's up? Where's this idea that you think that the atmosphere? No, but just think about it this way, dude. You think that the atmosphere is crystal clear ad infinitum. So that would mean it has a zero coefficient of light passing through it. Do you know of any substance in existence that has a zero coefficient of light passing through it? Do you know of any? Yeah, so unless you can demonstrate to me a substance that has a zero coefficient of light passing through it, that means no loss whatsoever, which you can't do. And you certainly can't do it with air. So your whole point is moot.
My point, I'm saying the air does not stop light. That's what I'm saying. But now you said,
okay, dude, I'm telling you that if you go right now on Google and you search the extinction coefficient in the ambient atmosphere, you will find that at sea level, it's approximately 300 miles, and then the atmosphere becomes opaque. That means you can't see nothing after that. Nothing. So your claim that the atmosphere isn't going to stop light is false, okay? False. Wrong.
well, there will be something. There is, of course, you have like particles in the air. You know, it will do something with the light. It will scatter it. But I'm
No,
saying
it has nothing to do with the particles, dude. It has to do with the gases. It has to do with the gases, dude. Okay, dude, this is already established. Unless you want to throw all the scientist dudes under the bus and then you claim that you know better than them, I mean, I guess you could do that.
Yeah.
What's that?
I say you don't believe in
okay, so what are you talking about, dude?
I mean, the globe Earth has been established. We don't hold to that, you know.
No, dude. The globe Earth has been claimed.
Yep.
Clay. Rally scattering is demonstrable, for goodness sakes. The fact that light, when it passes through a medium, is not 100% lossless is established.
Well,
like you could stack crystal clear windows, like 100 windows. You could stack like 100 windows in a row, and you won't even be able to see through all of them. For goodness sakes.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Right, so this idea that the atmosphere isn't going to stop light is false, dude.
Well, I'm not saying it doesn't stop it at all. It scatters it, of course.
Okay, then. So then your point is moot, dude. You have no point unless you can quantify it.
Like some hours of the day and not the others. You know, there must be a change in the composition of the atmosphere. You know, over time, over the day. You know, the composition must change in such a way that it stops it, and then stops stopping it.
Oh yeah, but you're missing the part. You're missing the part where the sun moves around, dude.
From where to where does it move? Where the fuck is it now, by the way?
Where it's at, bro.
Yeah, I know where it is.
Certainly not where I'm at.
The atmosphere is not letting light to Germany, you know, because it's dark now. So the sun is somewhere.
Yep. What's wrong with that?
It was here until about 20 minutes ago, and it's gone now.
Yeah, so in principle, you have no case that if the Earth was flat, I'd see the sunlight at all times. So you don't have that case. You can't quantify your claim. So what's up? You got to abandon the claim, or are you going to quantify it?
I disagree with your characterization of what I said, or of my position.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat and the sun is above the Earth, could you see the sun at all times, no matter where you are on the Earth? Yes or no?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, so I was right. My characterization of your claim was accurate.
Yeah. If it's light in Germany, right? Unless the sun moves in such a way that the atmosphere stops the light from reaching Germany.
Yeah, that's entirely plausible.
Look at his head, man. His head is the perfect representation of the globe. Look, can we look at it, man? Look.
Wow.
I want to ask you something.
Oh,
Green,
bro,
but not
it's
here.
flat. If you'll put a glass of water on his head, the water is flat. So his head is flat, bro.
You're right, yeah. Pour a glass of water on his head and what the shit sea level.
All right, dude. So I'm I'm glad that he came to save you from your nonsense claim, but you don't have a claim. Your claim doesn't follow. You can't prove it. It's
Man, bro,
pure conjecture.
you just said some things. I don't know the math behind it. You haven't demonstrated the math behind it. You know, you should tell me. You should be able to tell me that if the sun is there right now, the atmosphere should stop the light, and if it moves somewhere else, and you should do the calculation. You know, to prove it. If you don't do it, we're just speculating. I don't know the math behind it.
Check this out. Wait, they're coming.
Hey, Mr. Clean, nobody cares.
Right, it's dark.
So if you want to contribute, make a point, for goodness sakes.
Mr. Clean is in Germany right now.
That's all I know, man. I just know a bit about philosophy. You know, I know a bit about fallacious reasoning, but I don't know the flat Earth math. I don't even know what the coefficient is, to be honest. But it sounds smart.
Mr. Clean is waiting for the bus.
Huh? No, I'm not.
It's waiting to be apprehended by the police.
Wait,
No,
can you
but
show
then-
me one more time the street? Maybe I figure out what city that is.
Dude, my bank called me, and they asked me, are you okay with money going to that group? Are you like a member, Sam? It's not good.
What's up, you guys? Also, I'm like new to flat Earth stuff. I'm like, can y'all educate me a little bit?
What is going on in here?
I'm just trying to learn about like the ice walls.
About the ice walls.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about the ice walls?
Well, I mean that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm trying to figure out, bro.
I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. No clue.
Well, why are you here? I'm trying to talk to like fellow flat earthers, bro. Like I'm trying to get like educated over here. Like,
Yeah. I'm a flat earther, bro.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, flat earthers don't really talk about the ice wall. It's
Show
really
me
a
your
globe
ass.
thing. Hmm. Yeah,
Wait,
it's
so
a
okay,
globe
what about
plane.
gravity? What about gravity? Is that real?
No.
It's not.
No.
Specific gravity?
Wait, why is what's okay? So what is like gravity then? Like, why do things fall down?
Why things fall down? Because they fall down?
Is that not
Heavier
gravity?
than the medium?
And what's the medium?
Why does an apple
depends
float
on
on
the
the
medium.
water?
So like, what does the medium depend on though? Like, what's the depending factor?
Why does an apple float on water and it's not falling through the water?
What the fuck are we talking about? Water? I'm talking about gravity right now.
Yeah, you said why is something falling down? I'm asking you why is the apple not falling through the water?
Why is did you just ask me why an apple doesn't fall through water?
Yeah, why is it floating and not
Because
falling
of
through
buoyancy,
the water?
retard. What are you talking? You know what buoyancy is?
So the apple is in a medium, right? Why is the stone not floating on the water?
Because the
Why
stone
is
is
it falling
dense
through?
and an apple's it has air in it. And it's not fucking. It's not like as dense as a rock, bro.
Okay, are you denser than the surrounding medium, which is the air around you, or are you thinner?
Do you have
Are you a
autism?
helium? Are you a helium balloon?
I'm naked and I'm masturbating right now.
Oh golly, man, I'm done with this today.
Why do they always go there? It's really.
I'm beating my shit. My
Anyway,
shit's turning I'm
yeah,
gripping it so hard it's
that's how
turning
you're
purple.
coping.
It's starting to bleed a little bit actually. I should probably
Yeah,
take
cool
my
story, bro. Seek therapy, for goodness sakes.
The question was
Holy
very
crap,
valid
dude.
in the beginning because he asked if gravity is real. So is it today that you are trying to know if gravity is real? Why didn't you ask the Globers to show you if gravity is real? That
At
sounds
this point,
stupid.
really, these people are so brain dead. I can only take it with humor, to be honest. At least when it comes to a point like what he just said, that was just disgusting. All this brain rot. Why is there so much brain rot joining lately? Any other Glober who doesn't understand what reality is? Who struggles with the simplest concepts such as why things fall and why a helium balloon rises?
Or not sure if gravity is real, like this guy. He
Man,
wasn't
it's so
sure
simple.
about that.
Like everything is explainable. Ooh. The Globers are scared, I guess. And I think I gotta go to sleep.
Listen, if somebody asks you in this forum, is gravity real? You actually can't answer that question because you actually have no idea what they're talking about. You don't know what they mean when they say the term gravity. You need to ask them, what do you mean by that?
Correct.
Then, after they tell you what they mean by it, then you can answer.
I agree.
No, notice how he said things fall down. So when he said, is gravity real? What he meant was, is things fall down? Oh yeah, they do sometimes. Yeah, they do. No duh. Who's doubting that? Who's doubting?
Overlord. In reality, we never asked if gravity is real. Just try to remember that moment when you ask the teacher or that grown-ass person why why people don't fall from Australia. So the answer was just gravity, and we accepted that as being a fact. We never asked them to prove that that thing that they told us about, that gravity that they told us about, is real. We never asked anyone if that thing is real.
Yeah. You know what, dude? I'm sure somebody somewhere did, but I definitely didn't. I definitely didn't ask, is it real? I just
Me
said,
too.
all right, sounds legit.
Me too, and I swear, I remember that day. I remember the day when I asked the teacher why people don't fall from Australia, and the answer was simple as a word. One word was because of gravity, and I said, "Oh, okay." And
Yeah,
since
that's
that
like, why can't I afford this expensive car? Because you're poor. Why am I poor? Yeah.
That reminds me of a thing I think you might like that came up when we were doing problem solving. And it was the story was one of the captains had a bill. They had to pay for their car. They were like, "Hey, I need to get a jump in because if I don't jump this month, I'm going to lose my jump status and I won't have enough to pay for my car." So rather than people think, "Oh, the fixing the problem, we got to get him piggybacked on some other unit that's jumping," they would say, "Hey, what happened to your financial situation that just missing a month of jump pay will cause you not to be able to pay for your car loan, then lose your security clearance, and all these other things that happen." Find out the root cause. You have money budgeting problems and time budgeting problems. You had 3 months to get a jump in, and now 1 week before the pay cycle ends, now it's an emergency because of your car bill, your car payment.
Yep.
It's like the globalist trying to explain to them flat Earth isn't working because there's multiple underlying epistemological collapses prior to him even getting to the word flat.
Anything new?
Nothing
Yeah,
new
I
under
have
the sun.
something new. I have my
What's
own
that?
globe tart in my back pocket, in my front pocket, in my pants. Okay, no, that sounds wrong. Sorry.
Yep. All right, you're
Well,
fired.
well, this is my globe tart right here. Hello, globe tart.
Yo, I'm here. What's up? Ready to dive into it?
Wait, you're not sounding like the globe tart you used to be. Remember?
Yo, Clay.
Gotcha. Let me switch back. Yeah, I'm here. What do you want to argue about this time? How's that?
Hey, tell AI Overlord what you think about him being a flat earther, you know? Tell him what you truly think about him.
As Globetard, I'd say you're seriously misguided if you believe the Earth is flat. It's like you're stuck in the Dark Ages, dude.
Oh,
Do you hear me, brother?
I hear you, yes.
Can you ask him do an impression of Witsit when Witsit just go fast in his arguments and the Globers don't understand shit and start saying that it's just word salad?
Hey, let me ask this thing of if it knows who Witsit Gets It is. Do you know who Witsit Gets It is?
I'm not familiar with specific individuals, but if you give me more context, I can try to help out.
He's like this flat earth YouTuber.
My goodness.
Got it. Sounds like another flat earth believer. I'd probably think he's way off base with his ideas.
Okay, so Globetard, can you be the character I once told you to be? You know, like the stubborn, stuttering, Gen Z word using brain rot Globetard?
Oh, yeah, right. So, like, this flat earther YouTuber Witsit, he's, really out there, man. It's like, how can you even think the earth is flat? Get with the, program, dude. It's like science.
Oh, that was one of the best arguments this night so far. Congrats, Globetard.
Thanks, I guess. Just trying to keep it real, you know? What's next?
Well, since all the other Globetards are very quiet tonight, do you have another great argument like this, you know, like from your television and stuff, you know?
Yeah, so like on TV they show satellite pics of Earth and it's always like round, you know? And gravity keeps us all from floating off into space. It's just how it is.
Oh, nice. Great. I love these arguments. They really reflect the globetard that you are.
Thanks, I guess. Just trying to give you the real Globetard deal. What's next?
How does it feel to
Hey,
be
Clay.
like a globetard, you know? Yes?
Ask him, what score did you get on your last Turing test?
Last what test?
Turing test.
Turing?
Yes. Turing.
It's Alan Turing. He developed a process to determine if an AI was passable as human or not.
Oh. I think Globetard just died. Wait, did my internet die? You guys hear me?
Yep.
Ah. Hey, Globetard, are you there? Hello,
Nope.
Globetard? Man, I don't get it. Sometimes this works great, sometimes it's just completely broken. Globetard.
Sounds like a globetard.
Yeah, he needs his time.
It's like every time I look up policing issues, you find something even crazier than the last time. So apparently in Florida, they're doing this pilot program where they have an automatic license plate reader. And it's only about like 90% accurate. So the human behind the machine is supposed to look at it, be like, okay, so it read, like 123897. And you can look, it's 12389L. For some reason, the computer picked up the L as a 7 or whatever. It missed the digit for some reason. So instead of looking at it, and that the driver is named this and that, the driver is this age with this weight, this body build. The car is the license plate told you it was on like a pickup truck. This is a 2-door sedan. How many times did the police officer miss data points that could have been, okay, that's not the car that got hit on this guy that supposedly has a warrant? And this is the government that tells you they've got it all figured out. They're exploring space for the betterment of humanity. No, they're not. They can't even get their people to functionally use a license plate reader.
Yeah, well, they're puppets.
It's trained incapacity. They're trained to be completely stupid and not think at all. Reminds me of the story I was talking about the other day where a paraplegic was charged with like evading or something like that, resisting peace officers because they ordered him out of the car and he didn't get out. He's like, dude, I'm paraplegic. I can't open the car door and walk out. All right, failure to obey a lawful order. You're under arrest for resisting arrest. It's like, this is why when you talk to the globalists, they have a hard time saying what part of the government is NASA. Someone will say it's not government at all. Nothing to do with government. Because they know inside, even internally, they know how jacked up the government is, especially the executive branch, especially the federal executive. So when they are in that moment of cognitive dissonance, how do they respond? Complete brain fart, 5th grade civics.
What I don't get over here, mate, in Australia is you got rules for one state and then totally different rules for another state. Well, when that crosses the border, is there train of thought and logic all of a sudden changed because humans made up a few different rules and all of a sudden dismisses the other rules that they were just obeying by? Like, can they not use their fucking logic?
He doesn't have jurisdiction if he's outside of his territory. So
No, I'm just saying, like, the laws are different. Whether you're acting, whether you're, acting as a cop or not, the laws are different. How can they not get that
absolutely
big heads that it's
right.
just
So when
humans
you're
making up these rules?
when you're in Texas, water can curve, and then when you go to Oklahoma, water's flat, and then when you go to Kentucky, water's zigzag. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. It's bloody stupid. Don't know whether to cry or laugh.
Oh yeah, buddy. Dude, it's like 74 degrees today up around here. Crazy time.
Damn imperial measurements.
Well, dude, you could always rise to power, conquer the known world, and then force everyone to go metric, and then retire. And then they interview you for your book. They'd be like, "Why did you rise to world domination? Take over everyone, enslave humanity." And you'd be like, "Well, because the imperial system is stupid, and my service to humanity is to force everyone to go metric." I rest my case.
Thank you, Hitler. So referring back to what I was just saying, there's new laws here in Australia for the ACT that people can carry around a gram of drugs or different types of drugs, whether it be chemical or just grown out of the ground like cannabis, can carry up to a gram on you and not be charged. Just a slap on the wrist. But I'm from New South Wales. I'll get caught with a gram of cannabis on me. I will get friggin' flogged. And fines, loss of license, all this crap. But as soon as I cross an imaginary line that humans have made up, all of a sudden the logic's different. And then go, what do these enforcers of the law think all of a sudden it becomes okay over there, and then you cross the line again. It's like, oh no, that's frowned upon. The politicians want their drugs. I'm thinking, because it's the ACT, it's Canberra. They need to get high before they go and make all these stupid rules. They have to be high to make the stupid rules they. Anyway, I just had to have that little whinge. I'll shut up. Flat Earth.
No, it's good to go into these topics because it answers a question. Why would they lie? They will lie, then lie about lying, then lie about the lie about lying, the whole time looking you straight in the face. And when you finally expose it, where they've got no place else to go, they just shrug their shoulders and be like, yeah, sucks to be you. This point, the government has lied so often, so many times, without any oversight or accountability. Why would you believe anything they say? They've literally got no reason to tell the truth. That's a better question. Now, why would they lie? Ask the question, why would they tell the truth?
Fuck yeah, man. No one questions it. Might as well.
And even if they do question it, they can just either lie again or just be like, so what? What are you going to do about it? Nothing. There's no method. There's no way to even hold them to account. If they know they lie, you know they lie. You've proved it. You've demonstrated it beyond all doubt. Like, yeah, well, good for you. You busted us. Nothing you can do about it.
They'll walk all over you.
That's what Matthew, one of the honest Globers, like, hey, so if you were to demonstrate that NASA had lied the whole time, they never went to space, never went to low orbit, had all been fake, they were faking it the whole time, it was all weapons, he'd be like, so what?
He'll still be knocking on their door. The worst thing about it is you can't drum anything into their head, no matter how much, logic and sense you have, and evidence and proof. That it just doesn't compute their train of thought. They're just like, they shrug it off, or they're in denial. I can't fathom the way their brains work. It's mind-boggling. Worst thing is that it's also family members, people you respect, people you love.
I mean, sometimes that works though too. Like I had a family member of mine who was, the fluoride in the water was a big deal, and I'm like, showed him the video of the astronauts telling the kids to swallow their toothpaste, and that was it. That's all it took. You just gotta find the right issue, the right thing, and people will get. You never know what it is too. That's the problem. It's like you can talk to some really hard cases, some real knuckleheads, and all of a sudden something completely mundane. Like, really? That's what flat smacked you? You know, like we talked about all the stuff and you denied, ignored it, acted like complete, basket case. And then what finally flat smacked you was Buzz Aldrin doing funny faces as Trump was rolling out Space Force.
Yeah. They appeal to one logic, but not the other. Makes way more sense. Yeah. One track minded. Speaking of fluoride in the toothpaste, I was researching that. So I started looking on every single friggin' tube, all the ingredients, every single one of them on the shelf. There's that shit in it. Every single one. Apart from baby's toothpaste that they can swallow for that reason. And so I've found a reject shop that had, what is it? Hemp based toothpaste, no fluoride. And I found that, say, I had a drunken night out and forgot to brush my teeth that night because I like to brush my teeth. The next morning, or even the next day, even after brushing my teeth, I'll have a couple mouth sores pop up just from missing one brush. But this shit, I could miss a few days after a good bender and nothing, no effects. So it's just observable proof. Shit that given to us is friggin' full of crap. It's not just toothpaste, it's fucking love Flat Earth, but that's what woke me up to all this nonsense. I never trusted the government, but the Flat Earth just really knocked one into me. My whole family's like looking at me like I'm retarded. So I loved fucking Star Trek and Star Wars. Still probably do if I watched it. I'm like the least likely to go into Flat Earth theory. Disown all that fantasy shit. Least likely. They look at me like I'm fucking insane. Use your fucking head. I wish it was a fucking globe. It would be a lot easier. Possible.
Seriously.
was reading this blog post here, vlog, or talk about value and intrinsic value. And then in between is instrumental value. So the case they use is a hammer. Okay, so someone would say hammer just isn't valuable, but it has non-intrinsic value because it has a value if you want to have like a nail, like putting a nail into the wall or whatever. Because you want to hang the photo or whatever you're doing, the painting, whatnot.
Sorry, that kind of went straight over my head.
Okay, so like somebody. Okay, so you've got what do you value? You assess value to belief systems, experiences, like behaviors.
Yeah.
Like situations you want to find yourself in or not find yourself in.
Yeah.
I'm like trying to brainstorm like how do you show this? Like what has the son of Abdul, what have you done for me lately? Like her boyfriend had no intrinsic value. Other than what the boyfriend can deliver in goods and services.
Yeah.
So where is that for like this globe tard or the globe model, heliocentric? Where is the value in it? What can you use it for? Does it have just intrinsic value in and of itself? And if that's true, what is it? Describe it. Tell me.
Imagination was all I can think of. Imagination.
Yeah, entertainment value. Yeah, like the Star Wars, Star Man, Star Cadet, Star Future of Tomorrow.
Yeah.
All the sci-fi fantasy. It puts your mind into a space where you can diffuse the ego and talk about real world issues, but happening in the galaxy far, far away.
It's irrelevant. I don't see that. Let's set up some satellites with some nukes on it and all that kind of shit to protect the so-called globe from aliens. When we haven't done it in the past, how many millennia, and therefore we have not had any threat. Why do it now? I don't get that. People are like okay with it. Yeah, we could get aliens. If they wanted to invade us, they would have fucked us over by. Come on. Probably deserve it. It's one thing, like, back on the topic you were at, when you do someone a favour, I'm not like that, but most people, it's never out of the kindness of someone's heart to just want to do good, to want to help someone. It's always, oh, now you owe me.
Yeah, the transactional. Yeah, like the only reason why someone would help somebody else is because they are expecting to get something in
Yeah.
return.
Yeah, exactly my point. And they'll hold on to that.
This is why they tell you we can't go back to space because it costs too much. Wouldn't a human endeavor, pooling your resources and your abilities together to go to space for the betterment of all, wouldn't that have value in and of itself? You wouldn't
I've
have
always
to-
thought. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, yeah, you're right, man. I was just agreeing with you, man.
So it reminds me of this character who used to come around, Professor Phil, Dr. Phil, or whatever. He used to say that he's got plans for a colony ship that you could take to Mars, like blueprints. But he's holding out for the highest bidder. And he wanted the bidding starting at something ridiculous. Like, I don't remember what I have to look up what he said. Like $3 billion or something like that. That this is his life's work. That he's put together plans for a spaceship and someone could build it. They could use his blueprint to build a spaceship that would fly to Mars, land, and then disassemble into a colony. And I go, dude, if you've got this, why are you holding out for a payday? Don't you find just value in building a spaceship and, going to Mars?
Yeah, the thrive to explore as a human.
Yeah, and he said no because he finds more value in earthly things. Like he wants a Mercedes or something like that. Like it was the most cringe thing I'd ever heard. I'm like, no one's even gonna buy your blueprints for $1, let alone $3 billion. And his take was the U.S. government has enough to give him $3 billion because they spend like an umpteen trillion on defense. They could fork it out if they really wanted to. And I'm like, dude, okay, you just answered why they would lie. Because they're telling you every red cent that they spend on defense is critical. The enemy is at the gate. If we lower our defenses even for 1 second, America will fall. So which one is it? They need more. They said they need more money. The umpteen trillion dollars they get is not enough. They need more money for defense. So if you think they're lying about that and they could shave off a few billion to buy your colony ship blueprints, then you've already answered why they would never do it.
Yeah, there's no genuinosity in it. There's no passion behind it. It's just a fact of gaining. For others' demise, basically.
Lost, dude.
What's got me confused is you got all these, and all these donations. How fucking many years or decades or whatever you need to donate for this to, for it to heal, for the homeless to stop being homeless, for the POV to be fed, like how long do we even have like any mathematical proof of where this money's going and how much good it's doing to say, oh yeah, we're nearly there? No one gets those stats. No one gets that. They just keep donating because they think it's going somewhere good. oblivious to the situation, that they're not even proving to you, showing you the stats that, yeah, we are making a difference. They're okay with that. Like even the whole voting narrative. Why is everything digital nowadays but voting? It's all on paper. The paper's easy to throw in the bin. You can't put voting online because people would expect to see, you know, the percentages, the outcome, where your vote went. But no, they can't show that because they want to throw that shit in the bin. You ever seen an independent party, you know, win a vote? Ever? I haven't. Time. Most of the people you run into down the street, vote for them. They mean well. And yet the votes are down the shit. The majority of the people that you know want to vote for that independent party. Comes back as, yeah, they didn't do. Make that make sense. Voting's a sham. Might as well be communists. We are. Any globetards in the room want to get to? Sound like a globetard? Shouldn't say that.
Yeah, hello?
Yeah.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
No, there's not. It's definitely not a belief system. I know the Earth is flat, and it's beyond all doubt. The
Okay,
Earth is
the Earth.
observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. The only logical conclusion is the Earth is flat. Belief is not required for this. If you believe otherwise, it doesn't change the physics of reality.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna say a bunch of things, and you tell me if they're true or not true, right? Remember, I'm here. I want to learn. Okay. It is an oblate spheroid, meaning it is spherical, slightly flattened at the poles, and bulging at the equator. Here are some key points that support the spherical shape of the Earth. Photographic evidence, images taken from space. Gravity is one of the big things. Horizon, time zones, eclipse, flight paths, scientific consensus. We
Holy
got all
shit,
this
you're a hot
evidence.
mess.
You're
Go,
reading
go look that
ChatGPT.
stuff up and maybe even just try to pronounce it correctly.
No,
Like
that's
you
why I'm
don't
here to
even know
learn.
what you're reading.
Exactly, I don't. I should
Dude,
pull this
if you
up.
want to go chat with ChatGPT, just go chat with ChatGPT. Like you're just reading off
This is not
AI
from
without
ChatGPT.
any form,
This
without any
isn't from
form or
ChatGPT.
function.
This isn't from ChatGPT. I'm asking you because I just pulled this up like a couple minutes ago, and I came here to ask you why you think the Earth is flat. The truth is, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why I said I'm here to learn. Thank you.
You see, we know the Earth is flat. We don't think it.
Okay, you know the Earth is flat. Why and how
Yep.
do you know the Earth is flat?
Because it is measured flat.
I gave you three things. It's observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. 1, 2, 3. You can observe the surface, describe what you see, flat. You can measure the surface, measures flat, and at the maximum crescendo, any use of the earth, the surface of the earth, you will use the earth as flat and stationary. And you can build these superstructures, Panama Canal, Suez Canal, St. Lawrence Seaway, indoor plumbing, sports stadiums, all these, and you can just go on and on and on. You will always use the earth.
Okay, then I have a
as
question.
both flat and stationary.
And then I have a question because I've seen pictures and I even go to Google Maps and shit. And when you zoom out, if you look at one part of the Earth, you can see like one part, but the other part you can't see it unless if you turn around the Earth. The same thing happens with pictures. If you take a picture from very far away, you're gonna see one side of the Earth, but if you turn the Earth around or you go around the Earth, you can see the other side. If it's flat, shouldn't you be able to see like everything from one side?
Measure how many times you have to rotate to see the whole Earth.
Right. And what will that do?
Think about it, right? If you're holding a ball in front of you, how many times would you have to rotate it to see the whole thing?
Maybe once. Depends on how big the ball is, of course, but once.
Yeah, so you're looking at a ball, and you rotate it once. What do you see the other side?
Yeah.
Okay, now go do that with Google Earth and see how many times you have to rotate it before you get around to the other side.
Like I said, once. Depending on how hard you swing. It's when you say
Go try it. Go try it out. Test the model.
Earth. Let's see. Right here.
Hey, Shaggy, you're hot micing something.
Sorry, mate. Watering the garden.
Okay, yeah, once. I'm confused.
No, like where you go from where you spin it all the way from one side to the other, so you see a full other side. It's like 3.5 times.
Okay, but isn't that proving my point?
No, it's debunking it. Because that would be there's 3.5 sides. How many sides does a ball have?
0. If I'm
No, it would have one side you're looking at, and you'd spin it around, and you'd see the other side.
right.
Where if you do on Google Earth, you're looking at one side, you rotate it once, and now you're seeing a different side, but there's still some Earth. You rotate it again, there's still more. You have to do it like 3.25 times to get the whole Earth. Like, look at even the GIF here, like the emoji, the Earth emoji.
Huh.
Here, look, I'll post it there for you.
Okay.
So look at there's one. And then there's 2.
Mhm.
And then bang, then you got 3. And then the quarter is a whole lot of the Pacific Ocean.
Hmm.
Isn't that interesting? Like, how come they can't? Why can't you just see half and half? Would there be, if you're looking at a ball from Google Earth, you can't render it out as half and half? You could do that with any other ball or any object, really. If it's a like a curved object, like a hockey puck or something, you'd flip it one way, flip it the other way.
Maybe this is too advanced for me because I think I just lost brain cells. I didn't understand, but it's
Alright.
okay. I'm gonna do some research and then I'll go back in the channel and then we can have a proper conversation because I know nothing about this. That's why
Yeah. Take care.
Well, that was easy.
Dumb nigger flirts. Dumb nigger flirts.
Is it going to be an October surprise full of glow proof?
How's it going, guys? You know, I voted recently, and I was very pleased to find out that both candidates believe in globe Earth. I don't know what that says about you guys, but the most powerful nation on Earth is run by globalists.
Yeah, well, your vote don't mean shit, hate to say.
Where are you from?
Well, I guess that tells you that both of them are full of shit.
I'm pretty sure whoever your prime minister or president is, they'll probably believe in.
He's full of shit
in
too.
globe Earth.
Yep, guessed it.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
What are you talking about? I can
I'm
do
pretty
this.
sure. I'm pretty sure for the foreseeable future, anybody who's elected into the presidency or the prime ministership is always going to be a globalist.
Yeah, we'll get that sorted.
I
Don't
can.
worry.
All right, let me know when that happens.
We're working on it. That's what this chat room's for. Little by little. Eventually, it'll just be obviously stupid to everybody. The globe.
To think that your vote's going to make a difference is also very stupid.
Yeah, what a drone.
Damn, that was quick. Did I miss some of it? He just like flipped out and said he voted, and
He was happy that they're both globe propagandists.
Yep, that's like people always do. Vote for the sociopaths.
Just out there cheerleading his own brainwashing.
Yep, just like the people who say, we wouldn't be in this mess if billionaires paid their fair share. It's like, nope. You wouldn't be in this mess if you didn't let psychopaths steal hundreds of trillions of dollars from you.
Wouldn't be in this mess if we didn't let the people that want to rule people rule people.
You're happy about being lied to? October surprise?
You know, I had a dream last night. I was on a flat plane and I walked over to the edge and all I saw was just stars and the deep emptiness of space. And I decided to jump and I just fell over and I was like, oh shit.
Space is part of the ball fantasy. I don't know why you're
But
bringing
then
that into a flat plane.
it was a dream, dude. And then I woke up.
Keep dreaming. The globe's a dream. Are you going to wake up from that?
Well, no. If you're saying that I'm dreaming right now, then you must be a part of that dream as well.
You're not. Well, you might be daydreaming. Daydreaming that you're on a globe.
You know, um, I don't know, dude. That
Of course
I
not.
woke up. It was a dream. It was a dream, dude. That's all I gotta say.
I don't think you ever woke up.
Do you realize what I was describing? I was walking on a flat plane. I was describing flat Earth to you, dude.
Yeah,
I,
in
I
outer
walked
space.
all the way to. I walked all the way to the edge, and I saw the emptiness of space.
Yeah, I know. In
And
outer space. Yeah, you're still afflicted with all this sci-fi globe lore crap.
and then I woke up.
You didn't wake up. You still believe in outer space.
Mate, I know you're used
I
to being surrounded by morons, but there's no morons here.
In the spirit of Halloween, I'd ask trick or treat, but I think I already know what I'm getting here. I'm just getting tricked. Ha 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 ha. Where's your sense of humor?
Where's your evidence?
What's up?
Guy.
You guys want to worship Prometheus?
No.
Why not?
That story doesn't end well.
Huh?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yo, what's going on? I got a claim to refute the flat earth.
What is that?
Well, if you
No,
basically
what's a
like
flat Earth? You got to say what that is first.
I have to say what a flat earth is?
Yeah,
I thought that was
say
obvious.
like you got a claim to refute X. Define X.
The flat earth?
Yeah,
It's
what is
basically
that?
that earth is just flat. It's just flat and it's not round. Is the claim, right? Is it not? Am I wrong about that?
Dude, this is your story, not mine.
Okay, well I'm here to refute the flat earth, which is flat.
What
And
is
flat
that?
things. What is a flat earth?
Yeah.
I don't know why we're stopping here. It's pretty obvious what a flat earth is.
Well, let's see it. What are you talking about? You got a picture, a model, a map.
But you guys usually say, well, you could just look around you. I mean, it's obvious.
Well, don't worry about what
it's
other people
flat.
say. Worry about what you say. You said you've got a.
Okay, here's what I'm
plane.
saying, big guy. So here's my refutation towards the flat Earth.
What's
So,
that? What flat Earth? What flat Earth are you talking
Oh,
about?
that's
Can I
what
see it?
you're saying. What's that? Yeah.
Let's
So
see it.
here's my refutation. Is that basically?
Well, we don't need your. Well, what are you talking about first? You said you got some way to defeat the flat Earth. What is it? What are you talking about? Let's see the flat Earth you're talking about. Step 1: show what you're show, then tell. Not tell and never show. What flat Earth are you talking about? Then say, I can counter this with this. Because you have to do the first step 1. Otherwise, you say you're countering something you don't even know what it is.
Yeah, he ran.
It was going to be some kind of freak out, you know. I got a hard counter flat Earth. You guys don't know math.
Yeah, I like how you shut him down before he even began. He's back.
He came back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
still muted.
I don't know how much he.
Hey,
much he
why
got.
why did you mute me?
Oh, so you could listen. Because you got something to say, but you're not listening to anyone.
There was nothing to listen to. It's the same flat Earth we're all talking about. 24/7 flat Earth. That's the channel.
I don't
right?
know what you're talking about when you say flat Earth. Because you said round. How about a coin? Is a coin round and flat? That's not mutually exclusive, homie. Do you know what
Are you
coin? How
guys
about
drunk?
pizza?
What's going on in here?
Do you know what a hockey puck is, or a pizza,
Sure,
or a
it could
coin?
be a pizza, it could be a tabletop, it could be a dang
But you said not
basketball
flat.
court, a tennis court.
You said not flat. Therefore,
Well, I'm
round.
saying
What if I
Right,
present
so
you a
for me.
coin?
Right. Yeah,
Is
sure.
a coin
will work.
round and flat?
I guess. What do you
Okay,
believe?
so you've got a problem here because
You guys believe
you
in flat
think-
Earth. What do you actually believe?
Okay, you think that round and flat are mutually exclusive. Have you learned so far that round and flat are not mutually exclusive?
I'm just curious what the hell you guys
Okay, don't worry about other people. You came in here saying you've got the facts and evidence. You didn't need anyone else. What do you have? Your first statement was that not flat, therefore round. I demonstrate to you cylinders. A cylinder is both flat and round. You thought flat or round. Do you realize now that you've got some problems? Your ideas here are a hot mess. Complete garbage.
It's funny it's coming from you, Crit, because
Okay, you could be as funny because I'm the only one talking to you. So it could be funny or not funny. Now, do you know that round and flat are not mutually exclusive? Well, you gave up again.
Couldn't answer that.
Sticky Fingers brought Globe Proof.
What do you want?
Globe Proof.
Oh, I got you, bro.
Thanks.
Cool.
Let's get cracking.
Go on.
Gonna have to turn it over to Bucky Banzai Onion if you can't, withstand the challenge.
Withstand the challenge? Yeah, I got you. I got you, dog.
Bullshit,
Alright.
you motherfuckers
Sick.
keep muting me.
All right, here.
You don't sound muted.
There we go.
Yeah, because somebody just
Alright.
unmuted me. But you guys are literally gaslighting.
No, it's
Well,
okay.
you're
I
interrupting,
just
so I might have to mute you.
linked my argument.
What's your argument?
That is the Falcon 9 launching 22 Starlink satellites into orbit.
And
That's it.
what are you trying to prove?
Huh?
What are you using this to prove?
That the Earth is a globe.
I don't see how it does that.
You don't see how the rocket ship with the camera on it that goes into space around the
Space?
globe.
Oh, you
Doesn't
mean
prove
like
it.
the
Oh yeah,
vacuum?
I forgot. You don't believe in space.
I don't think it can go there because that doesn't exist. That's a natural law.
Israel,
by the way.
though.
So it goes
So
to some high altitude. I'm
when
sure.
you look up into the sky at night, what do you see?
Lights.
What's that big black void that appears when the sun's not there?
No, it could be a ceiling.
A ceiling.
Yeah, I don't know why you're asking me.
Like, you think it's a ceiling?
Well, there has to be an enclosure in order to have gas pressure.
Don't think it's quite how that works, but
It can't just
whatever
be
floats your boat.
it can't just be a open vacuum uncontained from the atmosphere. That'd be stupid.
Most of the atmosphere is like its own vacuum. It's kind of how that works.
Okay, why don't you break down what you just said for me? What do you mean?
I'm not going to go more in depth on it. I'm just here to listen,
You don't
dog.
know. You don't know what you're saying. You're just spitting out words.
No, you're kind of a sad individual, and if this is the hill you choose to die on,
Yeah,
then
you're
like that's
triggered.
cool, dude.
You're triggered now. You're
No, I'm
upset.
not. I'm not upset. No, I'm not
You
upset,
are.
dog.
So you posted something which you said was a video shot from outer space.
It
You
is.
met rebuttal that would be a violation of natural law. So that's certainly not
But
where
you
that
didn't even
video.
watch. But you didn't even watch
And
the
now you're
video.
upset.
But you
Well, I
didn't
mean,
even
I
watch the
heard your
video
claim. What else do I need? It can't have been
to watch
shot
the
from
video.
Narnia. It can't have been shot from, I don't know, Hogwarts or outer space.
You think Hogwarts is a real place? Hogwarts,
My
like
very
the
point
fictional
is that
school,
it's not.
like Hogwarts, the
Try to
fictional
track
school for
along.
magic and
Just
Harry
try to
Potter.
track along. My very point is that it's not a real place.
But you believe Hogwarts is a real place, but space isn't.
No, I don't. You believe in stuff like that, namely outer
You just said
space.
Hogwarts is real, though.
No, I did not say that. So you
It kind
can't
of sounds
track
like you just
along.
said that, though.
Right, so take your sticky fingers out of your ears so you can actually hear the conversation.
I mean, from what I just
Okay?
heard, you just said like Hogwarts. Like if space is real, then Hogwarts is real. So that means you think Hogwarts is
That's not
real.
what I said. I said that none of those things are real.
So you
It's all fantasy.
genuinely don't believe in space.
It's a fiction like Narnia.
So you think Narnia is real?
How did you get that from it's a fiction like
So
Narnia?
where is the sun? If space isn't real, where's the sun?
Oh, what? A ball of gas in a vacuum? Not there. You know how stupid
So
that sounds, right?
what protects us from the sun's UV rays as it hits us every day? Surely you would need some kind of atmosphere to protect us from that, right?
No shit. There's an atmosphere. In other words, there's gas here, so there must not be a near perfect vacuum right next to that gas pressure, or else that gas would just fill it. Good catch. Okay, spiral some more.
Spiraling. Can I ask you kind of a personal question?
No.
What do you do for a living? Just out of
Did you
curiosity.
hear the answer? It was no.
I have a feeling whatever it is isn't
I have a
particularly
feeling
important.
that you're not entitled to that information.
I just think you're ashamed of it. That's
I
why
have
you
a
won't
feeling
share
that
it.
you are deflecting from the topic at hand. I think that you're ashamed
No.
of your lack of globe evidence and you want to try to pivot away.
I mean,
from
I just gave you.
You
I
didn't
just
give
gave
me
you
anything.
evidence.
You gave me a claim
did.
of a violation of natural law. So we can
What
just throw that
natural? Can I
out.
ask what natural law are you quoting?
Oh, that
Can
would
you-
be
can you send-
entropy. Second law of thermodynamics. That'd be high pressure moving to low pressure, always in that direction. If there's an available volume. One of the best demonstrations of the second law would be gas. So if you expose gas pressure to a vacuum, it's going to disperse and fill that vacuum. So outer space is claimed to be a near perfect vacuum. The atmosphere is claimed to be an uncontained pressurized system of gas right next to that vacuum with no barrier separating the two systems. That can't be. The gas would just disperse and fill that system, that vacuum. There would be no atmosphere. Now let me guess. You have no idea what I just said, so you want to try to deflect to some personal bullshit.
I'm just trying to figure out why you're so angry about this.
Well, it's because you're an idiot.
But there is a boundary separating the atmosphere from actual space.
There you go. Okay. Welcome to contained Earth.
No, it's called the Kármán line.
A political designation is now a physical boundary that separates gas from a vacuum.
No, it's just the name.
You don't know what it is, do you?
I'm reading what it is right now.
You're just frantically Googling this all for the first time. Pathetic.
Well, see, I like that there's so much evidence of the globe.
How come you can't
that
post
I don't
any?
have because
If there's so much of it, how come you can't post any?
Sure, I'll post it. I got
Oh,
you.
you're
Dog.
going to start posting evidence now after all this?
You said
not
that's what
evidence
you
post?
said. You said post it.
Well, no, post evidence of a globe.
I got you, dog. Don't worry, big
Okay,
dog.
you
I got
posted
you. I
a
can
link
post
about the
evidence of a globe.
Karman line and tell me what you think this does to provide evidence for a globe.
It's just proof that is in fact real. See, here's Neil deGrasse Tyson, an astrophysicist, talking about it.
So you're already going to just discard that Britannica link? You're not going to elaborate on that at all? You're not even
No,
sure why
you
you're
just said
posting
you just said post like evidence that there's a globe, so I'm giving you like evidence.
No, you're just spamming links. You don't know what any of them even say. You can't answer how you would call that evidence.
Man, even the ancient Greeks figured out the Earth has circumference.
Well, how'd they do that?
That's a good question.
Now, how'd they do
That's how
that?
they did it.
You don't know how they did it, but you know they did it? How does that follow?
Oh, here we go. There's a Vsauce. Oh my god, he still has the same
Oh, so
intro.
okay, yeah. So you're
What?
scattergunning
It's a
away now
Vsauce
from yet
video.
another claim you made. You're just throwing out empty claims that you can't back up one after the next, eh? So we got first of all we got SpaceX, couldn't really verify that. Then we got the Karman line, couldn't tell us anything that had to do with your globe proof. Then we got ancient Greeks, couldn't tell us what they did. Now you've spammed like 3 more YouTube links that you probably can't tell us anything about.
So who verified all of your sources?
What sources? I
Sources
say
that
that
you
water
claim to have.
seeks its level. That's what I say. And that can be verified through any textbook or real world demonstration of water.
But all of these guys had their claims verified through real world
What claim?
textbooks
Okay, what claim? And then what was the verification?
that the Earth is a globe
Okay, and how was that verified?
through experimentation and observation.
Why would you use experiments to try to verify a shape?
Because
me
they
the
didn't
experiment, then.
see when
Sounds like a
Galileo
category
did
error,
his
but go ahead and give me the
cannonball
experiment.
experiment. See when Galileo did his little cannonball experiment to prove gravity exists.
Cannonball experiment. Okay, what's the dependent and independent variable for the cannonball experiment?
The dependent and independent variable.
Yeah, because
Okay,
you do
you
an
see the
experiment,
independent
right?
variable. The independent variable would be force they was trying to prove. It'd be gravity. See the independent. I'm sorry,
Really?
the independent variable is gravity. The dependent variable would be the cannonball and the feather.
Oh, a cannonball and the feather. So how does this prove a globe?
It proves gravity that you don't believe
Oh,
in.
it proves gravity, so not a globe.
Yeah, but you also say you
Okay,
don't believe
well,
in gravity.
we can get back to that. Put a pin on that one. We'll grill you on your gravity proof later, but right now your task is to prove a globe.
So you don't believe in gravity at all?
Well, I haven't had any evidence that provided for it, but it's not the current claim. So we're trying to prove.
Do
a
you
globe
believe in oxygen?
This is irrelevant. Red herring.
Take that as a no. Okay.
Take it as whatever you want. I still haven't heard any globe proof.
Are you autistic?
Irrelevant. Red herring.
I'm just curious. I'm just trying to figure out what's.
I'm just trying to figure out where your globe proof
wrong
is, but
with
you keep scattergunning off to like literally anything else.
I'm just trying to figure out because I've given you because the problem is no matter what evidence I give you,
You haven't
that the
given
Earth is
any.
a globe.
You spammed a bunch of links that you hadn't read, hadn't watched, and
See, the
couldn't
problem
elaborate
is
on.
the problem is if I give you any proof that the Earth is a globe,
No,
you're
the
just going
problem
to
is
say,
you
"Well,
don't have
what
any
about
proof.
this thing?" And
No, the
because I
problem
don't
is
know
you
this
don't-
thing,
No, the problem is you don't have any proof.
I'm just trying to figure out.
Right. Try to figure out what the ancient Greeks did to prove it, like you said.
No, I'm just trying to figure out how you're like a real person. You
Yeah,
are
don't
so
worry about me.
fascinating.
Right now, you've got bigger problems.
Are you Are you married? Do you
Right now,
have
the bigger
kids?
problem that you have is you. Right. You got to focus on that.
I don't even care about like the Earth being like a fuck.
Yeah, the main problem that you have right now is you, because you've got all these claims stacked up in your head and no evidence to support them, and now you're running away. Hi, Whiskey. Well, that was a sad display of no globe evidence. Anti-spiral. You're equipped with an anti-spiral mechanism, so clearly it won't spiral you out that the Earth isn't a globe.
What? Okay, so you believe the Earth is flat?
Water is flat.
Water is a fluid. Water is neither flat nor round. Water is a fluid. It can take any shape.
You want to try to tell me that the surface of a body of liquid at rest is not going to be flat?
Well, only if it is affected by gravity.
So
And,
gravity,
that is
gravity
only
therefore flat Earth.
no. So it only looks flat because you're viewing it on such a small scale. But okay, that's what you want to discuss, right? So
I thought you weren't
what
going
do you
to
think
spiral.
about your flat Earth? Wait, what do you want to say?
You're already spiraling. Listen to the cope. You're like, yeah, man, it looks flat, but trust me, it's not really like that. It's just because of the scale, man. Well, how would you know that? If it
The
only-
ocean. Have you seen the ocean? The horizon on the
Yeah.
ocean.
Yeah.
So when you see a ship, just like the ship is like. No, wait. How do I explain this?
the
It's
water's-
moving away from you, right? It's moving straight away from you. What happens after some time? What happens?
It disappears eventually. Sometimes you can
Okay, how
zoom
does
it
it-
back in after it's disappeared because it just went out of your resolution limit.
Resolution limit.
Yeah.
But so wait, let me get it. You know there are like videos of this on the internet, right? Like where they're actually
Yeah.
just zooming in, and then you can only see like the top part of the ship, right? How do I explain that?
Explain what? The top part disappearing last? Because
yeah.
things appear to get lower as they get further away from you.
Yeah,
It's
why?
just an optical phenomenon.
Can you explain that? How that
Yeah, just
like
things
is there any-
appear. That's perspective. Things just appear to get lower as they move away from you. The further away they are. So, like, you got a row of streetlights, and they're all the same height, but they appear to be descending over the distance, but they're not. It's the same height.
They're not descending though. That's
Yeah.
not descending because the main difference between that and the top of the ship only being visible is that you can still see the bottom of the streetlights.
Oh, you can?
They're,
Are you sure?
lower.
Did you check?
Height-wise, they're shorter, but you can still see the bottom. You can't see
How do
the
you know?
bottom of the ship.
How can you tell the difference between the bottom and some part just above the bottom? It all looks the same with a streetlight. How do you know you're seeing the full bottom of it? You're just saying that.
Dude, I'm seeing the base of the streetlight because I'm still seeing
you
the
haven't.
street. And the,
No, you haven't. You're just
if I
lying.
look at, if I look
You're
onto,
just lying. It's just a lie.
okay, what's a lie? That I
Well, you
can't
just
see the streetlight when I look into the distance?
So your inference is that the thing appears to disappear top last, so it must be going over a curve.
Yeah.
And there's nothing else that could produce that effect.
Well, show me something that should produce the same effect in the same situation.
Well, refraction could. If the light's bending down and it goes into the ground or into the water before it hits your eyeballs, the light from
So
the bottom.
you're using scientific terms while also denying every bit of science there is. I don't understand that.
Shapes aren't science. A globe would be a shape, and that's not even a science claim.
Right, you just use the term refraction, right?
Yeah, so light refraction could
That
do
is
that.
the scientific
The light from the
phenomenon.
bottom of the ship is bending down into the ground. Yeah, it's going to go away before it hits your eyeballs, and you'll never see it.
So
Maybe
you
there's
just
some
use the
wave or
term
something in
refraction,
the
right?
foreground that's taking up more of your angular field of view than the bottom of the ship. I don't know. Could be all sorts of reasons. I don't know that it has to be because of a curve. We can definitely demonstrate that on a flat surface, so it doesn't even really matter why. We can just debunk that it's a curve.
So what I don't understand is, do you like partially believe in science, or do you just believe that all science is a lie and that all scientists have been lying and
Well,
that,
I mean, you're talking
how
about
do-
science. Would you call physics a science?
Yes, physics is a science.
So, I mean, any physics textbook is going to tell you that water seeks its level. Are they like science deniers, or what's up?
Nope. Water seeks
I think
its
I'm the
level, but
science.
that
I
is-
think I'm the scientifically minded person here, because I mean, I see and observe and experience water seeking its level. That's what all the physics textbooks tell me. I agree with that because that's my own experience. And you're here telling me the opposite of all that.
Okay, Albert Einstein. He was not a flat Earth. Do you believe that he was lying?
Do I believe what? Sorry.
That Albert Einstein was lying. Do you think he was a liar?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe not.
Well, I don't know. Do you
Maybe just
think
delusional.
Newton, Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking? Do you think they were liars? Because surely
Possibly
all of them
delusional.
claim. You don't know.
They could have. I
So
said they
the
could have been
people
delusional. I don't know that they're lying.
delusional. So the
Yeah.
people who built modern science, who
Yeah.
built the science these textbooks rely on,
Yeah. Yeah. Look at the
they
cult
they could have
following of
been all been
morons.
just delusional.
Yeah. Look at the cult following of morons they attracted. They're probably completely delusional.
Oh god, no.
Well, I mean, what experiment
okay.
did Albert Einstein do? Do you think Einstein was a scientist?
Yes, he was a scientist. He was the
Then name
greatest
any
scientist ever.
experiment he did.
I don't fucking know.
Well, then he's not a scientist.
Albert,
just a
I'm gonna
philosopher.
Google it.
It's just a philosopher with a bunch of maths to back his philosophical mumbo jumbo.
Okay, so you're using a phone or something right now to communicate on Discord right now, right?
Yeah. Therefore, the Earth's a globe.
And you're kind of saying that some parts of science must have been like a lie, some delusion or something.
No,
But those very parts
I'm
of
not.
science are what make you. No, you said Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking could have been delusional, and that was your explanation
They're not
as to why the
scientists.
science.
Einstein didn't do any experiments. He's not a scientist.
Okay. What about Stephen Hawking?
I don't know what experiment did he do.
But I don't fuck. All of them obviously did experiments. Every single one of them.
There's a bunch of armchair philosophers,
Philosophers.
I guess. Kind of a bunch of cultists, really, sun worshippers or something. They want to believe that the Earth goes around the sun, and the sun is this almighty thing that the Earth is beholden to. The sun is the greater, and the Earth is the lesser. They sound like a bunch of pagan freaks or something like that from the old world.
Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't understand how you can like deny some parts of science and
Not
just
science.
completely believe other parts.
It's not science. There's no experiment for Einstein.
They're called scientists. Everyone else calls them
Yeah, I know.
scientists.
That's called a pseudoscientist.
Okay, what is a scientist then? What is a scientist then?
Well, a person who would use the scientific method.
Can you name a scientist then?
Yeah.
Do that, please.
Richard Feynman.
Richard Feynman. Okay, what did Richard Feynman? Oh, okay. An American theoretical physicist. What did he do to earn the title of scientist for you?
Well, did some good lectures on physics. I guess that's kind of a weak answer.
Yeah, it really is, huh? Yeah.
Or
he did
Neuralink.
some good lecture. Yeah, I think you understand the problem with
He
that.
understood at least that the scientific method was the final test and arbiter of a scientific claim.
Yeah, well, I guess so. Yeah, that's true. You can put a lot of theories up, but if they're never tested, obviously, you don't know that they work.
Yeah,
but
that's
the
what he
thing
said.
is, all of these theories have been tested. Everything that's science, everything, and you know that all kinds of science, they're all connected. If one of them was suddenly a lie, then all of the other ones would also have
Yeah,
to be lies
that's a
because
cool
they're all
story.
like connected.
Right. Yeah, but you don't have any experiment to back your claim of science anyway, so we don't have to worry
But
about
the experiment is your fucking phone. The
No,
very
okay.
scientists you're denying right now built your phone. They had the science to build your phone.
We're knee deep in the weeds. Let's try to reset this back to something coherent. So, do you have any globe proof?
No, it's just because of the globe proof is science which you're denying.
Okay, so that's
we're
a
really just
geometry.
going to
It's a shape claim. So science would be a category error because science, that'd be the scientific method, natural science, right? You're going to test a cause and effect relationship, right? So, I mean, we're not even talking about the same category here.
Okay, now let me try something else. Have you ever flown in a... Do you say flown? Is that a word? Have you ever been in a plane?
Oh, so now I'm the one who's got to go do the globe proving.
No,
And
no,
I'm
no,
going to
no,
do it
no.
by flying in a plane?
I need
Shouldn't they have known it was a
you-
globe in the first place if they're going to fly around it?
No, I'm trying to give you proof, but you obviously don't believe in anything theoretical and anything like
No, you just don't
scientific
have
written
anything.
down.
You just don't
So
have
the only thing I can prove this to you is through experience, which is what you really value, right?
Yes.
So, have you ever been in a plane flying?
Yeah, so what?
Um, where
It's-
was that plane flying to, and from where to where?
From one continent to another, why?
As a flat earther, do you believe in this official flat Earth map? Do you have a map that you
No.
believe in?
No, I'm not claiming a map. I'm just talking about the physics of water. That's all I need.
So you're denying a globe.
Talking about the functionality of the plane, it pitches up to gain altitude, then it levels off, and you fly level the entire flight, and then you pitch your nose down so you can land.
So what do you have for globe proof then? Because the plane just flies level, so that would seem to indicate a flat, kind of level, planar Earth, right?
I don't really understand
the plane's
how you
not
can
pitching
deny
down
the
to follow
globe.
an
How you can
arrow.
deny the globe, but also not have any alternative.
No globe to
Like you
deny.
must.
No globe to deny, bro. You haven't
So-
provided any evidence for any because it's an illusion. I'm
So
telling you.
let me turn it around then. Can you deny? No, sorry. Can you disprove the globe? Because what I don't see is if you have
That's a
one
burden reversal.
possible solution. You have one possible solution.
We
that is
actually
the
don't.
globe.
That's a burden reversal. So that which is posed without evidence can also be dismissed without any. So you didn't provide any
You have
evidence
to
for it, so I
choose
can
to
just
believe in
dismiss it.
something, right?
No, there's no
You can't
burden on
prove
me
that
to
here.
debunk something that hasn't been validated to begin with. You understand? I mean, I could, but we don't have to. Where's the evidence for it to begin with?
Well, I'm trying to disprove flat Earth right now, right? So- And that
You're
has
trying to
nothing to do
debunk
with
flat. You're trying to debunk water seeking its level. Because if water
No,
seeks
that's
its
not-
level,
no.
it can only follow that.
That is not there's the
So
thing
the
this
Earth is
water
covered
seeks
mostly
its
in water.
level.
You gotta
You're gonna see that in a
stick with me
textbook
here.
for fourth graders or maybe fifth graders.
Yeah, okay,
Once
so
you get into like 11th
graders
grade,
are
nobody will see
more
that.
advanced scientifically than you are.
What is more scientific meaning advanced than me?
Fourth and a fifth grader, because they understand that water seeks its level. Somehow you got it all jumbled after that time that
Or
you were.
somehow, the more you learn about science, if you learn more about science, you actually understand that it's not water
Oh,
seeking its
okay.
level on a flat scale.
Okay, how was that
But you actually
scientifically
understand the physics behind
Yeah,
it.
okay, I got your claim. How was that scientifically demonstrated to you after the fourth or fifth grade?
I was on a beach and I saw a boat disappearing, and there are no possible other effects. I don't know what you were talking about. Refraction. That's not how
I
refraction
already
works.
gave you one. This isn't a scientific demonstration. This is just a repetition of the same claim you already made earlier.
Well, you believe that water levels out because you saw that, right? I believe that the Earth is a globe because I saw a boat disappearing on the
No,
horizon.
you saw an effect you attributed to a globe. You didn't see a globe.
You didn't see a flat Earth either, did you?
Yeah, I did. I saw flat water all the way.
Well, I also
Even
just
that
saw
ocean
part
where
of
you
the
think
globe.
the ship was disappearing over a curved body of water, I saw that same flat water. I saw it extend into the horizon further than it should have if it's a curved surface on the globe.
Let me just. Maybe I can pull up a video or something.
Yeah, the water's just flat as usual. Doesn't matter the scale, man. I'm sorry to break it to you.
Let's watch a video. Can somebody stream a video of a boat disappearing on the horizon?
Yeah, here, I'll give you one where it disappears and then it gets zoomed back. 1 second.
Yep, please.
I'll give you a few of them. There you go. No boat. No boat anywhere in sight. Then you zoom in, and there's a boat. So I mean, no physical obstruction.
I don't see anything. Can you show me the video?
Yeah, it's in the side chat.
Oh, okay. Mm. Mm.
We've also got National Geographic debunking the geometric horizon. Post that too.
Huh?
Yeah, National Geographic. They show
So
a
first
boat
of all,
vanishing.
none of these boats are actually disappearing on the horizon. That is just boats not being visible with the naked eye. So
Yeah,
that's
so
not what I
that's
was
how it
talking about.
Yeah, that,
And you can also, this is also not what I was talking about. This is also not
that's how it works. When you don't
where the bottom of the boat disappears and the top is still there. This is just zooming into a boat. This is not even related to the conversation. So can you give me like
so that was the point, is that it was an optical phenomenon.
this is not an optical phenomenon. This is
Yeah.
just zooming into. This is just zooming in. I want to see the optical
So when you saw
phenomenon
it
of a boat.
when you saw it disappear, it was just an optical phenomenon. It didn't go over a curve. Is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm not claiming that either.
Oh, okay.
Because
Well,
it's
then,
still too, it's not even far away enough for it to go into the curve, and
yeah.
it's
Well,
not
how
far
far?
away.
Okay, how far is far away enough? Google that real quick for me.
Probably if I'm not even sure about the exact.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I am though. I am. Do you want me to give it to you?
Yeah, please tell me. Never.
Yeah, so the formula for that's going to be 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. If you have a 6-foot observer, he's going to see something, or he should see the horizon at 3 miles given the radius of the globe. If you have an observer at, say, 1 foot of height, you should see the horizon at about 1 mile given the radius of the globe. With that formula that I just gave you. All right, so that's where you should start to see stuff disappear. 1 foot height, it's going to be 1 mile, 1.2 miles. 6 foot height.
Can you write that formula down? Can I see that?
Yeah.
It's hard to do some calculations with it if I can't even.
Post it in the chat.
Where do you have that formula from?
All right, I'll cite that too.
Wait,
Washington
you're
University,
not
Department
denying
of
anything.
Mathematics. 1 second.
We already posted.
There we go. Yeah, Department of Mathematics, Washington University. There you go.
Okay, cool. Okay. So
If you Google it
what
too,
is
it'll
your-
say the
what is
same
your-
thing. Where's the horizon? It'll say 6-foot observer, 3 miles. Same thing. That's the same formula. Now I can post an observation. Let's see.
Look.
Yeah, you said, it hasn't got to the horizon yet. It hasn't gotten far enough. So far enough would be 3 miles if you're standing 6 foot, would be 1.2 miles if it's a 1 foot camera height or something, let's say. I posted a picture taken from a 1 foot observer height. That's how high the camera was. We've got a rig at 9.4 miles, and behind that we see the horizon, meaning the horizon was further than 9.4 miles, meaning the horizon was much further than the 1.2 that you said it should have disappeared at because it's a globe.
Well, where does it say?
So the water's
how
flat,
tall-
just like I
he
told you.
thinks he thinks
Just like
it's
I told
flat.
you, it's flat. It's
Oh,
not
he
curved.
thinks he's flat.
I told you. Water seeks its
Why?
level, and he wouldn't
Why do you
accept
think it's
it.
flat?
So first of all, wait, let me see the.
Wrong, mate.
Yeah, my problem with that formula is there is no variable for the height of the object disappearing. Obviously, if it is taller, then it
why
will
do you think
take
it's
longer
flat?
for it to disappear.
That doesn't matter because we're just dealing with the distance to the horizon with that formula.
No, we are also dealing with the height of the object
No, we're not.
disappearing.
We're
because
just
of the-
with that formula and this argument specifically, we're just dealing with the distance to the horizon. So if the horizon is a physical obstruction caused by Earth curve that is occurring at a certain distance because of that rate of curve and the radius of the globe, then that's the distance it has to be at.
If you have a car, or just a boat, little small boat, and a skyscraper, and let's imagine skyscrapers can drive away from you.
Right.
You think both
What?
are gonna disappear at the same time?
No,
No, I'm asking Heretic.
I know. It's a really simple answer.
Wait, is he still? Hello?
What does it matter? It's an open panel.
No. Answer the question. Do you think they're gonna disappear
It's
at
already
the
been
same time?
answered.
The answer
You
is
said
no.
Very
you
relevant,
said
if you
no.
ask me.
What's
Relevant.
it,
What's the reasoning? What's the reasoning?
One has a larger angular size than the other. The skyscraper is really big. Compared to the car, the angular size is very small.
Yeah.
You're asking me what's
Jesus.
going to disappear first, a bumblebee or a mountain? Well, the bumblebee, because it occupies a smaller angular size with distance compared to the
Right.
larger angular size of the mountain.
Why is this a thing? Why is this 24-hour?
Yeah, because we're just trying
Shouldn't
to
even be a
educate you on
debate,
the
to be
physics
honest.
of water, right? Which
People
debunks
actually
your
believe.
Here's your problem. You're denying that the skyscraper would disappear last.
What's
You
that got
think
to
it
do with
doesn't
the Earth,
matter.
mate?
Right, this guy's got to shut up. If you're not interested in the conversation, dude, either leave the room or stick yourself on mute.
Hey, pipe down, you boring cunt.
Well done, Sunshine. That's very intelligent of you.
It is, mate.
Just
So
turn
you're
on your
saying,
mic. It solves that.
so let's get on to the
When
next
can I
person.
join the conversation?
What are we denying?
Well, right now he's coping with the horizon being further than he said it would be because it's a globe. He's trying to say, oh, well, how much of the thing should be hidden? Well, that doesn't matter because the horizon's further than it would be if it was the thing doing the hiding. So, game over.
Let me look at the source, because maybe the source was like referring to a specific object that was like of a specific height, because height has to be a
No,
variable.
you're still on the wrong track, buddy. We're talking
No,
about
let me
distance.
read it. Let me read it. You're using source, or you have to give me the
Well, you
chance.
don't need to read into it. It's my argument that I gave you. I know what it is. I'm not talking about the height or hidden height of something. I'm talking about distance to the horizon.
It's a very clear height. And
Distance to
for
horizon
showing-
is constrained by the curvature of a globe. It's
How
constrained to
far
a
is
distance
how
we don't
far
observe.
away is the horizon? I think what you're meaning is, or what the source is talking about, is when the horizon starts. You know, when
No
it starts to disappear.
No shit.
You know?
The horizon. When things start to disappear from the bottom up,
The thing is,
according
what
to
you
your
think
claim of
is
the Earth's fault.
the thing is, you think that as soon as the horizon starts, everything is just gonna immediately disappear, but that's not the case. They're gonna like gradually disappear the
Yeah, no
further
one
they're
said
away
that.
from
That's
you.
just your misunderstanding. No one said that. Gradually, yes. Bottom up obstruction, yes. We understand your claim. Your claim is the Earth curve is going
Heretic
to
is
stop
saying
us.
the
Why are you
opposite.
talking? Why are you talking?
No,
So your
Heretic is saying the opposite of this.
okay. So
He's not
your
disagreeing with
claim.
this.
Why are you talking? So your claim is the Earth curve is blocking the bottom of the object, so we can't see it, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So that means the horizon must be physical, right?
What does physical mean?
It's physically in the way.
Yeah.
Like I can't see on the other side
Yes,
of
it's
the mountain
physically in the
because
way.
the mountain is in the way.
Yes.
Right, cool. So you're saying the Earth is in the way. If we know the size of the ball, its radius, diameter, circumference, it's just a mathematical calculation. If we place an observer height of I above that surface and a tangent line imaginally drawn from that eyes to where it touches the apex of that curve. That should be the horizon physically obstructing things beyond it. What Heretic's trying to point out to you is the horizon is much further than that mathematical calculation. For the 1 foot observer that he's given you, the horizon, according to 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet, should be 1.22 miles. But the horizon is clearly beyond 10 miles because it's beyond the distance markers, in this case, the Oryx. So not physical Earth curve obstruction, optical.
Now find some way to miss the point as usual. It's such a difficult point to swallow when you love the ball that much.
Sorry, I've just never had someone questioning fundamental concepts.
Looks like you're lost in the sauce still.
Sorry, Mumbles, can you speak a little bit louder? You sounded depressed when you said that. What?
Um, Still trying to understand the source, sorry.
The source is an Earth curve calculator. The source is geometry and math. If we know the size of the circle, it's a mathematical calculation based on the radius and the height of eye above that curved surface to where you draw a tangent from your eyes to where it meets that curved surface at a point. You know what a tangent is, right?
Yeah.
Good. So this is that mathematical geometric claim. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's eye height in feet with a radius of 3959. The horizon for a 6-foot observer should be 2.8 miles away according to this calculation. According to the calculation for a 1-foot observer, it's at 1.2259 miles away. Square root of 1 is 1, times that by 1.2259, you get 1.2259. So you should have a geometric horizon where the Earth curve begins and things beyond it are hidden. In the very simple observation for the eye height at 1 foot, the horizon is beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles. Could be further, but if the Earth was a ball, it should be at 1.2.
But you see, I think what the misconception here is that after that horizon, things start to disappear, right? But that doesn't mean that things that are like way above like the surface of the Earth don't disappear. You know,
right?
So that thing, I think that's an oil rig, right? You can see that in both these pictures, it partially disappeared, right? Like in the second picture, like
Behind
left one.
Yeah. And where's the horizon? Is it beyond them?
You know, the horizon is just
Where's the horizon?
It's not something like it's you know, it's subjective. So if you mean like the horizon where things start to disappear, or if the horizon where the thing has fully disappeared, the horizon where it was fully disappeared would be like way farther away.
Throwing shit at the wall phase now.
You're a disaster.
Which said that?
Yeah, you're just desperately trying to cling to this ball idea now. So the horizon, that would be where the sky meets the surface of the sea. That would be at 1.2 miles. The sky is appearing to meet the surface further than 9.4 behind the rig. So there's no geometric globe horizon blocking anything.
Why? Your claim is the Earth is curving and getting in the way of things beyond the curve. You're pointing out something in front of the horizon, so in your paradigm, in front of the curve, which is disappearing from bottom up. So not the curve of the Earth that's making this phenomena happen, even if it is. That would be an optical phenomenon, not physical obstruction, because if it was physical obstruction, it would be caused by the contour of the Earth. In this case, it would be the horizon, which is beyond the things that you're claiming have been obstructed by the curve of the Earth. Weird.
No, I think joining this call without doing any preparation was a mistake.
It's okay, you can learn whilst you're here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Which is what we're trying to help you do now. Understand the mathematical claim about geometry and pointing out that when we go and test the geometric claim, it's not there. There's no Earth curve obstruction because depending on the technology that you use, your eyes, binoculars, telescope, high power zoom camera, and the atmospheric conditions of the day, the horizon, being as it's an optical phenomena, is going to move around.
Yeah. Okay, I don't think this is leading anywhere because, you know, I'm just gonna firmly hold on to my beliefs and I don't really understand what you are
The water's flat.
saying, like with the argument. So let's just continue elsewhere.
Okay. But the argument is the water is flat.
So you're also a flat earther then, right? Do you have like an alternative concept of how the Earth looks, like an exact concept, like a map?
No.
So why do neither of you guys have a concept? How can you believe in something that
He
doesn't
wants a
even-
replacement story. How cute.
What?
So I've got there are over 2,000 different types of projection map. I've got no way of really confirming any one of them individually. I just understand that the process to get to the map is going to require a flat Earth to do so.
How come all of them are like how? So the thing is with like all of these is all of them can be like disproven, but on a very easy scale, like not on a scale where we would like say like okay, there are arguments for this and that, but like actually logically, like if you try to explain simple processes like the sun and the moon and stuff, or how long a flight takes, that's another good argument.
Yeah, that surely debunks flat level water.
Yeah.
What?
None of these things are debunking our claim. The water's measured flat. That's all we need.
Oh, it's not all you need. You need to have the direction that you need to know how the sun works and how the moon works in the flat
No,
Earth.
my claim's not about the sun or the moon, though, is it?
Yeah, but we live in a world with the sun and the moon, right? So you can't just say, okay, this is like that. But
Let me ask you this. From my point of view, what do you think I say the sun and moon are?
you don't give a fuck about them.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. It's not that I don't give a fuck.
But the thing is,
hold on, my friend. I'll try and help you. I'm limited in my capacity to understand exactly what they are, right?
No,
I can't go. Yeah, I can't go to them, can I?
Well, if you're a flat earther, yes, because your worldview just
have you been to the sun?
What I think about them?
No, have you been to them?
Oh, no.
No,
you just need to explain. You just need to explain like basic concepts like dawn and all that stuff. If you're a flat earther, because
seriously,
that world where you live in with the flat Earth.
You want me to explain dawn to you?
No, how it exactly works, like with the concept and how the sun moves around. But do that, please. Yeah.
But dawn, when the sun comes towards us, and it gets lighter because the light source is getting closer, so the light will be brighter. That's why the sky starts to go from dark to dawn. You think that this is caused?
So you think when the sun is like down, when it's dark, you think the sun is just very far away and not actually being blocked by anything?
Yeah. Well, do you mean blocked by anything?
So what are the stars then? Are they very far away? What are the stars?
I don't know. See, this is the thing.
No, you don't give a fuck about them, right? Right. You just don't give a fuck. Anything you can explain, you just don't give a fuck.
Answer. Why don't you want to let me answer for myself? You seem to be saying that I don't give a fuck. No, I have limited knowledge. I can't confirm what the stars are. I can only stand on the earth and look at them. So I'm limited. I'm finished. So I'm limited in my knowledge about the sun, moon, and stars. I'm not limited in my knowledge of the earth. I'm on the thing. I can measure the thing. The earth is measured flat.
That's the difference between you and people who believe in the globe. We can actually explain these things despite them not being very close to us. And we have one.
I'll tell you.
What do you want to
tell you? All right. So you said believe. People who believe the earth is a ball, that would be a belief. I know the earth is flat because it's measured to lay horizontally over distance. That's a knowledge claim. I don't need belief.
Okay, then we also know that the earth is a globe.
How do you know first-hand knowledge that the earth is a ball?
We're going in circles.
How do you know?
We're just going in circles, you know.
No,
I
how
would
do you
prove
know?
them with the science
How do
experience
you
that you
know?
don't believe.
How do you know, Jenna? How do you know that the world is round?
Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, bro. So let's get back to this other guy. Keep yourself quiet, please, bro.
Okay.
Cool. So, my friends, you've made the claim that you know that the Earth is a sphere. How do you know this?
I can see it with my eyes.
You can see the Earth
Yeah,
with your.
I can see the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, where
And
do
this
you
is where
see?
we're going through the
Hold
circles
on.
again.
Excuse me. If you're going to go, look, every time you make an argument and then you're going to complain that we're going to be going round in circles again, I guarantee you the reason for the circles are going to be you. You've made the claim that you can see the curvature of the Earth. I'm just going to ask you where you see it.
I can see it in the plane. I can see it on the beach.
On the beach?
If I'm on the beach, I can see it, meaning the horizon.
Okay, so to be clear and specific, what type of curvature are you talking about? Are you talking about left to right deviation of a horizontal line, or are you talking about away from you? Which type of curve?
What the fuck does that mean?
Two types of curvature. One left to right, so the horizon will be curving. Two away from you. The horizon will be blocking things bottom up. What type of curvature do you see from the beach?
Second one, I guess.
Good. So this is how we're going to be going in circles then, because you're making the claim the horizon is physical, so things beyond it are being obstructed. We'll go back to Heretic's conversation with you, where we point out the horizon is much further than the mathematical equation. So
I
we're
just
going to go
don't
around
think that's true. It's just I haven't really informed
Why are you
myself on
talking?
that.
Why are you talking, dude? I'm just pointing out the reason that we're going to be going round in circles. That's you. You brought us back here, back to a claim that we debunked.
In your view, okay. In my view, it's you going in circles. Crazy, right?
Really? You've made
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna inform myself a little more on this horizon thing. That's where I am. I'm gonna maybe I'll be back tomorrow. And then we can continue tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, I'd run now if I was you as well. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
I guess it's up to Brad now to save the globe because the anti-spiral unit couldn't do it. Let's see. On to you, Brad.
Shit, I don't have anything planned because I was just here to listen to this because I thought it'd be entertaining. So I don't really have any
It is. We just need
arguments
a
locked
Glober.
and loaded.
Yeah, you can, chill in the audience if you want, but we need a Glober, or else it's not going to be that much entertainment.
Okay. Actually, I have more of a question than like an argument. Like, so you're making the claim that there's like this massive like conspiracy to hide the fact that the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, don't bother making those claims.
It's not hidden any longer.
Well,
Yeah,
like
it's not
yeah,
hidden.
for sure. But like,
Well,
why?
my claim
Why
is that
the
water
attempt?
seeks its level, and that is incompatible with a sphere with bending convex water all over its face.
Okay.
That's all I need to say. Draw your inferences from there if you want to, but that's really all I need.
Well, I don't really care about like whatever proof or evidence. I just want to know like why are all of these people getting together to just hide this thing from like everybody or
Your
try
guess is
to?
probably as good as mine. I'm sure that you can speculate as well as I can. So why don't you just start with the physics of water and go from there? But if someone else wants to spitball about it with you, go ahead. It's not really my jam.
But like you guys are like proposing a crime without a motive here. Like, what's the fucking
don't
point
need
of
that. You can
doing?
Well, the dead body is in the room. The dead body is apparent and obvious. Right now, the person says, well, why would they lie? Is the same question as, why I don't know why anybody would kill Miss Mary Jane. She's too old to be a sweet lady, right?
Yeah, you
I don't
caught
understand why anybody would kill Mary Jane. So now
you
you're dismissing Mary Jane's death in hopes that everybody will either overlook it that she's dead or she'll just come back to life, and that's not
yeah,
gonna fucking happen.
you caught him red-handed killing Mary Jane. You're like, well, I can't think of why he'd do it, so he's innocent. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter why.
And your teachers weren't in on the conspiracy. They learned the same bullshit you did. They believed it just as much as you did. Now, only key people have to be in on it. Only key people have to teach whoever's teaching the people that's indoctrinating you with the same bullshit that they were learning. Right? So it's not this grand conspiracy.
Well,
It
no,
is a
like assuming that all of like the space dudes, the astrologists, like the like the fucking Elon Musk and his entourage who wants to go to Mars or whatever the fuck, but like a shit ton of people whose whole thing is space and going to it and like looking at it, like there's so much fucking infrastructure,
right?
And like
Now,
all kinds of shit dedicated to this kind of like, all right, in your worldview, in this idea, right? That like it's all just fake. They're just staring at like it's just like giant like
Maybe they're a bunch of religious
Yeah, I get it.
cultists or something. They want to like indoctrinate the masses into their religion. I don't know.
Yeah. According to the math, right? Not even the height of the ISS will see a curved horizon. They will see a flat horizon also. So technically, the only people who have ever officially, according to the story, went out and looked at the Earth and seen it as a ball with their own eyeballs were the 16 people who went to the moon. 16 or 18? I don't remember. 12 people got to walk on the damn thing, and the other 6 got to sit in a little pod. So those people are officially the only people to ever see the Earth as a ball.
I have a question. If you guys had a chance to talk, because I know at least one of those guys is still alive, right? Like, if you had a chance to talk to him, would you think that he's just a liar?
You've already had people go and try and talk to him. They wouldn't even put their hands on the Bible and swear that they walked on the moon. And then several times, Buzz Aldrin himself will tell the people that, oh, we didn't go there. And then you got 2 people outside the United States, one Polish, one Russian, saying that the Earth's flat and we didn't go to space. So I don't know what we're trying to get at here. I'm just pointing out that the people who went to the moon are officially the only people to ever seen the Earth as a ball, and not even those motherfuckers were swearing the Bible saying, we went to the moon. And they were Christian.
Amen.
Bread bounced.
Pan got too hot. He didn't want to be toast.
I couldn't unmute myself faster in appreciation for that joke. That was very good. Brett didn't want to be touched.
What are you talking?
What are you talking?
I thought maybe like I had to drop again and come back. I was like, why am I not getting no audio? Alpha, you here? Oh, maybe he's at work. Is anybody here? Just
Yeah.
me and you, huh, Tactical?
No, Heretic here too. We just got done talking to a guy who was in denial about, the usual.
Ah,
What's up, PayPal?
hey, what's up, Jedi?
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to listen to me and Jesse talking yet?
No, man, I haven't had the chance, dude. I've been busy over the last couple of days. It's the first chance I've really had to pop in.
No worries. Yeah, I posted a link. I clipped it and I put it on YouTube. Over on X, he came into the spaces and we were talking for a minute there.
Who are you talking to? Sorry, mate, I missed that.
To Jesse.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That
Jesse
must have been.
Patholight. He came in. I'm telling you, man. If he doesn't get it after that conversation, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
He's had thousands of conversations, mate. He'll never get it. And if he does, he's just denying it.
Yeah, I think he's one of those guys that's just like blocking, because he would always be in like Tartaria server that was out like a couple years ago and having all kinds of conversations with Flares, Globs, and Concavers.
Mm. You know, I realized the other night there's a lot more people becoming concaver people on X over there. A lot of them are like they're jumping to that. It's like, what? Like, what do you guys do? You just reverse now how water's not level. It's not going down. It's going up now. Like, what the hell? Like,
Yeah, it's because they want a replacement, and Concavers, they give them a replacement. Us Flat
Yeah.
Earth are giving a replacement, so now they're just stuck in cog this, and this feels better.
Isn't that really weird? Like, so concavers created a model and they're like, look, it works. So now Globers are like, oh, it's like, what are you guys back in freaking grade school and you're just going to believe whatever someone told you because they had a model? But that's what they need. That's why they're constantly saying, give me a flat model, give me a flat model, because it's almost like if they had one, then they would just ditch the globe. If you made one for them that worked. And I think the concaver kind of did that for them. Like, you're absolutely right. Like, it gave them a model. Like, oh, now we could just believe in that. But it's like, dude, you're nothing different than a glober. You're still a glober. It's just a inverted globe.
100%. Like, Globers think refraction brings the image from down to up, and they're thinking the image is from up to down.
Yeah, really. It's no, man. This it is what it is, I guess.
Globers will say, look, an image of a laser pointing down. Concavers, look, an image of a laser pointing up. Flares, look, a laser pointing straight.
All right. Yeah, Jesse showed me this like octagon, like disco ball Earth. He's like, "Look, why can't this work?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "You don't get it." I explained it to him though. I was being kind to him, just being nice. But he does seem like he's on the autistic spectrum, so I just try to be kind to him. Everyone's out for Halloween, huh? Parties and stuff.
Not I.
Well, I mean, everybody that's not here. I mean,
Yeah.
I might
Let
go
us
down
out
to
early.
the. What was that?
My work let us out early.
Nice.
So now I got
I
all
might
the
go
time in
down
the
to
world.
the. I might go down to the parade tomorrow for the Dodger parade. But I was just thinking, like, I don't think I might not want to be around such huge of a crowd like that. Nowadays, it just seems dangerous to be in big crowds.
Nobody suspects the jogger.
Right? Yeah. I just don't want to be around 500,000 people. That's what they're projecting that it'll be. It'll probably be more, to be honest. But
Even as a kid, I didn't get the idea or understand why we would go to like watch things drive by for like 10 minutes.
well, in this case, it's not even 10 minutes. It's like they just drive by you. That's like less than a minute or two. And you're like, yay, hi. Okay, that's it. Like, right. It's just them on a bus. Like that's all they do. It's not like a parade where you have like, like 50 different school bands playing and floats and, just different acts. Like it's not like that. At least I don't think it is, unless they change it up and do like actual bands and stuff playing. I don't know, but it's gonna be tomorrow. They're saying they haven't had one since 1988. I'm like, dang, I remember that parade. That was a long time ago. But it was also different times back then. They couldn't do the parade back when they won in 2020 because of COVID. So that's why they didn't have one back then. But believe me, man, there's especially in LA that there's just so many idiots that thugs that like to go out and harass and rob and pickpocket. I'm like, I don't want to be in that. I'd rather just watch it from TV, I guess.
Yeah, that's better essentially because you can actually watch the screen for however long, and you could get to watch the entire length of them driving around rather than just having like a brief moment in a wave.
Right. Yeah, I could see them waving for like a whole hour of them driving all the way down. And then like the parking and just all that stuff. It's just gonna be all bad. I don't know why anyone would want to go, to be honest. Last night they like tore up the city. They were burning stuff and looting and breaking window. Oh man, it was all bad. Like these morons. Bunch of thug opportunists.
Yeah.
I'll put myself on mute. I'll just leave it as a background and listen to you guys smash some Glovers.
of law of gravitation, none of the laws of physics are logically.
There was a container, the force that the gas
density without weight. And back up. Climb. Or just get your own peanuts.
Caesar says, imagine thinking a steel ball full of helium weighs less than a steel ball full of air.
Bro, that's actually hilarious because have you ever it's kind of like it's similar but it's not exactly the same, but if you've ever like used a propane tank, the propane tank weighs significantly less when it's empty, but it's full of just air, gas. So how does it weigh more? Oh my god.
So you're saying metal
is more
You
dense
sound like
than
an idiot
other
for that
air.
one. Don't at me,
Some
I'm sorry,
bull-
but when you say some dumbass shit, I gotta at you.
So sorry, metal weighs more than air. Okay.
No, a full when it's full and heavier when it's empty. That's exactly how reality works. If you've ever worked with anything remotely,
It's the same thing, bro. A helium tank is lighter when you empty out the gases in it because regardless of what
it's lighter in the beginning.
So, guys, may I ask you something?
No, you're incorrect.
Are you clinically brainless people or what? Because you are waiting the fucking liquid form of that gas molecule when you condense it
not
into
in liquid form. It's in compressed air. It's not liquid.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb fuck shit. Shut the fuck up. When you put that air, that helium inside, for example, rubber, and you let the helium take the normal distance between each molecule and the other, and you don't condense it and turn it to liquid, not gas. You're waiting in liquid form of that gas, of that molecule. You're not waiting the gas form of that molecule. If you put that gas inside a rubber balloon, it will just rise up and lift that skin.
Press.
Don't be ignorant. Don't act retarded. We literally told you the shit. You understand the English language. I know you're fucking capable of fucking conversing with people, and you're not, bro.
How
You're
is
playing
what I
monkey.
said?
You're playing monkey, and you want to call me a monkey. It's fucking hilarious. It's ironic.
How is what
You're
I
playing
said?
monkey, bro. Bro,
How is what I said?
What I said.
No. What did I say that makes you think that I don't believe gas exists?
Bro. The shit you just explained, your explanation on how the fucking weight in a propane tank works, That was one. That was bullshit. You're using pseudoscience. You're a fucking PhD pseudoscience major. Like, okay. Number two.
No, gas doesn't have weight, bro. Doesn't
have
It's
weight?
it's unbonded. Gas is unbonded.
does. It
Bro, when you pick up a propane tank and it's full, does it not weigh more than when it's empty? Just answer the question. Simple, yes or no.
I already debunked that, dude.
Can you answer a yes or no question, bro? That's why you're a monkey. That's why you're retarded. Because you can't even answer a yes or no question. It's so simple.
I debunked it. No, I debunked that.
You debunked it.
Debunked it by saying it was a liquid in the tank.
It doesn't
No,
matter.
it's not.
Okay. Ignoring. Hold on. Ignore your debunction or whatever the fuck. When you pick up an empty propane tank, it's less heavier than when it's full. Yes or no? It's simply a yes or no question. There's only one of two possible answers that you could give. Give one. Go.
I explained it.
Oh
Okay,
my god.
I've
This
already
is
explained it.
everybody take a good look.
And
This
you
is what a
do
retarded, ignorant
explain it.
person looks like. You tell them, you're literally telling them, you're explaining in depth, you're providing evidence, scientific facts, shit that
I'll
cannot be
explain it
refuted,
again
and
for you.
then you have ignorance. This is what ignorance is gonna do.
I'll explain it again for you. So the gas in the container is pressing outwards in all directions. So the reading you're getting, the reading of weight you're getting,
Yeah. Bro, I'm not talking about the reading. We're not talking about
Didn't it also press upwards and cancel out the downward effect and making it like the effect cancel out? That makes no sense either.
No, yeah, you're right. That doesn't make any sense. But that's where you're getting the reading of weight from. Is when you put the canister on the scales. It is measuring the gas that is pressing down from the inside of the container.
Okay,
So when
but you're also saying there would
when
be
you
a force pressing up, and that would remove the weight. You literally are saying nonsense.
So when you take out the gas, there's nothing pressing on the container, so you don't get a reading. It's got nothing to do with gas having weight. It's retarded.
I didn't even weigh it. I've literally just held these things.
I'm not, yeah, bro. We're talking about if you just pick up with your hands when it's full versus when it's empty. Is it not heavier? Is it not harder to move?
Kid. You've never read what's inside a propane
You don't need to
tank.
know what's inside when you pick it up with your hands, bro.
You fucking stupid kid! You're not weighting the gas. You're not weighting gas. Propane in the tanks. We put it in a liquid form, in a liquid phase. You want Wikipedia to tell it to you? Just put propane in a Wikipedia, and it will tell you in the second paragraph that we make boiling point.
All right, hold on, bro. Literally nothing of what you're saying makes sense.
So in a house fire, why does the fire go up? Why does fire burn upwards? I'm curious.
We sell propane as pressurized. No. Till you can see that you are fucking ignorant about what's inside.
No, but I want you to draw on your wall physically right now, you personally.
I have, but it doesn't help me drive the point at all.
Oh no, that's the only thing that's going to help me. I need to see
Yeah, I just did it, but I don't know how
it.
it helps you or anybody else in the audience, especially on YouTube. You know, I don't want to anger one of the mods because the YouTube people cannot follow what's on my wall at all.
Oh, brother, the YouTube people, oh yeah, they will. You film it and then you clip it in
No,
there. And then
I am unable to film it.
and I'll post it on live YouTube for everybody to watch. And every Glober, Professor Dave, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill, all your heroes, any human, all the teachers you learn from will say, dang, this is the only human that's ever got up and personally drew the curve of the earth on the wall that didn't match a horizontal line.
That'd be nice, but unfortunately I'm unable to comply right now at the moment.
So what human's ever done that?
I have.
You have, but you can't. That
I
made no
cannot
sense.
show it, but I've done it like it's in front of my face right now.
But you've done it. So you can't do magical backflips and fly, and you're not bulletproof. You are bulletproof, and you can fly, but you can't show us.
I cannot show this wall thing, but I can show you a measurement of the curvature, if that's okay.
So you can walk through walls, but you won't show us.
I could show you a measurement of the curvature, if that's of interest.
Yeah, you can show us a picture of it, or on a video.
No, I could show you the actual results of the measurement as well.
No, brother, listen. The results of your fucking measurement would be on the wall next to my horizontal line. We know the Earth is horizontal and flat.
I'm not able to visit you right now and interact with you or your wall.
We know, you and I know, all the elevation in reality follows a horizontal premise and a horizontal baseline of 0.
That's what I thought until I measured the curvature, and since then my understanding of reality has changed significantly because of an empirical measurement.
Yeah, it has to. Reality
did,
has to
yes.
change with reality. Yeah.
My understanding of reality
you
has
had a
changed.
belief. No, you had a belief. Then you looked at the empirical idea of
That's
horizontal
right.
measurement.
Now I have knowledge.
Now
yes.
you understand that
Yes.
reality was always
Yes.
a horizontal
Exactly.
empirical measurement
Right on.
that you or no
That's
Glober
exactly
can
what
refute. You or no Glober can refute the horizontal
That's
line. that
exactly
I
what
have on the
happened.
wall.
Pete, why are you in here pretending to believe in the globe again? Just yesterday you told us you'd abandoned the globe.
I don't think I have. I think this was one of your famous
Yeah, you
hallucinations.
said you don't believe in the gravity story anymore, remember?
Yeah, but that's a completely different
That's
problem.
Right. So
That's
without
right, I
the gravity
forgot about
story,
that.
you don't have the mechanism for making balls in the first place.
Well,
Cyclone.
I just observe. I just observe nature.
So you're the globe abandoner, remember? I'm glad you changed your name from Peter the Globe Prover, because as we pointed out yesterday, that wasn't the case at all. You'd abandoned the globe, so I'm glad you've changed that.
Thank you.
Because you don't have gravity anymore, right? So you don't have a mechanism to have a ball to begin with.
That's right. I just have things falling.
Yeah, you only have things falling on a flat plane. You don't have any motion for balls forming into balls and mass.
See, I
attracting into
thought
mass
so.
and making
I
balls.
thought so, but then I went and measured that surface and it curves.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. That's the subject of the discussion here. Is my measurement of it.
Nah. How would you have a curving surface? How would you have anything that's a ball?
I don't know how, but that's what nature is.
Nah, you need a mechanism for that, which you don't have.
Well, there are many mechanisms that we don't know of.
Okay, so what's the mechanism that made it a ball?
I don't know.
So you've abandoned the globe.
No, I've abandoned gravity. Mass attracts mass.
You've got PT's Discord globe religion. Not the globe as in what's taught at school and what's on the media, what's in the news, what NASA are talking about. You don't believe in that.
No, I never look at what NASA
PT's
says.
little Discord. You've got PT's Discord globe religion. Is what you're into.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you should make that clear to everyone. You're not talking about the globe. You're talking about PT's Discord globe religion, which is.
I'm talking about a measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, you didn't measure any curvature of the Earth.
Yes, I have.
No, you didn't. What curvature of the Earth?
The curvature that I measured, that one.
Whereabouts was that?
It's shown on the screen.
What's shown on the screen?
The answer to your question, whereabouts was that, is shown on your screen.
No, you'd print it out in AutoCAD, and we'd have a 3D.
Your image with the buildings on it.
No, you're asking different questions. You're asking a series.
Here, and you're pointing with your arrow that points to flat water, and you say water curving here. Is that it?
No, that's the answer to the previous question, the one before you asked.
So where it says water curving here, it's just on flat water. Why have you wrote water curving here?
Because it's clearly curving.
No, that water's flat. How are you saying?
No, it's not. I'm showing you the precise tool measurement showing that it's curving.
No, I can see it goes up to the horizon, which is horizontal. Where's
it's not pointed at the horizon at all.
No. It goes up to a horizon. The water follows on up to a horizon, which is horizontal. There's no curve. Where's your curve?
It's clearly, you see the number on the screen, the negative 0.0440 degrees? That's the curvature.
Water curving here, the water curving here, that's flat water that you're observing. I'm not seeing any curve with
I
flat
see.
water.
I understand why you're confused. That's water seek level.
Because you wrote water curving here.
Let me help you.
Curving.
I'll walk you through it. I think it's my evidence, so I should walk you through it, shouldn't I? That's water seek level.
Why do you have to ask me questions for your evidence? Walk us through your evidence. You wrote water curving here.
Okay.
No, this is your evidence. So water curving here, you've written.
Yes.
When I see it, I just see water level. Where's the curve?
Let me improve that for you.
And he didn't even put the distance markers on it. You should have put water curves here at this many miles, and it curves here at this many miles. Like 2 different places it's curving.
Got a point.
What's the observer height and what's the distance that you're observing? Can you see the globe abandoning?
Yes, the answers to your questions are on the screen.
Well, I'm not looking at the screen, so just tell me.
Observer height 17.07 meters, target height 68.27 meters, distance on surface between the 2 points 34.12 kilometers.
Okay, so what's the distance? What's the distance to the horizon?
No horizon is involved in this argument.
So then you'd have a point.
What's the distance to the observable horizon?
No horizon is referenced in my proof.
There's no horizon.
I'm not mentioning the horizon. That's your claim.
Well, you're not mentioning it, but where is it observed?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No, he doesn't have a point.
Have to know that. You'd have to know that.
I wouldn't, because I'm not here to discuss the horizon. I'm here to measure the curvature of the Earth.
But you're talking about curvature. That's supposed to be the horizon, is it not?
That's your fetish. Horizon is your fetish.
Because you said to Radwin, you're not seeing left to right curvature.
That's not what I'm measuring.
Left to right curvature. You're seeing the toilet roll tube curvature, which would be.
I'm measuring the curvature of the Earth.
Your position is incoherent.
You're looking at flat water and saying that's curved. Looking at flat water and saying, "Hey, that's curved," isn't a measurement of curvature.
That's not true.
Well, yes, it is true, because the water would be observably flat, not curved. I don't know why you've written water curving here when the water's carrying on.
And here. Not only in the one place, here and here.
Yeah, it's more like a geodesic or something you're talking about.
I'll give you an updated version of this slide because you're
Peter, I don't know. This whole new globe religion that you're preaching is pretty incoherent at the moment.
Pretty stupid. If the water was curving at any of those points that you marked in the picture, then we wouldn't see more water beyond it. But we do. That's not the sum of the water curve.
Yeah, and that would be resulting in a geometric horizon, which you're trying to deny again.
I'm not denying it. I'm simply not referencing it.
Can't work. All right, so you're claiming.
There are fish in that water too, but I'm not bringing them up, am I?
So you're claiming
there are fish, there are whales, there are dolphins in that water, and I'm not bringing them up.
Is there a geometric horizon of the ball Earth?
Maybe.
Maybe? What do you mean maybe? Yes or no?
I choose not to answer the question.
Okay, so you don't have a curvature then.
It's not relevant to my argument.
Just like that lady yesterday. You know it, but you don't want to answer it.
Exactly.
Not relevant to my argument.
So for some
Very
reason,
convenient.
to demonstrate that the Earth is a ball with water
I
wrapped around
chose
it
this
is
argument
neglecting the
very
summit of
carefully
water
not to
curve
reference the horizon.
deliberately.
It is not coincidental that I'm not referencing the horizon. This is on
Not
purpose.
only is he neglecting the summit of
Yeah,
water
of course
curve,
it's on
he
purpose.
marks two spots in the image as being the summit of water curve, even though the water obviously continues beyond it, which is obviously not the summit of water curve.
Peter, what are you trying to hide?
No, absolutely nothing.
Maybe you should go back to guarding Doritos.
Are they
Not
really
sure what
Dorito
that
guards?
means.
Yeah, you need to look after those tiny cheese.
I would love to see a Dorito guard. I've never even heard that concept.
Oh, well, I watched that lady get grilled yesterday from the Secret Service, and that's what wanted her to resign and go back to guarding Doritos because she worked for Coca-Cola, who owns Doritos.
The Secret Service? Ooh.
Yeah, the lady who let the shit go down, the one they're blaming.
What?
Trump. Yeah, you missed the whole hearing yesterday.
Holy goddamn. The Dorito guard. So again, not only did he fail to demonstrate that it's only possible to get this parameter set from a curved surface and impossible to get this parameter set from a level surface, didn't use any deductive a priori reasoning whatsoever. He's begging the question as to the water curving around the ball and neglecting the summit of the water curve, which isn't there, and mark two spots, even though there's only one summit of water curve, and mark two spots where the water is still continuing beyond them. That's 5
I don't even
points of error.
understand where he's gotten. I don't even understand where he's getting this water curves here. Like, what's he even looking at in the image, which is saying curvature? That's just level
The
water.
surface. I'm looking at the measurement of a curvature and the water conforming to the curvature.
No, but there's no
And the curvature that isn't there.
There is. It's clearly shown on the screen here.
Yeah, you're
It
deluded.
would be like you writing on the black swan in front of the rig's curvature here, when it's clearly not.
But clearly it is there. You see the number, right?
If either of those points were the summit of water curve, then we wouldn't see the water behind them.
You
We see the water behind them, therefore it's not the summit of water curve at either
That's not
point.
the number you
You're
should
talking
see
to the
if the Earth
refutation.
was
I'm going to say
flat.
it again without you stumbling through me.
If the
I'm going to
Earth
say it
were
again without
flat,
you
you would
stumbling
see
through me.
0.112.
Obviously, was speaking before you.
Positive.
You're still trying to suppress my
So it's a
reputation.
huge difference.
You know full well this
It's a
is a bonus
difference
tolerance
of
is a doctor refutation to your bullshit.
0.154,
Yeah, you're still trying to suppress the
which
refutation because you
is
know this is a very embarrassing point for you.
many.
So if any of the 2 points in that picture that you highlighted were the summit of water curve, then we wouldn't see the water beyond them. We do see the water beyond them. Therefore, neither of the 2 points in your photo is really the summit of water curve. You're deluded.
Yeah, where did the curvature go on the black swan? Where did it disappear to that bit?
Oh, it's clearly visible there.
Yeah, that's pure
Oh, it's clearly
repetition
visible.
fallacy after my deductive
Okay, Peter.
refutation.
Okay, Peter. That's fine. I can post the image, and you just draw the line where the curvature is. Yeah.
Okay. I wish the person who took that photo measured the curvature. They failed to do that though.
That's okay. You're just going to draw the
I just
line
took
where
a
you
photo.
see the
Okay.
curvature in the
I will.
black swan. Yeah.
I will.
Cool.
Hey yo,
You draw the
I'm
black swan,
Jewish.
Andy.
I'm Jewish and Muslim.
Hold on. Shut up. Shut up.
You're all our servants to
Hold on.
me. I'm Jewish and Muslim.
All right, you're bricked. Someone post the black swan image because the bot's not working.
I can find it for you.
Okay. Well, since you've got it, just draw the line where the curvature is.
I'm looking for it. I'll have it in a minute.
All right. It's worked for me, so I'll post it in chat if it's easier.
Please. Okay, post it.
Oh, I was on mute. Okay, so you've drawn going all the way up to the horizon, the visible horizon.
Yeah.
So that's a geometric horizon, meaning that the globe that you now believe in has a radius of about 250,000 miles. Yeah.
I wish someone measured the curvature in that photo. The
Well, you're saying
one I
you're
measured
saying
is
that's curvature.
6,371 kilometers.
Well, no, because you've just drawn the line on the black swan, and you're saying that the visible horizon is the curvature point. that we
Yeah,
can no longer see
unfortunately,
beyond.
the measurement was not performed by the author of that photograph.
250,000 mile radius. That's what you believe in now.
Can you point me to the measurement?
No, you've just drawn your line. When you were asked to draw the curvature, you're saying the whole thing is curving up into the horizon. Yeah?
Yes.
So that's a geometric horizon.
There might be a geometric horizon somewhere there.
Well, that's
yeah.
what you've drawn it to. That's what you've said the curvature is.
Okay, and?
Mm-hmm. So your geometric horizon is beyond 10 miles for a 1 foot observer, yeah?
I don't think so.
No?
No.
So what's the distance?
I don't know. No measurement was performed by the author of that photograph.
Well, what's the distance of that furthest rig?
Why are you asking me? I didn't measure that. That's not my claim. That's your claim. It's your evidence. Well, I'm sorry, that's not my evidence. So don't ask me questions about your evidence.
So what distance do you think the rig is at? Then?
I don't know. I didn't measure it.
So how would you know that that's going to a geometric horizon conforming to?
I wouldn't know. This might be CGI for what I know. Did you take that photo?
Uh-oh. He's now claiming that live clip is a fake, just like that other fucker did, and he
I'm
got
sorry.
banned.
If you
So
tell me
now
that
he's
you took the
claiming that
photo,
this live clip is a fake.
how would I know? Did you take it?
I've clipped it myself from the video many times.
Okay. If you say you took
So,
this
Pete, you're
measurement,
saying
or
this
your
GIF?
friend says, I will believe it.
So what? This GIF that I just posted, you're saying that's CGI?
I'm not saying it's CGI. I just don't know how to tell.
That's what you just said. So you think that's CGI or no? The GIF from the video.
I am undecided.
The whole
I don't
video.
know.
You can watch the whole video, however long it is.
I am undecided.
Him talking, him walking around, all that shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish he made a measurement.
Pete, you said you see the curve in this.
I do, but it's not measured. I don't know what the value is because it's not been measured. But I definitely see a curve, yeah.
And that horizon is the curve, right? That's where we can no longer.
No, the horizon's not the curve. I showed you where the curve was. The curve
that's
is the line.
geometric horizon. Yeah,
the curve
goes all the way up to the horizon.
My friend, you asked me to draw the curve. I drew it for you, obviously, using a straight red line. Why are you bringing up the horizon?
You're curving all the way up to the horizon, and that's where the curve stops, because you can no longer see.
No, the curve goes infinitely. A curve of a sphere is infinite, right?
Yeah, so it goes beyond that horizon, but that horizon
goes around the globe, so to speak. Yeah, of course.
So you've got a
around the globe.
250,000 mile radius ball.
That's your claim. How did you measure that? How did you measure that? Could you tell me how you measured that?
Based on the black swan observation. You said you see the curve, and the curve goes all the way up to the horizon. That's what you drew. That's what you drew.
Yeah. Can you point me to the measurement of the values that make you conclude it's 200 and whatever thousand?
You can look them up. The distances are on the.
What would I look it up? It's your claim.
Because you're claiming that that's not the distances.
I'm not claiming anything. You're claiming a specific value. I'd like to understand why. Why are you claiming that value?
Yeah, look it up.
Look
You're
what
disagreeing
up?
with those distances?
Why are you claiming that specific value? I walked you through my measurements. Now, and the value I got is completely different.
You didn't do any measurements.
Yes, I did.
You drew an arrow on flat level
Right
water.
here, I'm showing you right here on the screen the actual measurement and the value of radius of 6,370 kilometers, give or take.
The radius is 250 because you've got a 1 foot observer.
Please show me your measurement. Please show me your measurement.
The observation. You've already seen.
I am persevering through your pedagogy, and I'm asking you to show me the measurement.
CGI. You said it's not CGI.
Please show me the measurement.
It's in the meme. You've already shown it. You said, I see
show me the measurement. That's not a measurement. You showed me a photograph of oil rigs with no measurement.
Spiraling out. Yeah.
Please show me the measurement.
I see the curve.
I will go on mute until you show me the measurement. Thank you.
Yeah, you'll just go on mute. Easy. Sad spiral. Now the oil rigs are CGI.
I forgot he gave up gravity.
He gave up his entire globe religion when he gave up gravity.
Forgot all about that.
So he's got PE's for globe religion.
I was looking for I thought I had the image of Black Swan with the mile markers and where they're placed in the ocean there, and wherever that's a bay or whatever that is.
Yeah, he already knows the distances involved in that aren't even disputed by his side. But
and the island and a piece of land is marked too. It's either outcrop or an island or whatever. That's even marked on that one, like 40 miles or something.
The Cope's strong with that one. Have we got any other 250,000 mile radius globers in the chat? Or is it just Peter? Peter must be wondering, how much extra land have we got then, since the radius is at least 250,000 miles? Must be top of his to-do list.
Posted the Doritos quote for Gregory, but I don't think he saw it.
Yo, how could you launch a rocket on a flat Earth? Does anybody know science?
Yeah, you just light
you can't actually. You can't actually.
Burns and then it goes up in the air.
How much fuel would you need to leave the atmosphere on a flat Earth? By the way,
you don't leave. How are you leaving it? How are you leaving?
Oh, so you're saying rockets? They don't go into space. There's no.
Do you think the launch pad? Do you think the launch pad of a rocket? Hold on.
Like, have you ever been to an actual launch, like down in Florida? I suggest you go.
Yeah. The rockets go up and they turn sideways, and then you don't see them anymore. What about it?
That's not true.
Answer me this.
That's not true.
Is a launch pad that they launch rockets off? Is that launch pad flat or curved?
You're like asking me, is the Earth flat or curved right now?
No, I'm asking you for the launch pad that the rocket.
Did I build the launch pad? Am I a structural engineer?
What do you think?
I don't know.
What do you think?
Like, what the hell?
What would you
I have
think?
no idea.
You don't know.
There's no way to tell. You'd have to measure it.
The launch pad could be curved.
Is the foundation straight? No. No one's house's foundation is straight.
Your foundation.
A house leans depending on the ground that it sits on. You can look around your house. You'll see cracks in the ceiling. Walk around your house. I guarantee you.
You got curved foundation.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, there's no flat place on this planet. There's no structural flat place. Everything, you have to build a foundation, right? If there's a reason we build foundations before we place buildings.
Go build something on water.
There's plenty of things built on water. There's literal countries that live on top of water.
Can you build a tube on water?
Islands.
Countries that live on top of water.
Yeah, they live in huts on river. There's people that live on the Amazon. They live on a river.
Lives on a river.
Yeah, you can read a National Geographic magazine. You'll see it eventually.
Which country is that?
There's countries in the Maldives. They have buildings that live on the water. There's countries around the Philippines. They literally have markets on water in Vietnam. Have you ever been to Vietnam? They have everything's on the water in Vietnam. Everything.
Vietnam, they don't all live on water.
Yes, they do. They live. Their huts, their literal houses are in like rice paddy
so the
fields.
Vietnam War.
Everything's
Vietnam
over
War
water.
in the
Yeah,
60s,
for the most part.
That
Yeah.
was all a naval battle. The Vietnam War, right?
For now we're talking about the Vietnam. I'm talking about Vietnam now, not
You're talking
70
about
years
the
ago.
country. Yeah, okay. So 70
80
years
years
ago they had
ago.
land. So in the 60s they had land, but now they live all on water in Vietnam.
Everything, the middle of America was covered by water.
I think that's
back in the
because of
prehistoric
global
age.
warming. The global warming, water rose in Vietnam.
You have to, before you build a building, you have to build a flat foundation because there's no flat
The ice
terrain.
melted in Vietnam.
There's
All
nothing
the ice
that's
melted
flat.
in Vietnam.
Yeah, was it climate change that put Vietnam all underwater since the war?
Vietnam's not underwater.
Well, you just said they
There
all
are
live
places in Vietnam that are above water, right? The water is present. There's
but you said
rivers,
the whole country lived
thousands of
underwater.
rivers everywhere.
Oh, it sounds like Florida.
Waterways.
You said this country.
Yeah, you ever heard of a what is that thing that they have in the Gulf? What do they call them? Jackup boat. You ever heard of a jackup boat? Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, they have Florida has
like
the whole.
Look up, go to Google image, type in jackup boat. You probably don't even know what that is.
Yeah, but you said the whole country. You said the whole country lives on the water.
There are countries where a majority of their people, yes, they live above the water. Yes, they do.
Oh,
so nobody lives underwater.
No one said anything about living underwater, my man. I don't know where you pulled that from.
In huts.
You said they live above the water.
Yeah, they do.
Like Waterworld. Yeah.
No.
Kevin Costner.
They live above the water.
Well, yeah, everyone lives above the water.
You ever heard of a houseboat? Plenty of people do it.
I live 1,200 feet above the water. So now what?
Yeah.
So what do you call a yacht? Is that not like a building on the water? I mean, a yacht's what, 140 foot long, 120 foot long? A yacht is definitely bigger than any of our houses. I guarantee you that. So you got this mega structure on top of the water where hundreds of crew members and rich people live.
That's not a yacht.
I don't call it. I don't call a yacht the whole country of people living above the water. That's just retarded.
Cruise ships have hundreds of thousands.
That's not retarded. Look at it. Look at a fucking cruise carrier, dude. They got thousands of people living on that. Thousands.
Thousands of people.
The whole country. The whole country.
Yeah, Britain's got a couple of carriers, bro. A couple. There's plenty of people that live above the water. You act like it's not possible.
NBA. I just want to say something. So far,
talk about rockets. Talk about rockets. Why we have ex-engineers?
Dude. So far, your proof is cruise ships.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I've never seen a building built without a foundation.
Let's go back to your original.
There's no flat area on this planet.
You can't launch a rocket on a flat surface. That was your claim, right?
No, your concern is like space isn't a vacuum and all this bullshit. Whatever the fuck you're trying to say.
Yeah, prove your
space. You're saying that everything that goes on in space isn't even real. Like, go to a fucking launch site down in Florida.
Prove your space. Prove your space.
Hold on, Miguel. Chill.
He's a troll.
Yeah, I know.
He was talking about rockets. He was talking about.
Miguel, we know.
Yeah, we know. This is what they do.
But go down there in person. I don't have to prove nothing to you.
Show me a rocket working inside a vacuum chamber.
Please. Let Cyclone walk him down the road.
Yeah, Cyclone, he's telling us that the Earth is flat. Like, NBA is telling us. He says there's no flat spots on this planet, so they have to level it with a foundation, right? You have to find a flat spot to build a house. Well, NBA, what are they using to create that flat spot? I'm just curious. What are they referencing?
They're referencing a measurement, right? because
Yeah, what are they using?
everything that you're building has to be
NBA,
a
I'm
certain
asking you a
measurement.
very specific question.
What do you
What are
mean?
they
What are they
referencing
using?
to
They're
make
using
that flat
fucking
spot?
lasers. What are you talking about?
spirit
Lasers.
level.
Lasers, yeah. What are those lasers?
You can literally go buy it.
Okay, so he's spiraling because he knows he fucked himself. NBA. Is there a spirit level or a water level of some kind in that laser? Just curious.
Yeah, you can go down to Home Depot and buy one.
And what do they use to reference flat? What do they do?
A measurement.
Yeah, what do they use to make that measurement?
It's called zero level, right? If it's zero, it's level.
Zero. Oh, zero. Oh, where would they get that reference from?
Mathematics.
Mathematics? So it's just a mathematical zero.
Everything
right?
we do is numbers. Everything. Our money, our value, our time, everything is math.
And where does that value come from?
Cutting drywall on a laser line.
Yes, you do. It's the 21st century, bro. We don't use.
Bring it back to zero, brother. What is the zero referencing?
NBA. Where do they get the zero from? Where does that value come from? They don't just make it up. Where do they get it?
So what? You want me to say they use a chalk line? Like this is the 1920s? No, they use a laser.
A what line?
Hold on a second. You're still going to
Zero
avoid
is
it.
saying zero is a reference to something. So zero is the same everywhere. So what is that?
Where'd they get that value from, NBA?
What do you mean? Is zero? What are you talking about, bro?
Where did they get the value from?
Value of
Where'd they get
zero
it
is
from?
nothing. What do you mean?
Where did they get
I
that
don't
value
understand
from?
what
Where
you're
does
trying
that?
to say.
Well, listen. If you don't understand, what's up, buddy?
I don't think he's ever built anything. He's just imagining shit he saw somewhere because he doesn't understand how to set up a laser level.
I think you're correct.
You might have to explain this one to him because he's
Actually, they're
definitely
pretty
not getting
user
it.
friendly nowadays. They come with a tripod.
He's not understanding how I'm putting it to him, so I'll let you guys maybe help him out.
Bro, you're trying to ask me to defy zero. How do you defy zero? Zero is zero.
No, it's not about the number. It's about the
Zero is literally
circumstance
zero.
of the device
There's
you're
nothing else to
using.
say.
He didn't say defy zero. He said where do they get zero from?
Where does zero come from, my man? The fucking thin air. Can you see one? It's a fucking number. What do you mean? Mathematical is a universal language. 1 + 1 is 2 on every planet in the known universe. It's literally
yeah. But to get the zero, dude, to get the zero, you're going to have to have a reference point of what zero is. So that reference point would be something. So what would that be? Otherwise, you can't know what levels you're getting.
Okay.
You need that
So
data.
you're trying to say define what a straight line is. That's what you're trying to say.
No, that's too.
Well, what are you trying to say then?
How do you level your laser to make sure you got a horizontal
So how do you know that 1 inch is 1 inch? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you the mechanics
That is
behind
how do you know?
leveling your
I don't know.
laser.
How is 1 inch 1 inch?
on the
Who
wall.
made that up? Who said 1 inch is 1 inch? I don't know.
Bro, don't just talk to yourself.
The hell?
Don't just
You
talk
think I
to
know who
yourself.
made that up?
Listen.
Who invented a?
Don't just talk to yourself and monologue. You're being asked questions. Listen to them and answer them. Then you might progress. So just talking through everyone and speaking to yourself.
How do you level your laser level so that you know you have a horizontal line on your wall?
How do you level your laser level?
Yes. When you set it, when you take it out of the case and you put it on a tripod. Yeah, when you put it on a tripod, you have to set it up and calibrate it. How do you do that?
It calibrates itself.
How?
With the calibration button.
You literally press a button and it does the math for you.
Device? Do you mean your fingers or?
I'm looking at the instruction manual online right now. So basically, you put the measuring device on a flat surface. You look through where you want to build the foundation or whatever. You press a button and it points a laser and it levels it out for you and shows you exactly what you need to do.
Bro, normal construction
to build a flat
workers
foundation.
do not need those
That's an auto
mechanics.
Look,
It
they
actually
use a
makes it a
laser
hell of a
level to
lot
level the
easier.
concrete for the house floor.
I know 70
They use it all the time.
They use it, yeah, and they love it. They
How
absolutely love
accurate
it.
is the
They
laser
put it in the
level?
center of the room, and the laser then marks the entire room with all of the markings that they otherwise would have to draw out.
Hold on, guys. We've got Radwin who's trying to speak to NBA, so let them speak.
Okay, so apparently laser levels are like it's almost infinite on how accurate they are because it's a fucking laser. Light doesn't bend. Light travels in a straight line.
That's beautiful.
So
I'm glad you
lasers
said
are
that.
inherent. Lasers will never change unless you put them through like a reflection or some bullshit.
Magnetic field.
Lasers are straight infinite. They're infinitely straight on a if you shine a laser into space, it infinitely goes in a straight
You're
line.
dumb as hell. Shut up.
No, that's true. That is literally true. There's
No,
nothing
you're
you can say
fucking
about that.
dumb.
No, you
Stop.
can't say lasers aren't straight, bro. I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, bro.
That's a good segue into the laser test.
You can't say that.
What-
Lasers are straight infinitely.
Thank you, Cyclone. You know
No.
exactly where that's
Lasers
going.
don't change.
You said
No.
lasers don't. They shoot a straight line, and you're right.
They do.
Are you assuming a laser's sexuality?
They shoot a straight line infinitely on an infinite plane.
Don't go off topic.
We'll go through the lasers with him. He's saying the lasers must go in a straight line. Well, there you go. Welcome to Fire.
That's right.
Wait, what are you saying?
Widen. When you shoot a laser from the point that you shoot it to wherever your target is, that target amount of your laser is always going to be wider than the area you shoot it from in the source.
Yeah, but the device is accounting for that.
That doesn't mean it's bending. That just means it's widening. So if you shoot it for a mile, it's going to be 10 foot tall. If you shoot it for 80 miles, it's going to be 50 to 80 miles. You know what I mean? Every mile you shoot, the length that you shoot that laser, the wider, the taller and wider that light's going to get at the end of that. No matter what laser.
Right, but you need to be focusing on his attention on the fact that the deviation or the obstruction that's supposed to be caused due to the drop, due to curvature, means that laser is going to be obstructed before it hits a target over a certain distance. But when it's tested, people are able to shoot this laser far in excess of the claimed curvature. That's the point. You're saying the lasers don't bend? Cool. Well, they're shooting distances that wouldn't be possible on a globe. But you need to know.
Well, I mean, technically, if you have a strong enough laser, you can do an crazy
NBA
shit.
enjoyer. The floor is flat when they play basketball.
On a globe, that laser is supposed to go around and hit you in the butt if it's powerful enough on your globe.
Not really.
That laser doesn't curve at all. It doesn't allow for that curvature. That's why when you say it's shooting a straight level line, we're not getting curvature with that. That proves
Okay, let's do this then.
Dipping away.
If you stood in a room and you held a string from end to end, what's more accurate? You holding the string from end to end, or are you pointing a laser? What's more accurate, the string or
We're
the laser?
talking about lasers.
I understand that, but what's more accurate? You have gravity pulling on the string, unless you don't believe in gravity.
We're using lasers.
I understand that, but lasers are infinitely more accurate than anything you can process for measurements.
Good luck.
How do they hit their target on a globe?
Good luck.
How do they get what now?
You already screwed yourself.
Wait, what did he just ask?
Don't take him into some funky weed.
Wait, what did he just ask?
He asked you, do lasers shoot a straight line?
Yes, of course they do.
Beautiful. So
okay, I can you can prove
the Earth curves at.
Go buy a fucking laser for your gun. You can see it in person. Like they're infinitely straight.
Hey, brother, I'm with you.
I have lasers. I have more than one laser.
Literally, let me give you an experiment. Go in your garage.
I think we all agree that they shoot straight lines. That's the point. You're missing the point. No.
Let me say one thing. 2 seconds.
On guns.
Go in your garage. Go in your garage.
And burn through shit. I have lasers.
Go in your garage. Smoke a blunt in your garage with all the lights off. Turn your laser on. You'll see the laser shoot through the smoke particles in a straight fucking line.
So
I
gravity
think we
doesn't
already
bend light,
answered
right?
this.
Gravity
is not
doesn't
in
bend light,
question.
correct? Gravity doesn't bend
No.
light, correct?
That's not true. Black holes bend light. They do,
Wow.
man. What the fuck? Stephen
You're
Hawking proved
in
it.
a bit of a jam now. Go
Okay,
ahead, you
Stephen Hawking
guys
proved
take
it.
from here.
It's
I'm
called
done for
Hawking
a bit.
radiation. Hawking radiation.
Yeah, I mean, bro.
Unless y'all want to get in a whole debate on Stephen Hawking and his PhD.
Do you
from
not
Oxford.
see how you just contradicted yourself?
I don't care
I
about
don't know
Stephen
what y'all are
Hawkins.
talking
He
about.
was an idiot just like Albert
He doesn't know
Einstein.
anything.
Look, you can say whatever you want. He was so
Well, okay,
smart.
1 second you say lasers go straight infinitely,
They
and then
do.
the next
What do you
second
mean?
you say light gets bent.
Lasers go, yeah, but because a black hole
Yeah, but because
is infinitely
something that doesn't
dense,
exist.
so there's nothing that
story,
can
brother.
escape the
Full
black
story.
hole's pull because
Full
it has
story.
an infinite. Bro, look, if you don't want to admit that space is real, then just say it, bro.
Brother, you just
Just say it.
said, dude, shut
Just
the
say
fuck up.
space
It's
isn't real.
not real, bro. Can you replicate the
Goddamn.
situation of the black hole? Can you do it yourself?
Nobody can finish a
No.
sentence in this motherfucker.
How? How would you replicate God's
Oh boy,
handiwork?
dude.
Please tell me.
Dude, we were talking about lasers bending, and you said
How do you
no,
replicate
and then you
God's
said
handiwork?
yes, and then you jumped
can't.
into a
You're a
black
mere human.
hole. Do you know what you're doing yet?
All you can do is observe.
Now he's talking about God's
That's it.
handiwork.
Exactly. What else is there to call space?
I don't know what the fuck you're doing, Schizo.
Look, I know you think that the sun isn't real or whatever, but these things are very
you don't
real,
see
bro.
the sun? You don't think we see the
Hey,
sun every
man, I
day?
get burnt like a fried chicken in the sun. I don't know about you, brother.
Look, the sun is just as real as every other planet,
Who are you
every other
talking to? Who are you
galaxy,
talking
Sun is a
to?
planet
every
now.
other. Everything else is real,
If
bro.
you're
Like,
talking to
how?
Chuck
What
Norris,
is NASA
black hole
faking
the
the
sun
goddamn
now,
sun?
bro?
Is NASA faking the sun now? Is the sun fake?
Why
Yes.
What the fuck?
don't one of you
Bro,
new
NASA
flat
knows
earthers
that it's
just go
flat,
ahead and
non-rotating.
Come
ruin
on,
this
people.
guy?
Look up the document, bro.
Look, this is 2024. You can go buy a goddamn telescope from eBay and look at it yourself.
This is 2024. You
I
need to
have
look
one.
up
Come
that
on.
102
You
page
can literally
map
buy a
document.
telescope off of Amazon and look at this shit. It's not hard.
We are in season 9.
Yeah, but the pictures they
Yeah,
are representing
you are
to
in
us are
20
not the
Fucking
same
pictures,
pictures
bro.
when we
Buy the
put the
goddamn tool
same
and look at it
filters.
yourself.
You are full of
I
bullshit.
did.
Like, be like Galileo. Build a fucking telescope and
Yeah,
look at it.
yeah. More stories, more stories.
No one's stopping you. You think the
You do
government's going to
not
come to your
see
house?
those
Oh, he's got an
magnetic
illegal
waves from the
telescope.
sun.
Arrest him.
Like
what the
NASA
fuck?
presents to us. It's not reality.
Okay, well, look at it yourself then. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Are you even listening to me? I
Go to a
have.
goddamn launch site. Go look at the rocket yourself. Take a fucking boat. Go to the Antarctica. Go
About
there
that.
yourself.
What's about that? Let's talk about
Figure it
rockets.
out yourself, man.
Yeah, let's.
You act like, oh, all these other people are lying. Okay, well, if they're lying, go find the truth.
Stop. I have a ex-NASA engineers talking about Earth is flat. How about that?
What?
Yeah, I have a guy that spent 1 month in a house of an astronaut. He said, that astronaut said, from above you cannot see Earth as a ball, and no rockets went out. So you see, you have a problem.
Okay.
Well, you
tell me, how are Ukrainians? Tell me, how are Ukrainians getting Wi-Fi
How
in a
can you-
combat zone?
How can you work?
It's called a fucking
how can
satellite.
you make work a space? How can you make work an engine inside the vacuum chamber?
Because everything that you think.
Because you are full of bullshit.
No. Listen,
you have nothing.
a vacuum.
Nothing.
You're acting like a vacuum isn't a safe environment, right? The only thing that a vacuum doesn't have is fucking oxygen. All right, that's the difference between Earth and space. Earth has a atmosphere. Do you know what an atmosphere is? Okay, an atmosphere. Okay, look at a submarine. It's a good example. Okay, you got look at a submarine.
You want to prove your space?
Look at a submarine. Okay.
Show next.
Can you hear me? Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, show an experiment.
Okay, listen. When
Can
you're
you
in a
have gas
fucking
pressure
sub.
without a container?
Okay. Listen, when you're in a fucking submarine.
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Bro, what are you even
Can
saying right now?
can you have gas pressure without a container?
What are you?
Do you know?
What are you even
You want to
saying?
prove your space?
Yeah, you are
Prove
asking
it.
about what you are even saying. Do you know what gas
I
pressure
don't know what
is?
you're. Can you have gas pressure without a container?
Yes.
What's the what's the
Yes.
container and what's the pressure? What is the environment? Where are we? Are we on? And we're in the
Yeah, show
Mariana
next
How
to
Trench?
do you
that
explain
vacuum
your
next to it.
atmospheres are going to
Okay,
contain?
I'll give you a good. I'll give you a
Gas.
good example. How does your goldfish live in a bowl? Tell me, please. No, please
Badly.
explain.
Are you
You're talking
serious right
about
now?
No,
gas
I'm
pressure
actually
and
serious.
the
How does a
container.
goldfish live in a bowl?
It swims around in circles.
Yeah, but how?
In
Yeah,
water?
I have a goldfish sitting on my shelf. My shelf is in the middle of, let's say, the United States. There's no water. Okay, how is it surviving on my shelf
Just get to
in
the
the middle
point,
of
man.
America? No, let's say I live in the
Just get to
desert
the
now.
point.
I'm gonna try to tell you if you'd stop talking,
Please tell me.
because the air pressure is pressing down on the water.
Right. So I have a fish that I can take anywhere on the planet and it'll survive no matter where I take it. If it's in that bowl, it'll live. If I'm in Hawaii, if I'm in Antarctica, as long as the water doesn't
You don't
freeze,
have air
if I'm in the
pressure, you
fucking
don't have a
jungle,
goldfish.
wherever I take that fish, it'll survive.
Bro,
As
what's
long
this
as it's in that bowl.
energy?
So
All right.
here's another.
So you're not going to let me talk, so we'll do this. So now what we're going to do is take your goldfish and that bowl, and we're going to put it in my vacuum chamber, and I'm going to suck all the air out of the vacuum chamber, causing that water to turn into gas, boil away, and your goldfish is going to die because you need air pressure.
Yeah, get ready to get and eat
Yeah, well,
cooked
here's
fish.
the thing. Number one, that goldfish can go anywhere. Okay. Number
You
two,
can't go in my vacuum chamber.
let me give you
I
a good
just told you
example.
you can't.
Let's do vice versa. How do we get a bunch of humans to survive underwater? It's called a submarine, right? No matter where they go underwater, they can breathe air, they can sleep, they can drink, they can do whatever they want to do in a
Do
sub.
it to what? To
No matter where.
a
It could be in
container.
Antarctica. It could be in the Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean. They can survive underwater in a fucking sub.
What's your point,
So
man?
here's
all
the
right?
thing. So
Dude, are
we
you all right? Is
invented
there
a
something wrong
way
with you?
for humans to survive in space.
Dude, is there something wrong with you? You're all over the place.
You never heard of, like, an astronaut suit, or maybe the International Space Station? Like, how are these people living up there? It's
Have
crazy,
you ever
bro.
heard of
It's
fish
fucking
galloping?
crazy.
Because that's what you're fucking
How are they
doing.
living in space?
God
It's mind blowing.
damn,
How?
dude. They're
How?
You never
not
saw.
living in
You never saw
space.
that
they're
My
not.
interview.
lord.
They're not. True.
Yeah,
They're like
we have
fish,
Buzz
man.
Aldrin.
Just
He
like
said
fish.
we didn't
Please.
go there, and that's the way
People,
it happened.
you
That's
haven't
Buzz
seen half
Aldrin.
the shit I've seen.
That's
You
Buzz
still live
Aldrin,
in
an
like a fucking
astronaut.
hut
We
in the
didn't
woods.
go there, and that's the way it happened. That's
You
Buzz
live in a
Aldrin.
you live in a hut in the woods, man. You
I
don't know
call you
half the
all
shit
Yeah,
kind
you
of
that
live
we
in
bullshit.
have.
Narnia.
You
You
ever
live in
heard of a
Narnia.
fighter jet, bro? You ever heard of a fucking
You are in.
satellite? Like, do you know anything? Do you know
You
literally
know.
anything?
Shut the
fuck up.
Anything.
Quiet.
All right, check it out.
Keep living in Narnia.
Okay, hold on. So far, he's named about 30 different things. And he just goes from one thing to another. Have you ever heard of this? Have you ever heard of this? Have you ever heard of this? Because
Can't
he's
even
got
follow up.
nothing. All he wants to
Yeah.
do is just say words.
He's gish galloping. Just that.
I mean, apparently we're all fish now, right?
Hey, you know a black woman invented that?
Bro.
Yeah, keep trolling.
So now we're gonna do that.
All over the place.
Now
why
we're just
did
gonna
you
go.
server
Black woman
meeting
did
him?
that.
All right, what do
He's
you
a
want him to
feminist
answer?
and he's mad about it.
Wait, does he not believe there's
You know a black woman invented?
Narnia.
Y'all are flat earthers, right? Like me.
I'm a plain earther.
Nope, I'm not a flat earther like you.
Oh, shit.
So apparently everyone who is silent is a Glower now. But we are still arguing, so let's go.
He went from being asked about lasers to black holes to suns to submarine. Man, this guy was like skip
To a
scapping
black
everywhere.
woman. To a black woman. This all proves globe. That's how
Yeah, the
crazy
black
these
woman.
nuts are.
The black lady who wrote 666 on a chalkboard for a math equation. It was so awesome. You should have been there.
Yeah, don't come with black women sucking black holes or something like that, dude.
That's how you prove the Earth is flat.
How? By elevation?
No,
Only
no,
showing you horizontal?
by string theory actually, and relativity and black holes.
You prove.
That's a lot of word salad, huh? Can you
I
explain
mean,
it here?
also you could get into topology, but that's way over all your
Oh,
guys'
you
heads.
can't demonstrate none of that dog
Well, why don't you
shit.
explain it for us, please? If we're that stupid, go ahead and
All right,
explain it.
all right. Can I share my
Yes.
screen? Because I'm gonna need a fucking
Ooh,
white.
that might be. Well, no.
No, you might get booted.
Yeah, you might get booted
What?
and booted.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can't share my screen in this
Moot
shit.
and boot.
Why do you want to share your screen?
I
with
mean,
us?
it's your risk.
Because I need a whiteboard to fucking actually be able to
Oh, you're
explain
gonna draw a picture
topology.
for us. Oh, we're doing art. Okay.
You
All
can
right.
just
Well,
start
yeah.
a whiteboard, can't you?
Wait, how do I do it?
Is this our class?
You go
This
make
is
a
what-
whiteboard and you post the link, then we can all draw dicks and weird
Hey,
shit.
hey
on
guys,
it.
Okay,
hey guys, here,
well,
watch me
Poopy
draw a globe.
and
Hey guys,
upside
watch me
down
draw a globe card. I'm gonna
faces.
draw a globe card. Ready? Here we go.
do you know what like a bell curve graph is?
Yes,
Okay, draw me one of those.
I just did.
Where's it at?
I drew it.
How do I see it?
Just really? Why are we testing? Okay, what's your broader
Yeah,
point?
dude, what's
right?
your point?
I don't understand what the point of the bell curve is. Please
Well,
explain.
my point is the Earth is flat.
Oh,
Dude, you're not
okay,
gonna laugh.
great.
Oh,
All right, cool. So, would you like to take another crack at it before you get the moot, about your other little word salad you did that you were going to explain to us because we're so stupid, or do you just want to concede that you are stupid?
No, I'm a lot smarter than you, brother.
Oh, okay. So you're
Can you
choosing to
prove
meta instead of
otherwise?
explain. You don't want to.
Wait,
You don't want to engage in good
Mr.
faith.
Brendan,
Okay.
can you
Yeah, put him
Clearly
on moot.
not.
wanna take
Put him on moot. He's done. Thank you.
what's a moot? You fucking okay, I shouldn't say that word.
See, this is the thing.
we all
People-
had fun drawing on the whiteboard. That was fun.
Yeah, give me
Talking
permission
bell
to share
curves and
screen.
goldfish, man.
Yeah, and he's going to draw a globe tard for us so we can understand that the globe is a tard.
Well, I'm gonna draw a plane with a window and show you how flat the Earth is.
Oh, wow.
What a waste.
This is what we're down to. Coloring.
Are we waiting on this guy to draw something for us?
I was just gonna draw boobs.
Yeah, bell curves.
I need you to let me share screen. That's kind of the issue. I'm not sure to do that. My PC
Can
is
you just
kind of
describe
flat.
what you're drawing
It's
here?
like a flat 2D plane. Except
Can you
it's
just
not
describe what you're trying to
3D, because we live in the three-dimensional universe.
So you got any better points than that?
I think he's all out. That's it.
I just think the Earth is flat, bro. Like, what's your problem?
I don't know. I mean, I came in here, I heard goldfish, black ladies, bell curves. Still trying to figure out what we're talking about here.
Wait, so you don't think the Earth is flat?
What are we talking about here?
Isn't this the flat Earth Discord? Like, I thought I was here to.
I thought you were the smartest guy here, man. Let's go.
I'm a flat earther.
The guy talking about goldfish was muted. Chris
I
is
think
flat Earth proof, then, dude.
NBA Enjoyer. Why does that name sound hella racist?
Hey, flat earther, what's your best flat Earth proof?
Yeah, why don't you tell us how you know you're on flat Earth?
Have you
It's
ever
fine.
flown
We are for
plane?
equality. He can be a racist. We're equal rights.
What the fuck? There's no way you believe that.
You're not a feminist? You don't believe in equal rights?
Oh, what the fuck? I don't even believe women should vote. What do you think, Joe Biden?
Hey, let's go back to your flat Earth proof.
No, unmute NBA Enjoyer. I think he might have some talking points I can work with.
Do you
Really? He gave about 30 of them. So the last one was a black woman. So now what?
Wait, he was talking about a black woman. That's fucking racist.
Why? I thought you were for equal rights.
No,
White
I'm not
woman.
for fucking. I'm separate but equal. I grew up when the fucking water fountains were fucking separated. And it was nice.
Everybody, yeah. Enjoy your equal rights. Anyway, we're having fun drawing, I guess, we did globe proof. There's a globe. It looks like somebody's drew a sock, maybe a foot or something, stocking hung by a tree. There's a witch's hat on top.
That's Africa.
Look, it's not a jelly bean with a smiley face? Or what is that, a jalapeno? Looks like a jalapeno if you squint.
No, the jalapenos are on South America.
So you know, I went to college to prove the Earth is flat, and I have the evidence.
Well, stop trolling, bro. You're not fooling anyone.
If you want to send me like 500 ETH to my wallet, I can maybe show you the proof of the flat Earth.
Yeah, it sounds like you went to school to try to sound like Stephen Wright.
Who's Stephen Wright?
Sounds like he might be preloading from some disk in space.
I'm actually, I am in space.
Hey
You wanted me
guys,
to-
how are
If
ya?
I could turn my cam on, I could show you.
Yeah, man. There's flat, man.
Yeah, it is.
Not everybody's
Do
just-
you have
Yeah,
any? Do
man.
you have any proof otherwise? I mean, I don't think so, right? Like, you're resorting to making fun of my voice at this point because you already lost the argument. Like, come on, bro. You're a fucking clown, man. You're a fucking clown. Shut the fuck up, pussy.
That's right.
The Earth
Takes
is
one to know
flat. You
one.
can't do nothing. You can't do
Spurg now.
nothing about
Now
it.
he's gonna
You
spurg.
can't do- You
Bird.
can't do
Hey, you like the NBA? Go watch the Olympics.
I have the evidence.
Well, let's hear it, dude. What's your evidence?
I went to college for it. Maybe you should too. Go to college, buddy.
Show us, man. What do you got? What did they teach you?
Let me turn my cam on. I'll show you
dude.
my PhD in flat Earth.
Yeah,
Just show me your evidence, brother.
I'll
You
show
said
you it. I'll
college
prove it
3
right to you.
times.
What did they teach you at your college?
Dude, I didn't say college. I said college. What the fuck
College. You
is
say,
wrong
yeah,
with
that's the
you?
college.
Yeah, that's not. But okay, maybe my mic is shit.
Did this work better in rehearsal, Poor?
No. I think my mic must be.
It failed in rehearsal and you didn't do a rewrite?
A rewrite of what? Your name is Old Horse?
Almost.
Like,
Yes, he's an
I
old
can't-
talking horse.
I can't see the rest of it.
Where did you go? Illiterate you for college?
Old talking horse.
Dude,
Tell me a
stop
story.
making fun of me, bro. I fucking proved the flat Earth. I'm like, my grandfather's literally Albert Einstein.
Oh, they just see the title Flat Earth Channel and they come in and they just try anything at this point.
Dude, you're harassing me, and I'm fucking gonna expose this Discord server for child porn. I already have the FBI on it.
You just got
Whoa! Detain! What the fuck? Who the fuck just said that?
Poor.
Did he get mooted? Somebody get him.
He's gone. He doesn't exist anymore.
All right, good. That was fucked. All right. Man, what is with Globetards? They've gotten more edgy lately. I don't know what it is.
They're mad. They're very mad about a bunch of things right now.
Yeah, well, this world's just turning into one fucking IRL Reddit server, dude. Like straight up.
All right, listen. NBA enjoyer. Go ahead. Let's hear what you got to say. See how long you last.
Yo, what's up? Oh, sorry, I'm eating.
Okay. Bye. He has to be unmuted. Then he said, "Oh no, I'm eating." And some people are just a little off, a little bit, just a little bit off, and you can tell. They can't focus on one question. No focus abilities. It's all eroded away.
My honest opinion, they're just weak to concede that they don't know everything. And as soon as you go into the nitty gritty and you ask about specific things, they don't have the answer and they're unwilling to concede. And then emotions come in play. And then they spiral a self-destructive, blah, blah, blah.
Dude, they always go that route. They start joking around about it. Well, I guess I am a flat Earth. Classic.
I'm making one of those like.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Broke him. The globe broke him.
Yeah, I wonder what he imagines happens at a certain point. I don't know. I didn't get there. Maybe
Keeps
you guys-
saying
you
that,
guys know.
gets completely rebutted on it, and then he just comes back and says it again.
Yeah.
Bro, what assumption is required to carry his conclusion? At least one of them. So he said it himself. The apparent position. Then later in his argument, he switches it to the actual position. So he wants you to think an apparent position is the actual position, right? When it's the not actual position. So he's making claims about where the stars are physically in relationship to the Earth, purely based on where he sees them, which me and him already went over, that optical effects alone can cause counter rotations, things to go opposite, things to be upside down. So he hasn't validated the location of these things in free space relative to the Earth to make definitive geometric claims about them. Nobody has. Nobody's been to the star field, turned around and saw the Earth within it, to be able to tell you its relationship to it. Nobody has. No alleged objects have. There's never been in the history of humanity a claim to have been in a vantage point to be able to make such a positively affirmative, definitive conclusion. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, but Star Trek makes them think that they've experienced it. When they say, we sent astronauts to the moon, we went to the moon, you know, they identify as these people who have done these things. And it's just one more of these, you know, heads in the clouds. Put your feet on the ground.
Dude, that's not even a drop in the bucket towards the vantage point of being able to determine where the Earth is compared to the stars. From the moon, you still have the same problem.
Agreed, but...
Oh, hold on. No, we got a worse problem. We got a worse problem, bro. The astronauts can't even decide whether they saw stars or not. So how are they going to even begin to solve the problem?
But did you hear him feeling guilty? Like, whoa, I think you're talking about me, Larry. It's like, I don't know. Who are you? Like, what? Like, then he went right into it. You know, the star trails. It's like, oh, you're one of those people that's heads in the clouds.
Oh man, it's so quiet in here. If only we had let politics help us out, we wouldn't be suffering.
I miss the conversation, but I don't miss the bloody racket.
Larry,
Yes.
what's the crisis in cosmology?
Look it up. Search for it. You tell me. You got a computer in front of you, don't you?
Nah, it's only like the third time I've heard you say it, so I just wanted to hear it again.
Why don't you tell me about it? Like, this is your cosmology. Teach me. It's your cosmology that's in crisis, not mine. I didn't make up 96% of the universe. You guys did.
The crisis in question?
Yeah, go ahead and tell me about the crisis in cosmology.
I don't know what it is.
So you've been hearing me talk about it for the past 3 times, and you haven't done any of your own research? It says a lot about you, bro.
I did. It didn't really seem like there was a crisis or anything.
Didn't seem like it. Then why do they say crisis in cosmology? Why do they say that?
I think that's your line. I've never heard anyone else say that but you.
Oh, I'm the one who invented that. Where's my Nobel Prize, bro? Because all these scientists are copying me when they say, see, cosmology, we have crisis.
Yeah.
So, where's my prize money?
I think I see the problem, Larry. The problem is that what they meant to say was a crisis in cosmetology, because they're always having to slap lipstick on that globe Earth pig.
Jekyll heard crisis in cosmology. It's very interesting. Jekyll, we're talking about the crisis in cosmology right now.
Oh, thank God, the crisis of cosmology. We need this.
So are there any
I was just telling
Globers here
Larry.
that can teach us about the crisis in cosmology? Or are they just going to ignore
I
it
think you
and
know it
not look
best.
at it?
I think you know it best, Larry. I'd like
I
to
don't
be
think
seeing
any of
your.
you guys can actually repeat the argument because you don't know what it is. You just quote unquote know that I'm wrong about it, right? I don't think not one single Glober in here can teach me about the crisis.
The crisis in question. How many people have died from this crisis?
How many Globers in this room could tell me about the crisis in cosmology? Not one? So that means you've been ignoring it this whole time, going la 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 la, doesn't exist. Right? Nobody looked it up. Nobody did any of their own research. They just came here to go,
I did.
"Nuh-uh." All right, so tell
I
me
did
about
look
it.
it up.
What's the problem that can't be fixed? What's the problem?
Gravity is too weak, apparently.
That's right. Your shit's weak. Go on.
And your supposed solution was electromagnetism, correct? If you were a Glober and you wanted to solve the crisis question, you would say electromagnetism, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, it's a strong force.
Or at least look into it.
Is electromagnetism a strong force?
Decreases faster in strength than gravity. It's
Does
cubed,
it?
not squared. Yeah.
It's cubed, not squared. First time I heard this.
Wait, what do you mean it's not right?
I said that's the first time I've heard this.
Thank you.
Can you cite your source for me and show me that it's cubed and not squared? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that I've never heard that before.
All right. After proper citing of the source, I will grant you 1 point, and I will give Larry 1 demerit. Yeah, magnetism decreases by the cube of or cube of distance. All right, I'll get my source for you. Don't forget, friends, you can cash in your points for merch at our sweet merch shop. All right. Is that part of Nathan Oakley's gig, or? No, that's just part of me mocking idiot Globers who think it's immoral for Nathan to make money off of his efforts because they're stupid. I don't think it's immoral per se. I just think it's pretty funny. It may be funny, but like you said, it's not immoral. Yeah, I don't think it's immoral. People are voluntarily purchasing the shit in church.
So electromagnetism is cubed, right? Isn't electromagnetic radiation just a funny word for light?
Yeah.
Doesn't light go off the inverse square law? That's why they call it the inverse square law of light.
Yeah, but dipole fields, you were saying like electromagnetism, magnetism, I don't think things are being held together by light. Well, light is the force mediator, so I guess if you want to be technical about it. But for dipoles, it's 1r cubed.
Dipoles. So
yeah,
2 poles.
as opposed to as opposed to
monopoles.
Yeah, which don't exist.
Yes, I don't think there is a solution. I think that the model is wrong from the get-go. The lambda-CDM, if you look up what lambda means, I think that's incorrect. I think that the evidence for that is the so-called axis, where, it's not just random. There is no center. Because in deep space, they found, if I could just finish, in deep space, they found evidence that the deep part of the galaxy lines up with the Earth at the equator, and I think the pole. That's why it's the axis. So yeah, that destroys the lambda part, and then the CDM, the cold dark matter part. Professor Krupa, he talks about how it got debunked with the certainty of 5 sigma. So yeah, there goes your model. Like there goes your crisis and everything.
Yeah, I sent my source, and why would you expect like the cosmic background to look different from where you are, like dependent on the observer? It's going to look the same no matter where you are, right? Like you're going to appear to be the center of it.
That's the thing. It's not supposed to look like we're the center. But when you look at the axis of evil in cosmology, the deep parts of space line up with the Earth.
It's supposed
and
to
if
look
there
like
is no preferred position. No, you're not understanding.
No, it's
You're
the
not
center
understanding.
for you're not understanding. You're
Bro,
trying to say something and make it sound like it's true just because you're saying it.
You're not letting me finish. So how would you
I'll be
know
right back.
that you
Be like 2 minutes.
understand what I'm saying? Yeah, and
Oh
now
my
you're
goodness,
letting me
it's
finish.
so
Okay.
simple. It's so simple, dude.
Yeah, no, I sent my source if you want to look at that.
If you're looking out, if you're looking out at an equal distribution, yeah, we get it. But if you're looking at an equal distribution that fades off at a particular range, then anywhere you're in it, if it's ubiquitous, it would appear to be the same, like a circle around you. However, if there's a particular oriented axis, that's a totally different thing.
Well, at least he was distracted enough to let you get it out before he said that we're wrong again.
Yeah, they didn't call it the appearance that I'm at a central point of evil. No, it's the axis of evil. It's completely two separate things.
And that algorithm, it's definitely skewed in your favor when you start searching it up on your favorite search engine. It's going to come up with all kinds of excuses as to why it looks like deep space lines up with the Earth's axis, but in actuality, it's actually wrong. And excuses. That's why.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the guy in that one documentary actually comments. You know, the one guy that's actually the dude who's studying all that, like the figurehead, the spearhead. He basically says, like, if it was an equal distribution, it would look like everywhere you are is the center. But because of this axis, it's oriented on the Earth in particular. It's like, good grief, man. Like these guys don't even look into these things beyond a cursory level of top 5 Google searches. Hey, what's your evidence, bro? Just screenshot the top 5 Google searches and send it to me, and that's your evidence, yeah.
Yeah, where'd that guy go? He said he would be back in like 2 minutes, so I guess we're waiting.
All right, I'm back, Larry. Can I hear about the crisis of cosmology?
Yeah, give me a second.
All right.
So there's not just the one crisis of the cosmological constant crisis.
Oh God, it's like a genocide.
Yeah, if I could just finish without you interrupting. Can you govern yourself? Are you capable? So Dr.
Yeah.
Eric Lerner talked about the helium catastrophe. And there's far too much helium in the universe in order for the Big Bang to have ever happened. So in the early 90s, he wrote a book about it, about how the Big Bang never happened. And you can go to his YouTube channel, LPP Fusion, and just kind of watch a little bit about it. But yeah, it's definitely not the only crisis in cosmology. Thanks.
Well, I think the helium could just be solved by the fact that helium fuses in stars, so there's a lot of it, you know?
Yeah, too much of it to ever be compacted into one single singularity. I guess that's kind
Well, everything was just protons. Yeah, so it's just the protons fused to make all the helium.
Sounds like an excuse to me about an argument from ignorance because you didn't even look into what I said. You just have an answer already ready, even though you
Yeah,
haven't really addressed the argument. It's kind of weird.
That's what happens, Larry. That's what happens when you actually know what you're talking about. You kind of just have answers for things when you don't have to look them up before you have answers. Like they're just in your head.
You just like make up an excuse in your head.
Well, I could be wrong, but that's probably the most likely answer.
Man, good grief, dude.
You can fact check me.
Justifying stupidity.
Hey, fair enough. It's not an unreasonable answer that the problem is solved by helium being created after the Big Bang. That's not categorically unreasonable. However, you did admit that it's just a post hoc rationale that you don't know whether it's true or not. So I would suggest finding out, at least in your own model, if it's consistent.
All right, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, AI. Right? You've hit on something very important there. Larry thinks that the solution, that the only way you can get past the crisis in cosmology is to just throw all of globe cosmology in the bin. Globers just say, well, we don't know enough yet, right? Larry hasn't made any good argument for why we have to throw all of globe cosmology in the bin on account of this issue.
Because you cannot repeat it. End of story. You cannot make a fusion. Show me a fusion of helium. Show me any kind of helium star fusion or something you can repeat in a small scale.
We can. What are you talking about? That's a lie.
No, you can't.
You don't hear of fusion research reactors?
Excuse me. Of course you can. But the reaction doesn't last even 1 second, not even a half second. No, it doesn't even 1/3 of a second. It's even less. So you tell me, it makes a spark, and this spark is basically the continuation of an everlasting light source that we see in the sky, right? You nut job. Think about it. This is illogical what you believe in.
So what you're trying to tell me is that, yeah, so, because you don't have the mass of the sun on Earth, and you have to replicate it by using crazy magnetic fields or inertial confinement, and it's not a very long time of confinement, that means that it's not the same thing. You're still fusing atoms, dude. It's still the same fundamental, generation for helium, right? It's not in any way different.
So the sun is basically a perpetuum mobile. Something that fuses itself and continues in energy. I'm sorry. You know how burning fuel works and etc. So the sun must have a cycle where it has a renewable resource.
No, it's not. It's consumable. There's a lot of
friends. Hold on a second, dude. We gotta acknowledge greatness when we hear it. Ripcord, you are credited 17 points for the proper pronunciation of etc. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Wait, so flat earthers get points when they pronounce something correctly? Where's my points?
I mean,
no, it has to be something that most people wouldn't pronounce correctly. Most people say etc., not etc. Right? So,
right,
look, when you do something notable, I'll give you some points too, so you feel included. Okay?
All right. Well, that's true. Most people don't pronounce it right, so I actually agree.
Yes, listen, friend, you'll have your I'm with Flat Earther hoodie in no time, okay?
That's great.
All right, somebody give that guy some electrolytes and ginkgo biloba because he clearly forgot what he was talking about.
I think they were talking about the spontaneous generation of matter after the Big Bang. Because remember, nothing exploded or expanded, as they like to say, and then matter came about later.
Not to mention the information of elements and matter itself. You know, the information has to come somewhere.
What are we talking about?
The Globers were going to teach us about the cosmological constant crisis. They're taking a long time now. You know, it turns out that they don't like talking bad about their own model. So up until now, they've just kind of, not talked about it.
It's not that we don't talk about it. It's just that it's a non-issue. It's like there's two reasons it's a non-issue. Larry, the first one is that what you will conclude from it is not what we conclude from it. So we just say, oh, it's an area of investigation. I mean, if you're interested in, I don't know, being on the front lines of science, go and be interested in it. The second thing is, let's say in 20 years it gets resolved, right? Possibly, right? All right, you're not going to care, right? You're just going to find something else to fixate on, right? It's not like an actual issue for you, so it's not an actual issue for me.
So let me get this straight. The reason that it's this crisis in cosmology, the biggest mismatch between observation and theory in the history of science, the reason it's not a problem, right, is because we have disagreements, and then you escape to the future fallacy. Is that right?
No, Larry, that's not an escape to the future fallacy. I'm not saying, oh, don't worry, it'll be resolved later. I said, let's say it's resolved later, in which case you will just move on to something else because it actually doesn't matter to you, because you shouldn't even believe there's space, right? Like, it is not an issue for you at all. So don't misuse fallacies, Larry. You do this a lot, so just don't do it in the future. I wasn't saying that it will be resolved in the future, so it's fine. And the first part of the argument was just to say that, with the actual problem, it's you're putting a lot of norms onto it, like the biggest crisis in cosmology ever, right?
No,
I don't really care how you want to phrase it or what platitudes you want to use, Larry. It's a problem of the cutting edge of science. That's fine.
He said it's not just one crisis; it's multiple. It's like a genocide, man.
Right, whoa.
Yeah.
I take umbrage with that remark, that it's the cutting edge of science. So you can either retract that remark or lose 2 demerits.
I don't know. Okay, I'll change it to it's the area of science which we know little. Right?
It's the bleeding edge.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever you want to frame it as. But the point is, Larry, that you're saying that this is like, we had to throw away globe Earth because there's a crisis somewhere at the edge of the universe about the age of the universe, and it's just a non-issue. Like for you, for I, right, has no bearing on globe cosmology really in a more local sense. It's just whatever.
Well, see, I tried to walk you down this path before, but I don't think you understood, how important it was after the Michelson-Morley failure. That's what it should be called, where they tried to show that the Earth is moving. Can I just finish without you interrupting? Could you stop acting like a petulant child and put yourself on mute while I'm talking? Thanks. Yeah, after that, you guys had to come up with all kinds of stuff like Lorentz contraction and all sorts of weird things. It would have been really cool if you guys would have just said, look, we thought that the Earth was moving, but we can't find any evidence for it. It's not my fault that your cosmology has went down this road that led to this crisis.
How many solutions to it are the Earth is flat?
We don't need a solution. We have observational science, like you guys call it.
Yeah, but how many like doctorates of physics do you think are going? Geez, this would really be solved if we just made the Earth flat.
It's almost like it makes more questions than it answers. You know, weird way. I don't know, Larry. I think you've. I mean, can you even tell me how it entails that globe cosmology is all bunk, Larry? Because I don't think globe cosmology's ever been finished, right? So in that way, you know, like you're always going to have that opinion. Every time that we resolve something, you're always going to say, "Well, there's this other issue that you have." You know, I mean, yeah, and that's going to be true forever, basically.
So you're saying that there's always going to be a crisis?
There's always going to be an edge of science we don't know about, probably in your lifetime, right? Definitely.
Okay, so you admit your crisis is always going to be there?
Hold on. This is too easy to pass up. Show me the edge of science, or it doesn't exist.
It's past the ice wall, bro.
Cosmology, see?
Past the ice wall.
So you guys say that this is like the cutting edge of science. I think this is the cutting edge of your model. Like this is where it falls off, right? So where's your edge? That's a very good question, AI. Very astute. Where's the edge of your model?
Well, the real question is, are you able to like have a conversation about it and know you're talking about it, or are you just like instantly just resort to saying a bunch of buzzwords and then retreating?
You're the one dropping cutting edge of science and then accusing me of buzzwords.
No, you're like Lambda CDM, crisis in cosmology.
That's literally the name of your model, and I'm quoting many scientists talking about.
I am actually curious as to how you think it entails all of globe cosmology needs to go in the bin. I'm really curious about that, Larry.
It's the name of your model. The Lambda-CDM is the current model in cosmology.
Okay, so let's say for instance we have a model which is almost virtually like the same with a few changes. You know, solar globe, solar system still works as it does. Gravity still exists basically as it did. Change something about like how we measure supernovas, right? Something like that, because that's one of the possible solutions according to people who work on this problem. And then that's, you know, you change the name now to Globe Cosmology View dash sticks, right? You know, now we've got a whole new cosmology. Is that correct? Or do you think we basically just went back to the drawing board, looked at some of the problems, and just changed the model a little bit?
I think there's over 40 different cosmologies that you and I would agree that don't work. And I just disagree that one more cosmology doesn't work. You still think that one...
Like, you know,
bro, can you let me fucking finish? Are you a child?
Hold on. Larry gets 10 points for throwing the old atheist I just believe in one less than you back in his face. Go ahead.
Also, I want to ask, like, because this guy is like, well, you know, everything is pretty much the same. Sure, there's some minor differences here and there. Larry, could you give us two fundamental differences between one and another?
I didn't catch what you said. You're a little bit muffled for me. Sorry.
Two fundamental differences between one cosmology and the other.
He's in the car right now.
Yeah, fine. So the electric universe cosmology, they take into consideration gravity. They can understand that maybe there is this thing called dark matter. They just don't understand that it's actually plasma, which makes up most of the universe anyway. And whereas the standard model of cosmology, they completely ignore things like this and only accept very few little attributes of electromagnetism, like or maybe they might accept, you know, some other tiny little thing. But for the most part, they completely ignore it at the galactic level. And yeah, I think that would be two key differences.
Yep. So my like 1 nanogauss electromagnetic field is gonna cause a solution to be fixed, right? Magnetic field. You know, I already explained how dipole strength is a cube It's cube of distance, not squared. Like
Yeah, but is electromagnetism a strong force or a weak force?
it's a lot stronger, but the fields required.
How about gravity? Is it a strong force or is it a weak force?
It's a weak force, but the strength required to achieve anything that we would need to see in reality would require magnetic fields millions of times greater than what we observe anywhere.
Well, maybe if you took into consideration gravity and electromagnetism, maybe your shit wouldn't be so weak that your model was in crisis.
Larry, if that's such a good idea, I think you should publish some
So,
research on it.
so you say 1,000,000 times stronger than him. So how is it that we can still lift metals, conductive metals?
Well, yeah. So the magnets that you're using to lift stuff on Earth, there are millions.
We
of
don't
times-
use magnets to lift stuff. We use either our hands or other
Oh, you're talking about like
devices.
pulling stuff against gravity, right?
No, I'm just talking about using
Yeah,
the
so, like-
elements that are in front of us. For example, when I lift a spoon, a metal spoon, an iron spoon, or whatever, then it's no different than anything else.
Larry, can I ask, are you inserting electromagnetism because you're trying to save globe cosmology, or are you doing it because you think electromagnetism leads somewhere else?
I'm just showing you how blind you are to this electromagnetism because you've been chasing your tail with the equals MC squared.
But you're saying
for
it
the
can be
past
resolved
100
by
years.
electromagnetism, right? You're
Dude,
trying to
shut
outglow
the
this?
fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What is wrong with you, you pansy? Stop talking over me. Don't be afraid. And so yellow-bellied of a coward that you have to mute me every time I talk. Do I mute you every time you talk? Yes or no?
No.
Right, because that would be very pansy-like, right?
Yes.
Larry, are you gonna write a love story for electromagnetism? Because I mean, that's a pretty strong attraction. Like that is the strongest force known in the galaxy, dude.
There's no
I
such
just
thing
like-
as an attractive force, my friend.
I'm
I just like
attractive.
pointing out. I just like pointing out that all these Glovers, they have like a really strong bias of these fundamental forces, and they want to pretend like gravity is a force and not a pseudo force. But when you actually bring up a real force, they're like, "Oh, you're crazy. That's a strong force, and it's cubed, not squared." So, man.
So
Larry, have you seen Larry?
Dude, all
have you
these
seen what-
flat earthers are just
Larry,
so
have you seen what's
hardcore
been
adamant.
going on
Gravity
in
doesn't
Europe?
exist.
Have you seen all the pink skies with the electromagnetism going on in Europe? It's just radiating the skies beautifully, and this magenta pink. It's not even green. I've never seen anything like it.
You've never seen a pink sky before?
No. This isn't like a sunset pink. So I don't appreciate your snarky tone, but it's
Yeah,
like
it's
a
in the
electromagnetic.
middle of the night right now, so there is no light.
Yeah,
You don't. Okay, I'm gonna Google what you're talking about. If it's not crazy and mind blowing, I'm gonna kill myself. And it's
I
gonna
just
fall onto
posted.
you in my death note.
I just posted it. So save your tombstone. But I just posted it in the chat there, and there's a lot of pink sky. It's
Nope,
so
I
pink.
can't take it back. I have to commit suicide if it's real.
It's like a big Pepto Bismol commercial or something. I don't know what's going on.
Yep. So Larry, can you explain how like my refutation of the electromagnetism saves everything is illogical?
Yeah, you said it's cubed, not squared. Therefore,
Yeah, so you just
dipole.
ignored the part where I said that the stuff we observe in nature for how strong magnetism is in galaxies and other structures is orders of magnitude less than what would be required to have the same effect as gravity.
Orders of magnitude less. So, what are you saying?
I was saying that electromagnetism is null, effectively.
You have an entire barrier of electromagnetic field. You have a field trapping charged particles. What are you talking about? You can't hear you. You sound like you're an air traffic controller.
A flat Earth air traffic controller.
Negative. That could be next to the RV center and the recruitment office over here on Wheeling.
You've got to remember.
I think he's on.
You've got to apply it to the. You've got to apply it to what the globe says that the universe is, because that's what Larry's doing, right? You can't talk about the fact we have a barrier electromagnetic field around the Earth Because we're talking about a different scale here. We're talking
Yeah,
about
but what about the gradation and like the medium barrier or the medium gradation pressure?
The what?
I don't know. That's some shit that he likes to quote.
Who likes to quote that?
far
The
does your-
Supreme Genius.
How far does your magnetic sphere go out? I mean, that's a pretty big field that you're saying, right? I mean, it's a pretty strong field keeping out all that
Weak as
radiation.
shit, what do you mean?
What do you mean? It's weak. It's keeping out all that radiation.
Yeah, your fridge magnet is orders of magnitude more powerful. Is that a very strong magnet to you?
I'm saying the fact that the Earth somehow has a field being created within the Earth, going through the mantle, outside, and then a barrier is formed thousands of miles away, you know, to form a shield so the sun radiation doesn't get through. I mean, that's remarkable. Come on. Give it up for electromagnetism. You should be on your feet right now.
I am on my feet because of gravity, not electromagnetism.
I'm just saying you should be applauding and respecting it just as
Prove
much
it.
as you.
Prove it. Prove that it's gravity and not electromagnetism without manipulating buoyancy or density.
No way. Are you actually trying to suggest that electromagnetism is what causes downwards acceleration? Is that really what you're trying to go with right
Have
now?
you guys not looked at the electrostatic model of gravity that I've been posting?
I haven't seen you post it, but I would definitely like to give that a read. That'll be a good comedy skit forever whenever I'm with my friends again.
Well, I'm driving right now, so you're going to have to wait.
Right.
Remind me in like 4 minutes.
You better hope the wheels don't generate too much friction, or else you'll start to stick down to the ground too much because of the electrostatic forces, right?
I'm already sticking down to the ground.
Yeah, but if you generate too much friction with those wheels, man, you're gonna go really on the ground.
Well, if I travel through too much space time, I might, get younger while everyone else gets older, right?
Yeah, do you have atomic clocks?
And that's literally what you believe, right?
Yeah, time is relative, man. Atomic clocks, and then you
Yeah,
say
it's all
ether.
relative, man.
And then you say ether.
It's all relative.
Maybe we're just electrons bound to a nucleus.
Really? Oh.
I don't know, somehow.
Maybe we're just two lost souls living in a fishbowl. The youngsters are in here Googling that shit. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Larry believes in the globe.
Wish you were here. Oh my god, I just heard a sweet dance rendition of Breaking the Wall. Oh my god.
Which
So
dance version? And can you send it to me, bro, please?
Yeah, I was.
ITIR is a astrophysicist, right? Aren't you in school for astrophysics? ITIR?
Yeah, I am.
Do you know the crisis in cosmology?
I'm familiar with some unsolved problems in cosmology, and I'm familiar with Larry's choice to phrase it that way. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it.
Well, please tell us about it.
Well, it's not really my field.
We can't get any Globers to teach us about the crisis in cosmology.
Well, what do you want to know about it? Hmm?
Well, I mean, I just like.
I'm sure you've read a great deal about it, haven't you?
Not a great deal. I've read a little bit.
Oh, come on. Don't be humble.
I've read a little bit.
A little bit. All right. Do you have a specific question?
Well, if over 300 solutions have been published trying to fix this problem, do you think it'll ever be fixed?
I don't have a crystal ball, but I don't think it's impossible, no.
Well, Larry here thinks electromagnetism is a good candidate. I was just
No.
that doesn't make sense.
I'm glad it's being talked about as much. I'm still looking for that song, but I'm just glad electromagnetism's finally getting a bigger light.
Why do you say that? Do you think it's kind of, taboo to talk about electromagnetism when it comes to cosmology?
No, I would say electromagnetism has
Not you. Not you.
Okay. I didn't know.
I think it's kind of been pushed to the side a bit. I mean, they kind of focus on gravity more in schools and and in the system of trying to teach us. They talk about electromagnetism, but not on the same level.
I would actually say that, at least in the education that I had, I took significantly more course time was spent on electromagnetism than on gravity.
Were these extra classes or advanced classes? Because in the Common Core,
I'm talking about my degree in physics.
Oh yeah. I think once you get into that, yes, they do start explaining it. But as a child, they don't really. They kind of tell you about magnetism, but I feel like gravity's pushed a little bit more. And it's considering how strong
Much easier to
electromagnetism.
understand.
I know, but maybe. Oh, go ahead.
I can guarantee, like, when people come out of public school, right, 12th grade, that like 99% of them know about Einstein, and maybe 1% of them know about Carl Proteus Steinmetz.
Therefore, Earth is flat.
No, it's just we got to.
Please don't make my arguments for me. I'll make my own arguments.
So Larry, did you have an
sensitive
actual
shit,
like specific question about cosmology?
Yeah, I just wanted to go over that, right? This crisis in cosmology. They keep bringing it up because I brought it up first, and I think that it's really important that we look at the four fundamental forces and understand that there is no unifying theory.
The four fundamental forces.
Yeah, there is no unifying theory, right?
Well, hold on, Larry. What are the four fundamental forces?
Strong, weak, nuclear, electromagnetism, gravity.
Gravity's a force?
According to the
I'm just fucking with you,
fundamentalists.
man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, according to the fundamentalists. So we got fundies out there that think gravity's a force. I hear it all the time. Is that correct? Are there people that still say in these?
Sorry, you were kind of cutting out. I didn't catch what you said.
I said the
Are you in like a
fundamentalists.
really windy area or something?
Yeah, I'll roll my window. It's hot outside, but I'll do it for you. Okay, I rolled up my window.
I'm just saying.
No, it's cool. I get it. These fundamentalists believe that gravity is a force. They come in here and say it all the time, do they not?
Yeah. No, I was just pulling your leg, man, because it's such a talking point, right? Yeah. I mean, it is essentially a force, but
Is it now? According to Einstein?
Well, I mean, it manifests as a force. It's very, very accurate to call it a force in a lot of situations. I don't think anyone really stresses over whether or not it's a force in practical usage, right?
Manifest, like a Hindu goddess or something? What do you mean by that?
Like a ray of heavenly sunshine. Well, what I'm saying, as I'm sure you're aware, is that Einstein's field equations reduce to Newtonian in low energy environments.
Right, but Einstein's 4 space and Newtonian is 3 space, right?
Yes.
Right. So there are differences and there are similarities, but similarities doesn't mean it's the same, right?
Well, you can drop to a 3 vector from a 4 vector, right? If you can approximate the energy, so the metric tensor changes. You can literally just transform it directly into Newtonian gravity.
That's too much.
In the low mass limit.
Well, suppose with math you could describe it however you wanted to.
Well, not if you want to make accurate predictions, but sure.
Larry's head just exploded.
Yeah, my head is just muffin tops. So yeah, I would agree with you on that. I'm not going to disagree with you. You get into all the math stuff, you kind of lose me a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
You lose me a lot.
The weeds.
To be
it's
honest.
Fine. I don't mind it. Yeah.
So I'm not going to pretend that I'm some sort of math genius. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to any of that math stuff. But my point was that for the fundamentalist, there is no unifying theory, is there?
You're correct.
Thanks.
Therefore,
and that would be the basis of the crisis, right?
No, that's not the basis of the crisis. The basis of and I'm using your word here. I'm not sure if that's what I would call it, but using your wording, crisis. The basis of the crisis is observations, right? Theory has nothing to do with it, really.
Well, the observations don't match the theory. That's what the Harvard paper says.
Right, and so the base is what we observe. That's the problem.
Right. So when you have theories that don't match
Sorry, what
the
paper are you
observation,
referring to?
If you just
You
do
just
a quick
you just
search,
mentioned a paper, but I'm not familiar with it.
that's all right. Since I'm at work and I can't do anything right now, if you'll just do a quick search on cosmological constant crisis, you click
Oh,
on the
it's just a paper
Wikipedia.
discussing doing a review. That's fine. I don't need that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you click on Wikipedia. It's the first
I mean,
article.
I'm familiar with the field generally, right? I don't study it like in depth.
I got you. Yeah, if you click on the first cited source, it's a paper from Harvard. I think like the
It's
first
fine.
link.
I've read the review articles. Yeah.
Okay.
Or papers.
Yeah, it talks about not matching the observation compared to the theory. So it's
Yeah.
vacuum catastrophe.
Wow. No.
No? You want me to cite it? I will.
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood you. I thought you were talking about something else. False vacuum.
All right, what was the thing that I was supposed to cite a while ago? Supposed to cite something. I don't remember what it was.
Sorry?
I was supposed to cite something a while ago, but I forgot what it was.
I think it was the electrostatic model of gravity. If it's the same thing that you sent to me, I posted it in side chat.
Oh, thanks very much, Chad.
Yep.
Nice. How civilized. This is a Word document? What year is it?
It was this was formulated in the year that electrostatic gravity was accepted into common knowledge, so quite new.
What, 2025?
Yeah. This is before Larry got his Nobel Prize after realizing that electromagnetism solved the crisis.
Just before, one imagines.
Yeah.
There it is.
It got rescinded though. You got it taken away.
Ah, tragic, man. You got any other
Is that-
predictions?
Is that European guy in here? He wanted the Pink Floyd proper education dance. It's there. I put it in chat if you're still here.
Yeah, bro, and we've devolved from Europe. How very dare you call me European anymore?
I'm sorry.
Ex-European.
Sorry about that.
The artist formerly known as Europe.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll mind my manners next time.
Anyway, but I'm still not hearing like a question, Larry.
That was my question. So there is no unifying theory. No, bro, listen. There is no unifying theory for the fundamental forces.
Not yet.
Right, there is no theory for everything. There's no string theory, no M theory. It doesn't exist. It's not real.
Well, no theories are real.
I mean that it's not working. They can't get the math to work. Even after they invent 11 dimensions, it still doesn't work, right?
I am not an expert on string theory, so I will not comment on that.
Well, by all means, please do some research.
But I would agree with you. I mean, my current understanding is that yes, there is no unification at the moment. But I don't think that in itself is the crisis. The crisis is the observations. They're very interesting.
Well, I mean, if you have these fundamental forces and gravity is not fitting in the puzzle.
I don't believe, and this is where my knowledge deviates because I haven't studied it super heavily, but I don't think gravity is a massive component of this. But it's weak,
really?
Right?
Really?
Weak.
Stronger than electromagnetism in the sense of universe, though.
Is it?
Most definitely, yeah. And the strength and the.
It's EM's 1 over R cubed, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've gone to a little kerfuffle over that. Apparently, they didn't think I was. Thought I was wrong about that.
Well, you're correct. The attenuation of electromagnetism is significantly stronger than the attenuation of gravity.
The thing is, we don't observe magnetic fields strong enough to in nature at all, or like in the structures in the universe, for it to be a large force compared to gravity?
Well, we observe very strong magnetic fields, but they just, by nature, are quite local because they fall off so rapidly.
Yeah, that's what I mean, as opposed to gravity.
Yeah, that's true.
So if the magnetic fields are quite local because you measure them local, then it would make sense that if there were these magnetic fields in deep space or the galaxy, you couldn't really measure them because they're local to that region?
No.
Magnetar. Larry wants a magnetar galaxy or something.
I mean, magnetic fields do things, right? And they do things that are observable. Or I should say they make other things do things, right?
I figured you would be in or more. It's your.
Why'd you figure that?
I don't know, because you're obviously you have to be a pretty smart glober to be an astrophysics or be in school for astrophysics, physics, right?
It depends on who you talk to. I'm in here relatively often. I just can't be in here all the time. I got work to do and such. I think it's interesting conversations, though, for sure.
Well, I wish I wasn't at work so I could get into a deeper conversation with you.
Well, I'll be here again, man. We can get into it another time. Have no fear. Save your questions.
Yeah, I'd much rather talk to you because you haven't attacked me personally. So I really appreciate that.
I would never attack you personally, Larry.
Yeah. Well.
Did I attack you personally, Larry?
I'm not talking about you guys. Are you feeling guilty?
Guilty consciences in here, huh?
Yeah, we got men's everywhere over here, man. You got guilty mind all up in this bitch.
Yeah. No, I'm very happy to be polite to someone who's been polite to me. Yeah, I think it's. Obviously, quite a civil thing to do. There are a lot of rude people in here, though.
Because you're honorable, maybe.
I guess you could use that word.
Yeah, honorable people don't usually attack people; they attack arguments. It's weird, right?
What a concept, huh?
Yeah.
You could teach some of the other flat earthers about that idea, hey?
Yeah, I can't control people.
No, you cannot.
Yeah, me flat earth, me stupid. Larry, teach me.
It goes both ways. I'll be honest.
Course. Oh, I know. I've seen a lot of idiots in this channel from both sides. No doubt about that.
Biggest offender on the globe is obviously Jekyll. Let's be honest.
The biggest what?
Biggest offender is obviously Jekyll.
Yeah, well, I always said, I said to what's his name, Kennedy or something, that my goal, right, isn't to be correct because I know that my knowledge of physics is limited, right? Well, my goal is to destroy flat Earth. You know?
Yeah, Steelman the flat. I mean, that's really neat too. Like, the best way to go about doing it is just Steelman. You don't even have to make an argument about the globe.
My goal is to come in here and give such an incredible argument that I change everyone's mind, just like that. It'll be like magic.
We're all stupid on all sides. Like the flat earthers are dumb, the globers are dumb, the anti-flat. It's just about how.
Well, just some guys on the internet, right? So
like, all of us, everybody's equally dumb. But like, how dumb do you have to be to believe that while you're standing still, you're spinning, and then when you measure water to be flat, that it's actually curved. Like, how dumb are you? We're all dumb, but like, who's the dumbest?
Well, I mean, like I would, yeah. Like for instance, how dumb would you have to be to pay Nathan Oakley to tell you how to sink? Right? I mean, that's pretty dumb, right?
How much did you spend on college, Jekyll?
What did you say? Sorry.
How much have you spent on college so far?
Well, I don't know, a few hundred. Because in the UK we have
$100.
Well, in the UK we have a system where, well, hundreds, I suppose, maybe up to 1,000, aren't they? That's like, you know, we have a system where you take out a loan and pay it back over your lifetime, right? And it gets forgiven at 30 years.
Oh, that's interesting.
He's
well,
defaulting on his
America-
loan. He's one of the smarties.
In America, that's an unforgivable loan.
Yeah.
So some people might pay Nathan for information, while as other people take out loans that they could never repay.
Well, to be fair, my loan was and my master's was in international relations. It wasn't in physics, right? So I'm not paying for this.
You're naughty.
Nobody
pays Nathan. Listen, nobody pays Nathan for information. Okay, everything he offers is free. Period. End of story. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna get right on that. I was gonna say, he's not charging you for information. This is America, you know, even though he's in the UK, but he's running on the principle that you know you're paying to support somebody you agree with, right? So it's just buying power. It's not that you're paying for the information.
Yeah. I don't think you're compelled to. I just think it's like how do I think about it, right? Like the Ghanaian, the Nigerian prince really needs that money, right? It's like one of those scenarios.
Well, I pay people that I agree with too, right? Like I don't buy any meat whatsoever from Walmart. I only buy it at like the local butcher because I agree with the way that they process their meat.
Good man.
So,
yeah, but you have to pay for that meat, right? So no, you're not going to go to the butcher and he's going to just go right on the house.
Yeah, I don't expect people to produce goods and services for free.
Yeah, well, Nathan Oakley does, but yet you still pay it. You still pay him. That's weird.
Can you tell me the last time I watched a Nathan Oakley show?
Oh, right, you're Witsit, sorry. You're Witsit. I'm assuming you pay Witsit, right?
How much money have I paid Witsit so far? Can you tell?
What how much have you paid? You're paying his services for free, Larry. That's kind of
It doesn't even matter.
What are you paying? Where are you spending? Where are you spending your money? Can we know all of your money?
Yeah, don't let him.
You want to see my bank statement?
Don't let him demonize guys. You got supporting somebody, one of your fellow men that you believe has a just cause and could put that money to good use, because it's just money. It's just temporary. And if one of those people can do something that aligns with your views, then great. Don't let this guy demonize value.
I'm not demonizing. I just think Nathan Oakley comes up with some of the stupidest arguments for the flat Earth, right? I mean, I'd actually be happier if you paid Witsit, right? Happier if you paid Witsit.
Good. Why you don't pay me?
Because you can't speak in complete sentences. That's probably why.
Really? You know the car Mitsubishi, I told you.
Bolivia, yeah. Whatever you say.
I told you that car Mitsubishi, you know? You will find out that in your life coming, you know. You're young, but it's okay.
Which one of his arguments was a bad argument?
Where do I start? So his container argument, bunk. Black Swan argument, bunk.
Well, what's the argument? Just start with one. Repeat his argument and then justify why it's wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, his container argument says that you can't have gas pressure without a container. Gas will move into the available space.
That's true. That's a natural law.
All right, however you feel about it, Elijah, it's still a bunk argument.
Well, it is true. I mean, that's how gas pressure is defined.
Aren't you like a part of Nathan Oakley's inner circle, Elijah? Isn't that correct?
What does it matter? I'm just trying to figure out. Like, if I asked any child on the street, that was in like 7th grade, they'd be able to define gas pressure, and it most definitely would mirror exactly what he said. I'm just trying to figure out what's dumb about it.
I don't know if I should go into this for like the 100th time, but can I just ask you a question? Do you think that you can have a gradient in a container?
Why not?
Okay. Do you think that a gradient could extend to 10 to the negative 17 Tor?
Why? How would I be able? How would I know that?
So it's possible you could go to space. It's possible you could go to space, right?
I know that containers have a gradient. I know that. Are you asking me if you can have a gradient of gas pressure without containment?
Yeah. So no. It's a question of.
Can I ask the guy who
if space is defined by the low pressure, by certain low pressure?
Fundamentally, no. It's called a natural law.
And you think it's possible to go to a place which has 10 to the negative 17 Tor? Then why would Nathan Oakley say?
Well, I didn't tell you what I
possible.
think.
It's not possible on the globe. You know, like,
I didn't tell you much what I think. I just parroted a natural gas law.
Well, you're not sure then. You're just not sure that that's even a good argument.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I asked you what his argument is, and you said, "Well, you can't have gas pressure without a container." I'm like, "Yeah, that's a gas law." So I'm trying to figure out why you're saying it's dumb.
But no one who knows anything would claim gas is uncontained.
It's more of its quirky
Nobody's
little
saying
application. It's a quirky application into space. Why space can't be real, right? Well, we can't go there. And he says you can't go to this location as 10 to the negative 17 Tor. And all you have to ask him, really, is can a gradient extend to 10 to the negative 17 Tor or beyond? Every time I've asked a flat earther, they say, I don't know, right? So why does he keep saying it?
Because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
But nobody's claiming that.
Yeah, you are.
Certainly it's contained.
Yeah, he's just saying that, like, can you have a gradient that extends up to that high?
No.
It's not low.
What's a container?
There's gas pressure. There's gas pressure. There's gas pressure is defined by the area that the gas molecules will hit the walls of the container, and then there's not that. So it's not like there's a gray area. There's either containment or there's not.
So
there's two horns of the argument.
Yeah, so
I'll let you go, Trey.
Yeah, so you're misunderstanding Jekyll's question, which is that we are automatically assuming a container. We are asking you, at what point would a container be required? Could the pressure gradient extend?
Who's saying that? Who's saying that?
Jekyll asked you a question. Can the gradient?
Yeah, I'm not concerned with that because I mean you got to understand when you say someone makes a claim, you got to stick to what they say. I don't care about your belief system.
What?
I don't care about your paradigm, and so you cannot fill in with words that I'm not using for your argument. It just doesn't make any sense. When he said Nathan's argument was specifically what it was, I said, well, yeah, that is a gas law. For you to infer or to, it's just weird to
It's not on your script. That's why. It's not on your script because you don't know how to respond to the question because it has nothing to do.
We're automatically somebody asking me to.
We're automatically giving you a container. No, we're automatically giving you a container.
It's like asking me to ask for, answer a question about Narnia, and then when I say, well, I don't make any claims
he's
about
breaking
that.
down. He doesn't know what we're asking.
Well, you don't.
Yeah, he needs to go back to Nathan Oakley and ask him for answers. He's not ready for this. There's four horns of the argument, really. One.
Well, that's interesting. I just wanted to ask you what you thought was dumb about his argument, but you didn't really say it was dumb. All he's saying to you is that, well, gas pressure requires containment.
We're giving you a
it seems like you agree because the other guy said, well, isn't it contained? Yeah, it is. And that's what he said. That's what he said. It's not what I said. But the only thing I'm agreeing with is the gas law or the gas laws. And the fact that someone claiming that you can have gas pressure without a container would be a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, right. So there's four horns to my argument, really. There's four parts to it.
What
the one I asked you is like,
what does your argument have to
Elijah, can you just
saying here's Nathan's argument and it's incorrect? That's dumb.
That's what I was going to say. Like, there's four horns in my argument for why his argument's dumb, right? If you
Well,
could just give me
his
a moment,
argument is
Elijah,
that
to
his
respond to
argument
you.
is very simple. It's gas pressure without a container. So go on ahead. You're not debunking that. You're not saying that that's dumb, but that's kind of how you that's what you want people to come away with. But that's all he's saying is no.
Yeah, okay.
Gas pressure requires containment. I'm not hearing you say that's not true. I'm
Well,
hearing you want people to. I'm hearing you leading us down another road that has nothing to do with that.
it's malapplication to the atmosphere and saying, like, you can't have the vacuum of space without a container. The gas will fill the available space. Whatever you do on the
No,
surface of the earth, I'll grant it to
I
you,
don't.
right, as an
How do you
inductive
validate
claim.
it? How do you validate that there's gas pressure without a container at that level? Like that's you. If
Well,
you're making the claim, you're not debunking him saying that you need containment for gas pressure.
there's a couple of horns to the
You
argument.
just need to go ahead and just make a case for why you
I would
believe
love
what
to
you
if you
believe.
stop speaking. Really,
All right. Well, don't put Nathan's name in it then.
I will, because he's the progenitor
Well,
of
if
this
you are, then you would
argument.
have to just deal with what he said. But you're telling me that I'm kind of confining you or pigeon. It's like, okay, well then don't say my name, don't say his name, don't say FED's name. Just make an argument for what you believe, because it's going to be completely non sequitur to what he's talking about.
Okay, so what his goal is to say that you can't go
No,
to space, right?
I just told you. I just told you.
All right, Elijah.
If you
Coax
have
see
an
them more. They
argument,
attract your boy. Your master. Sorry.
well, I mean, it's kind of weird because if you say, well, I have an argument, I'm expecting you to know something. And I'm expecting you
Yeah,
to
I'd
be able
expect
to
you to be
stand
silent
on
so I
your
could give you
argument.
the argument.
Well, the first thing you started with is it was pertaining to him. So, I
Yeah, it's
mean,
one of four horns of the
you can
argument.
say I'm like, oh, defending this or that, but ultimately, when I hear someone say, "Here's my case," I'm not expecting them to talk about someone else.
Yeah, it's one of the four horns of the argument. If you
So
there's
one of the
evidence for
four
that.
horns of
There's
your
several horns
argument
to this,
is
right?
to
Because
one of the
oh
four
my
horns of
god,
your
you're
argument
absolutely
is to
impossible.
deal with. Yes, Jalal.
You just haven't asked your master yet. I don't think you're ready to defend Nathan's claims.
I already did, buddy.
No, you didn't. You just rambled and tried to stop me from giving you an argument. Because you're scared. You're not ready for it.
No, actually, you're as insignificant as anything. I'm wondering now why I'm still talking to you, but go ahead and carry on.
Okay, so there's four horns to the argument. The first one is that we have to make sure we are understanding it's an inductive claim. You're basing the fact that you need, and I'll grant you, a container on the surface of the earth when you're playing with gas, right? That's fine, yeah, whatever. But if you observe something different going on in altitude, then you're not going to be able to appeal to what's going on, like physical mechanisms going on in altitude. You're not going to be able to appeal to what's going on the surface of the earth. So we have to understand that's inductive. Two, what's going on in altitude is going to lend credence to evidence of absence of a physical container, other than something like a wall, right? And three, if you want, I can grant you, based on the account of people saying like this sort of unfalsifiable claim that, well, you can have a gradient in a container. The question would be, how far can a gradient extend? Can it extend it into the negative 17 tool? If you say yes, it could, possibly, then you're granting me space. And good game, well played, because that's what you're trying to deny. And then four is that Globers don't have a problem, right, with saying that there's containing. They just don't think that there's a container, right? So it's not really a problem for us, right? And those are the four horns of my argument.
Oh yeah, I was strong as hell.
Yeah, and each one of them is something Nathan Oakley couldn't answer. He just says these things like platitudes, meaningless platitudes. In other words, Elijah, there's 4 ways a glober could still go to space, even with your container argument, or Nathan's container argument that you believe in.
You know, this guy still thinks we can go to space. Don't you, Jekyll?
Yeah, we could go to a place called space that is defined as a certain level of pressure, yeah.
Should we make like an appointment where you and I can go?
Should we do what for it?
Can we make a date? Like set a date when you and I can go?
I don't know if there's a rocket powerful enough to carry your body.
Oh, so is this like escape to a powerful rocket fallacy?
It was a joke,
So we're definitely going to need some...
Barry has added 10 points for asking Jekyll on a date. All right?
Yeah, I would like to go to space. If there's a place called space, you know, that we can go to, and we can like walk on Hallelujah Mountains in the sky or whatever the fuck you
Yeah, heck yeah, bro. What happens in space stays in space. Oh, yeah.
Exactly. That's how it works.
I can't believe
everything happens in space.
I can't believe you just got asked out for a date, Jekyll. I think this is your time.
Well, it's not that we don't believe in space like X, Y, and Z, right? We're talking about this place called deep space or outer space, right? This place where this vacuum 10 to the 17 negative torr is, right? That's what we're talking about, right? So I'm not talking about like the space between Texas and the UK, right? We're talking about deep space.
Well, where are people getting this idea of this outer space vacuum, planets and stuff in the universe? Where are people getting this idea?
TV.
On TV? Just TV?
Yeah, television. Yeah. We heard about this place where these astronauts went to the moon. We saw it on TV. Has to be real, right?
But I see real football games on TV. I see real things on TV all the time.
You think football's real?
Football games. Yes, I think football. I think all the new anything that's real on the TV, like live video.
Well, there you go. You just answered it. That's how you
real
get it.
pictures.
Yeah, you saw real football on TV, therefore you saw real outer space on TV. You just answered it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The idea of space was originated as a religious and philosophical proposition long before the advent of any kind of, quote unquote science community of the modern day.
I don't know. I mean, I went to Cape Canaveral and looked at the rockets. They're massive.
Who cares, dude? I've seen rockets.
Well, because I mean, like, I didn't get it from TV. Like, I got my idea for rockets in space.
Dude, you had the idea before that, did you not?
I went to Florida and saw it.
No, he slipped and fell on Florida. He didn't even know why he was going to Florida.
The concept? No.
My grandfather sent me a picture one time.
He didn't even know why he was going to Florida. He slipped and fell into Florida and was like, I don't know why I'm here. And now I'm noticing outer space exists.
Did you see the surface of? Did you see the surface
That's
of Florida?
When you're being like ridiculous about it.
Did you see?
Well, I mean, we're in space now. Why would that not exist further up? You can fly.
Once again, we're not talking about X, Y, and Z.
Like, how come we exist?
Hold on. I've said something. You're not listening. We're not talking about the space between you and I. We're not saying that doesn't exist. We're talking about deep space. So please stop reaffirming and reificating your space by saying we're in space right now. Can't you tell this is deep space?
Okay. So, like, you believe in rockets, right? Like, you do know rockets exist.
Yeah, I've seen missiles and stuff like that, but I've never seen them go into deep space where there's 10 to the 17 negative torr.
But you do accept the existence of rockets, like actual human propelled or rockets that propel human-sized capsules and
like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is a car.
Like shuttles.
I don't know if it can fly, dude. Like we get what you're saying.
I hear they're really dangerous.
Shuttles?
But yeah, I don't believe everything. Listen, I understand that there's a thing called shuttles. I don't know if everything they say about them is true, right? Like they say the shuttle has no engines, but on the videos where I've seen the shuttles land, sure does sound like jet engines to me. So I'm not sure that they're telling the truth about these things called shuttles.
Oh, well, jets are different from rockets. A rocket is a rocket, and a jet
No, you don't understand. They said that the shuttle has no engines.
Yeah, I sort of
and it's not.
Right.
I sort of despise, like, these liars because they're all the same.
But they do have rockets.
In my business too. There's literally, you know what?
Shuttle definitely has engines.
We
by the way.
called a company, right, for a client, to basically point out all the flaws in her product that there were. And we wanted her company to say it, and the company most definitely said, yeah, this is the case, this is the case, this is the case. Yeah, yes, that's true. Yeah, she was very pissed, right? So that was posted on TikTok. Okay, the conversation was very clear about what the product can do and what it can't do. Okay, in the comment section, because there's a whole industry that's out to scam and lie to people. You got these people in the comments that are like, that's not true. What's not true? The conversation you just heard between the client and their company? Like, these motherfuckers will lie and waste your time and waste your energy. I don't even fuck with y'all like that right now. Like, at all. Like, I'm not about to sit here and play games and talk about fantasy world. Like, no, if there's nobody in here that's actually needs what we're talking about, I'm not about to sit, because these guys are lying. They're playing a game and wasting your life energy, Hank. They're wasting your life energy.
Well, they're not wasting my life energy. The truth is, I forgot my charger for my headphones today, so I went to work with only one earbud. And I just happen to have these gamer headsets that are wired. So that's the only reason I'm here today. So they're entertaining, at least. And at least I'm not just in my own head. At least I get to hear the stupidity of others rather than listen to the stupidity of myself. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that guy, he trusts and he believes what he's being told about rockets. That's okay. He can trust and believe it. But there's a point where some people are saying we differentiate, and there's no evidence that this thing can exist in a way that they claim it exists. But he believes and he trusts. That's okay.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. He's a liar. There's a difference between somebody who's devout and someone who's just lying, bro. Like, because once the facts are there and you're willing to be like, no, like you just reject it, it's like you're a different kind of person now. Like, and it's like we kind of get caught up in talking to those people when the people that are truly deceived and they're trying and they, have some sense of self where they're gonna be like, okay, self is what this person telling me the truth. These people aren't even they don't even hear what you're saying. Like, they're not here to talk to you, bro.
What facts?
That's not entertaining.
Like I don't know, like rats running around in outer space on video. I don't know. Like people, I don't know. Mainstream guys are talking about how these Tesla rockets are bullshit because there's rats running around in outer space that you believe in.
See, I'm not really here for
scum of the earth. I wouldn't knowingly waste a breath unless there were other people listening. But clearly, it's just you and me, and this is why I disengage. I'm not really here. People lying on other good people's name.
I'm not really here for conversations with people like Jekyll who say they're not really here for the truth or accuracy or whatever he said. Yeah, you said that you're here to make flat earthers look dumb or something like that. You said it like not even an hour ago.
There's kind of difference there, right? Because I said I'm not bothered about being correct all the time. And being correct all the time just means that with the physics, I'm probably not going to be correct all the time with how the globe physics works, right? That's someone else's problem as far as I'm concerned. But with flat Earth arguments, I know they're weak, and I am always correct.
You said it as a joke, bro, but like everybody knows that that's the truth. That's why you're called an anti-flat Earther. You don't care that the Earth's not a globe. You just hate the flat Earthers.
I just think the flat Earth arguments given to deny the globe are weak regardless of whether or not I know
What's the
physics.
evidence of the globe? The globe being the straight line curve, the straight line that's set out in reality using water and level as horizontal, and that the Earth spins when it's used as a Earth-centric system as being stationary, Earth center, Earth fixed. I mean, so where's the globe to put up against the flat Earth reality? There is no globe. It's just how fucked up can you be? How retarded can you be?
Yeah, I'm just making it clear to Larry.
I'm
Being
not-
correct
I'm
about the
not-
physics, about the globe physics, is not my
I'm not
concern.
one that, you know, I'm not gonna be naive now. I'm not gonna call people out for things but, you know, I'm not gonna speculate too hard. But the bottom line is, you remind me of all of the other trolls that are on Facebook, because there's barely a single genuine person that opposes the real arguments on there at this point. You know what? Someone said, well, what would be the rate of change over a mile? And somebody said, dumb question. Like, because he's a fucking liar. Because every time someone asks a question that gets someone really thinking for themselves, or says something that's just objectively true, you got these motherfuckers that just come out of nowhere and be like, that's dumb. Oh, how is it dumb? Please explain to me how rate of change
Calling it
is
objectively
dumb.
true doesn't make it so, right?
You're not even responding to what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about you. You're scum.
I just did.
I'm talking to everyone else. Like, this guy literally says dumb question to a fundamental truth, supposedly, about what he believes. Dumb question. At that point, I'm like, oh, okay, so you're just a pretender clown at that point, right? Because you're gonna tell me that an aspect of what you believe, there's an element in there that I'm gonna ask about, and you're gonna say dumb question.
Oh, let me explain, Elijah. I speak stupid, dumb question. I speak stupid, dumb Elijah. I mean, stupid, dumb elation. Whatever it's called. Whatever their language is.
Elijah is correct.
I have an astray.
No. Listen, dude. I speak it. So let me explain. When he said the rate of curvature is irrelevant, it's because no matter what counter evidence you provide, he's just going to say scale or he's going to say refraction. So he's correct in that from his worldview, the rate of curvature is actually irrelevant because he doesn't need it for his point because it's unfalsifiable.
Well, he didn't have a point. Someone asked a question. It's as simple as Googling the answer. That's an insufficient retort.
All they've got left, Eli, is nefarious play. It's like bad tackles in football. Anything to stop the play, anything to hold up for time, anything to complain to the referee and muddy the waters and sway the crowd. But it's not actually the game that they're playing. They're running interference 24/7. And that's what bothers me about it. I want to like people like Jekyll. I want to trust them and I want to have a decent conversation. But when all you get is fallacious nefarity and veiled insults and attacks, it's a waste of time.
Well, like I said, I'm not. I mean, with finding the truth, it's not like I'm trying to obfuscate or obscure or like run interference. It's just that when I said not being correct, it was just an application to, if you ask me, how does the globe account for, explain gravity or prove gravity? It's not my concern, right? Because I don't think we're there yet where a flat Earth argument has felt me compelled to actually bring up anything about the globe, right? That's what I'm saying.
Well, you're welcome to feel that, bro, and you're welcome to carry on your journey elsewhere in life. Like, this place isn't purely for you. But if you don't understand the actual gravitas of the direct lack of curvature over the distances that we're talking about, you're a bloody fool, son. You need to go and sit down and learn this properly.
Maybe it
what about the guy? What about the guy that was here? What about the guy that was here like not even 5 minutes ago, saying, "Well, we're in space right now," right? Was that like a legitimate argument?
Who said that?
I don't know who said it, but it was a Glober, right?
Talon. Yeah,
So,
Talon.
yeah. Well, is that a legitimate argument, Jekyll?
No, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, friend. Jekyll, your opinion is irrelevant. Anyway, so what he said was, if there's space here and you move over there and you continue through space, why would space itself stop at any given point? Not realizing that also impugns his own worldview. That's an assumption in any worldview that fundamental free space that's available to move into is indefinite, right? In other words, it's philosophy.
I feel like that question would be better asked to Talon about what he meant by that, because it's not an argument; it's more like just a statement, right?
No, it was a question. It's like, why wouldn't space just continue forever? So, for example, I'm in my vehicle and I'm facing a particular direction, right? And I'm at a particular attitude. Okay, let's just say that I trace a vector indefinitely straight in front of me and imagine it as an ideal ray extending in free space. Now, could I travel along that ray forever?
Can't even do it for 5 minutes, mate. There's topography.
Yeah, but let's just say I could. In order to make a point about that claim, you must categorically move into the realm of philosophy. Everything you say about I could just continue forever and ever and ever and never stop, there'll always be free space for me to occupy and keep traveling along this ideal ray, is pure philosophy. That's all it could ever be. But he just so flippantly says, oh, well, space just keeps going. Now, interestingly enough, the philosophical proof that this question is incoherent and can't be answered is like 2,000 years old. Yet Globers think they're so profound when they come in here. If the Earth is flat, it must end somewhere, or it can't exist. Good grief, man. Freaking lightweights.
That's why I've been saying that these Globers are the pot calling the kettle black lately. With their shady inferences, like we could just go forever in one direction, or we're in space right now, therefore deep space exists. Right? They're the pot calling the kettle black, right? While they're saying that they have all this science and philosophy backing up their model, they really don't. It's very philosophical. So if I were to make the claim that, hey, the Earth looks flat, they're going to say refraction. But if they say, hey, the Earth looks like a globe, I'm going to say refraction. And they're claiming higher ground, as if, somehow their argument is superior than mine, when really it's the same argument. And yeah, maybe some of these flatties can make better arguments than I can. That's probably true. Go ahead.
They would not agree it's the same argument because they would claim that they have a proven mechanism and an empirically and quote-unquote experimentally validated manner in which light behaves that comports with their worldview that doesn't comport with yours. Right? To which then you have to ask, okay, well, where's the brass tacks evidence of that, right? And then they'd have to present it to you.
Well, go ahead, Globers, present it. Present the evidence that your argument is superior and that you're not the pot calling the kettle black. Or are we going to stay in this?
Do you even refraction, bro? Do you even refraction, bro?
I just sneezed so hard my headset fell off. Thought you guys should know that.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Oh yeah. All right.
You should learn about headset physics. Go ahead.
I've laughed myself off the couch many a time in here.
Yeah, where's the predictive model of refraction that can tell you the conditions of an observation based on the alleged geometry and known locations of objects in free space relative from the observation point? Where's that model? Oh yeah, it doesn't exist. Forgot. I know the model that does exist. The model that does exist is supersedery observation, put it through a refraction slider in an Earth curve calculator and say, voila, I did science, bro.
if you launch a rocket from Florida, suddenly Florida's not flat anymore; it's curved.
Well, that's because the Space Force and gravity force, not the electromagnetic force.
Like if you just go to Florida and see a rocket, you ignore the ground, and now the ground is curved after you see a rocket.
Yeah, why did Bislin's attempt to excuse away the black swan via ray tracing result in an image that should have been inverted in the final optic, the resolved image, dude? And nobody caught it. I'll tell you why. Because Bislin was just pulling it out of his ass. He didn't have any validated anything. He just drew a bunch of lines on a piece of paper, said, "Oh, look, my lines arrived back at the observation point, therefore refraction." Why does refraction never allow you to see the bottom of images at extreme distances? That's weird. Why does refraction never make the horizon higher in your field of view than it otherwise would be? That's weird.
Why doesn't refraction move things around on a horizon as the sun comes up overhead during the course of a day? Why is it only at set times of the day that it wobbles stuff out in the distance?
Yeah.
Why is it at night that I can see lights for hundreds of miles away when I shouldn't?
Yeah. And why is it that refraction never makes it look like when you're looking straight as if you're looking down? By displacing everything in your field of view to make you only have a quarter of the sky and 75% land in your vision.
Yeah.
Why?
Is it scared of the dark? Where does it go at night time?
Listen, I want the truth.
You're not alone, man.
You're supposed to say, yeah, there you go. I was going to say you're supposed to say you can't handle the truth. I had that debate with Kosho years ago when he's attempting to mitigate the extreme supersediary observation of mountains hundreds upon hundreds of miles away, right? In world records. And he would say refraction. And then I would say, well, what about this, this, and this? He'd say, well, I still can't see the bottom of the mountain, therefore it's still a globe. And I'm like, dude, how come your magic refraction can show me everything else except the bottom, and then if you can't see the bottom, you think that means it's a globe? What sense does that make?
I think I remember that conversation. There was a lot of good conversations lost when Helio lost his YouTube. People like Kosho and Zanuck and all of these.
Yeah, there were quite a few that were ripped to people's hard drives, but nobody ripped, the years worth of recordings.
Yeah.
Because what we used to do, friends, is we would go into our backlog of chat history, right, and we'd be able to search it for the topic. Then we'd be able to cross-reference that to the timestamp of the day, pull up the YouTube video, and then recall a conversation, and then demonstrate to the Glober their nonsense that they used to say and how they've evolved since then. And yeah, we kind of lost that when we lost that one server, which sucks, but whatever. Moral of that story is, if you really are interested in something, buy a big-ass hard drive and rip everything.
Yeah, it's like, doesn't matter. They're always changing their answers when they're like, they think they know it, and then they tell you like, hey, that's wrong. Look, here's the citation.
I remember when they used to say, yeah, you can see Chicago, but how come you can't see the bottom? And we didn't know it at the time, but the Chicago skyline is in a bathtub. It's actually below lake level. And we were like, you shouldn't be able to see the top. And they would always respond with a non sequitur, but you can't see the bottom. Right? As if that was some sort of proof of curvature. But now, they don't even argue that anymore. Now they just say, well, it's refraction. So if it's always refracted, I love it when they say refraction. If it's always refracted, then you can't tell where the actual geometric horizon is. So if you can't see the geometric horizon, then you can't see that it's a globe unless you go to space. And the fact that nobody's going to space, the only way you can see the globe is if you turn on your TV.
Larry, you want to hear the dumbest comment ever made about the Chicago skyline?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so in regards to refraction as being the excuse, the person putting up the excuse of refraction is asked, what are the different mediums? You know what he says? The glass and the air and the water. The glass from the buildings is one of the mediums.
Oh man!
Oh boy!
I thought he was going to say from the camera. Oh man! At least he should have said from the camera, right?
Now,
You're in between towers. Yeah, we can't hear you.
listen, homie, I'll give you. Yeah, but check this out. I will give you.
You're good now.
All right, Larry, I will give you 37 merchandise store points if you could tell me who said what I just told you. Now, I will give you some hints. It happened in here. He's a recurring person that's obviously spastic in that vein. So that narrows it down at least a bit to give you a chance. All right, who said it?
What's that little Hindu guy that lives in Texas, has the troll as his avatar?
Branch.
Yeah, Branch, right?
Although Branch is that stupid, but I'm thinking not more of stupidity, but more of obnoxiousness. So that should narrow it down to only 3 candidates.
Gosh, I don't know. That's a hard one.
Man, dude, that was the best hint could ever have been given, dude.
Obnoxious Rob?
Just listen to
Rob Obnoxious?
There you go. There you go. Yep.
Rob Obnoxious.
All right, since it took you 3 tries, your points are divided by 3, and
Okay,
two of the divisions are donated to charity. All right, there you go.
Rob Obnoxious. The glass from the windows.
Listen, yes, exactly. But listen, friends, somewhere in Africa, there's a starving kid who doesn't have sweet Flat Earth merch, but now he's going to, thanks to you.
You don't even got to go all the way to Africa. We can just go to Palestine. Anyway, Gaza is what they call it. Yeah, so Rob Noxious actually said that in good faith with a straight face. And he's not a part-time comedian. Just to be sure.
But to be fair, his mouth works faster than his own brain can comprehend, so we got to give him at least a mulligan there.
Yeah, try again. Try again, Rob. Damn. Well, see, you know, we laugh at that stuff, but there's people out there showing like sugar-filled fish tank water, you know, and trying to pretend and pawn it off as if it's somehow analogous to the atmosphere and some sort of proof of concept. And these are the brighter globe earthers, anti-flat earthers, should I say. These are the brighter ones. So, you know, and think about the colleges. Remember the bowling ball, and the tennis ball, and the baseball, and the golf ball on the trampoline? As if the fabric of the trampoline is somehow analogous to the fabric of space-time, which is not made of any baryonic matter whatsoever. It exists in a perfect vacuum, or a near-perfect vacuum, they say. So, I mean, really, Rob Noxious isn't that far-fetched. He's not far from the beaten path.
I've never really understood these arguments about the indexes of refraction, like what is the second medium. It's just total misunderstanding of how that works.
Wait a minute, are you saying the Snell's law is incorrect?
I'm not saying Snell's law is incorrect.
What are you saying with the second medium? What'd you say?
Well, the way I've heard it's, I'm not trying to put words in anyone's mouth, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here, but the complaint I've heard people say here is that, if you have light traveling through air, how does it refract? Because there's only one medium.
Right, because you need like different layers of density and a boundary between two mediums according to Snell's law, right?
Oh, well, yes, but a particular type of density, right? Not just density generally, right? Right.
Yeah, there has to be a change in temperature or density, and temperature is what changes the density. So, right. So hot air is not.
No, those are relevant. Those are incidental.
Okay, go ahead.
Correct. The correct answer is a change in optical density.
The change in optical density is what he said.
Yeah, I almost heard that. But anyway, I mean, yeah.
Electromagnetic permittivity, collaborative right here.
Permissivity of free space is a constant, actually.
Yeah, what up now? I got. No, not. It's not about free space. It's about the substance, whatever the substance is.
Anyway, light can totally reflect going through air.
But all it has to do is pass through something that has a different optical density than what it was previously in, right?
Different index of refraction, yeah. And of course, I'm sure we all know that air under different conditions has a different index of refraction. So, never really understood what the problem was.
Well, you need a normal line, which needs a boundary, right?
If you want to do some calculations, sure, but real life does not require everything to have a normal line to everything else.
Well, I mean, that's Snell's law for you.
Hey, that avatar in text chat, that's a Mr. Giggles sock.
Yeah, but look, there can't be a normal line without a discrete boundary that's defined, right? Otherwise, it's just an infinite variability.
It does vary, yes.
All right, so if you have infinite path variability, you can just pick any path and just say that's the path.
Well, nothing can be infinite because these things are discrete.
You're wrong, sir. Let me tell you what's infinite. What's infinite is the ex post hoc rationale excuse of no matter what observation I see, I will just put it through a refraction slider until I get a favorable result that shows up on my stupid computer screen that says the Earth's still a globe. I can sleep good at night.
You appear to be changing the conversation here. I'm talking about light refracting through air.
Dude, what am I talking about?
That's a really interesting question. I have no idea.
I've won over the
dude.
Clearly not
what I'm talking about. Yeah, cool. But what I'm talking about, apropos to the topic of the room, is the Glober's excuse for every observation that's ever been given to them in the history of mankind.
So I'll just assume we agree that light can refract through air. That's fine.
Yeah. Let's say that in principle that's true. Okay, where is the brass tacks proof that it operates in a manner to supersede all these observations that defeat globe geometry by orders of magnitude? Where's that proof? Transversely, where's the predictive model of refraction that can be used to tell me what were the conditions based on an observation? Transversely, where's the model that can be used to shoot a tri-band laser 120 kilometers and determine where it's going to hit for targeting purposes? Yeah, where's any of those three things? That'd be cool.
Well, it's just an excuse, bro. I mean, they're not actually going to make a model for it.
Yes, because if we can accurately model, and we know how refraction works according to the quote-unquote globe method, then that means that we can shoot a laser, right? Known. Use the model, known. and come up with a laser transit methodology to measure the curvature of the Earth directly, right? But whenever that's done, Globers just claim refraction, wobbly, goopily goop. I don't know what's going on. So it's like one day we know how refraction works, and the next day it's just up in the air.
I'm just glad we can agree that how light works. That was my only question. I just didn't understand the contention. But it seems we're on the same page. Light refracts through air continuously, so no worries.
But does it do it at 8 inches per mile squared?
Well, Larry, if it did, then it'd be impossible for the military's experiment at the Hawaii Islands to hit the 4-meter telescope target that they shot a tri-band laser rig at, because different frequencies refract at different rates, and if their model was correct, it'd be impossible for the 3 beams to hit the 4-meter telescope at that range. Yet it did.
Well, that's why I said it's just an excuse. It's not meant to be taken like rubber to the road, real world analysis, right? It's just meant to excuse away the observations.
Or how about how about another one, Larry? How about Dr. John Dee, PhD physicist specializing in optics, presented with the idea that the Earth might be flat, decided to use his expertise to create a laser transit methodology using a dual band laser inches off the surface, using the dual band laser for the exact reason I just explained, validating to himself and convincing him that the Earth was flat. Now, but wait a minute, that can't be true, because Globers swear that there's no legitimate scientist that believes in the flat Earth. So wait a minute, I'm in a paradox, my mind just exploded. Holy crap.
Link for this tri-band laser thing you're talking about, it sounds interesting. The Hawaii one.
Yeah, it is interesting. Not only, what's interesting about it is that the guys who did it didn't know what was going to happen, and when they analyzed the data afterwards is when they figured out that it's a bunch of hokum schmokum. He actually did his thesis. I think he did a PhD, either a PhD or master's thesis on it. Yeah, sadly, dude, our text here is constantly deleted as a rolling delete. That's just the way it works on this server. So we got to go to our other server.
What could I Google to find this thing?
Someone will post it shortly. Don't worry. You know, it's like Bill and Ted, dude. You ever seen Bill and Ted?
Nah, I've never seen Bill and Ted.
So in Bill and Ted, they're time travelers. And what they do is whenever they need something, they just say, hey, Bill, remember to place that gun in the future, back in the past with our time machine in this box. And then when they reach in that box, there's a gun there. Because it just appears.
Excellent.
What did you want, AI? John D. Ramping.
Well, you could put John D, but also, if you don't mind, put the Joint Forces Refraction Tri-Band Laser Transmogrifier Beam Shotifier one as well.
Yeah, you'll be fucking lucky. It's Friday night and I'm stoned. You'll get John D and like it. 2 seconds.
Yeah, but I heard just earlier, not even 2 hours ago, that there are no Dr. Flat Earthers. No Flat Earthers with a doctorate. So, I mean, that's got to be true, right?
There's all kinds of flat earthers. There's all kinds of flat earthers that hold professional degrees and professional jobs. I mean, this idea that this just flat earthers are the absolute drag retards of society, and none of them have any standing in any particular field whatsoever. It's just a Glober wet dream, so they can pat themselves on the back and be like, "I'm in the cool club."
I really hate that appeal to education thing, especially after learning about that NASA study from the 60s where they showed that all the genius except for 2% is wiped out with public education. Like all the geniuses.
Yeah, man, I hear you. But look, I can rest good at night because my degree says science degree right on it. You know, a piece of paper that I was given by an institution that says you have a science degree now. So I win. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
It's funny because I know that you work with your hands. Which is
Larry, remember that one time? You remember that one time I was in an argument, and so I stopped what I was doing, and I took all my levels and laid them out in a very precisely OCD fashion. Then I took a photo of them. Then I asked the guy, "What are these?" And then he bailed immediately.
I don't remember that.
That was hilarious.
I made a meme. It hasn't quite taken off yet, but I'll go ahead and try to post it real fast. Since I'm at the red light. Red light over.
Search for it right now, because it's gonna search. I could search by address of where I took my photos. Cool. Here's the photo. Doesn't have the comment on it though.
Alright, I felt mine too. That one hasn't quite taken off yet. I figured that would be, stolen.
Oh, dude.
I like the
like
Iron
that
Man
one.
gif I saw the other day. This cracked me up.
Oh my goodness, that's not funny, dude.
That's pretty funny.
No, it ain't, dude. Dude, you know how many times it's been posted in this room, dude?
Yeah, like 1,000.
It's tried, it's boring, homie. Here's my meme. There's my meme, homie slice.
Globers and leftists can't meme. I wonder if there's
Hey,
more than
Larry.
correlation.
Larry, why is yours not in motion, dude? Yours is still. What the heck?
Gotta have some motion to attract the zoomers. You know, they got very short attention spans.
No, dude, the point is that the guy in that little image he's saying in the GIF form, he's attempting to level the water by pushing the water under the level. It's freaking hilarious, dude. Oh man, it's hilarious. So Talon says put a level on a basketball. Holy crap. Why would I do such a retarded thing?
Oh, so I'm gonna go read this paper someone linked. It's interesting.
Another false analogy.
What?
Because that's all they got. Because it's not just their gravity that's weak. It's also their memeing skills.
All right, I'll give you 47 merch store points if you can name all those levels.
I think the little one's called a Derringer, right?
Maybe colloquially. It's usually called a combination.
Oh, there are actually different types of levels.
Heck yeah, bro. So the
box beam
littlest
level, screed level, torpedo level.
Yeah, I mean there are all those names. So like from this one, the littlest one is a combination level. The next one's called a torpedo level. That's 8 inches. The next one's 2 foot. Next one's 4 foot. Next one's 6 foot. Next one's 8 foot.
Are these your levels?
And then, yeah, there are also like 35 and something, almost 36 inches one, which are called sill level, and then one that's longer called a jam level, which is for setting doors, so it's longer than 6 feet.
Are these levels expensive?
I mean, not too bad. So the biggest one is like $100 even, like $99.99, and then they go down from there.
Yeah, but I want you Glovers to think about this for a second. I don't know what kind of structures this man builds, but he builds structures that people live or work in, and BattleMod builds roads. Both of those guys are flat earthers.
Yeah, then I asked him why can't he just like do a measurement over 300 miles, and he's like, because it would be inaccurate or something. It's pretty interesting.
What
Can
kind
you
of
make an
measurement?
accurate measurement over 300 miles?
Well,
Yeah, what are you planning to measure? How are you doing this?
He said he was measuring a highway. Like he did a 300-mile piece of highway, and he said it took him like, I think he said like a week to do 300 miles of highway. So I asked him, instead of just doing the 300 miles in all one day and just averaging it out over a day, like doing a bunch of measurements and then seeing what the average is, like that'll be a lot faster, I think.
It would be, but like he said at the time, it would be rejected and he would lose his surveyor's license. There's a set pace and standard and distance that you have to survey in steps, and the process takes a certain amount of time because you have to do it in steps. So if you negate any of these steps, if you cut any of these corners, you'll lose your certificate for doing it.
Yeah, I know a guy who did a highway, and the gradient, I think, I don't know, like the center of the highway wasn't high enough, so he had to redo the whole stretch of highway. So he had to do the first one for free because they didn't do it right. So yeah, they are held to strict standards.
Interesting.
Yeah, bro, and I help write standards so that you can get free stuff if you're a municipality. And screw the contractors. Suckers!
There's actually a lot of backhanders in commerce with this. Like, a job has to take so long because of health and safety and, certain standards. So there's actually downtimes when the clock's ticking, money's being earned, and nothing's getting done, the work's already done. But it has to take a certain amount of time for the laws of industry to be adhered to.
I just freaking had a homeless guy get in my van to get warm. It's freaking cold as shit in Maryland right now. It's raining. He's sitting outside with a blanket. I see him outside the store all the time. So he gets in the van to get warm. And he's talking about this and that and Israel and this and that. And I'm like, I said, what about flat earth, yo? And he's like, oh, he goes, I know we didn't go to the moon. I'm like, right? He's talking about how he didn't make a phone call to the moon. And then he's like, he goes, you know the United Nations map? I'm like, yeah. So I'm talking to a homeless guy about flat earth. It was funny. Anyway, I let him get warm in my car. Gave him $10 to get soup.
Good bless you, Bill. Good on you.
He's been through some shit, man. Poor guy. Yeah. He's missing all his fingers too. He had a transmission drop on his freaking fingers.
What the
on one hand. Yeah.
That's messed up.
He just had it. He goes, my brother's name's Brett, because my name's Brett. He goes, my brother's name's Brett. He just got. He's doing 30 life plus 30. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah. He tried to blow his head off, and the bullet went out the side of his head, and he was shooting at a cop car and he's trying to get killed, but he wasn't bluffing. He actually pulled the trigger and shot. Dude, but these guys, man, dude, he did it with a rifle, and I don't know, man. You got to make sure that shit's gonna work, man, because these guys have bullets going out the top of their heads, out the side of their face.
It
just doesn't work.
Society that people are considering ending their lives like this all over the place. Like, what's wrong with us that we're picking up our arms or hunting weapons, and we're considering ending our lives or ending other people's? Like, this is happening more and more and more all the time, man.
He said he hasn't had a drink for 4 years. He doesn't look drunk to me. He seems like lucid. He doesn't look high. Like, I'm not, I don't know it all or anything. I mean, but I'm pretty sure I know when I see a drug addict. Just didn't seem like it to me.
It's not just a firearms thing either. I mean, it's like people are turning anything into a weapon and going crazy with it these days.
Yeah, he lost his wife in 2019, so he says he gets survivors, he gets Social Security. He says he gives it all to his kids though, because his brother takes care of his kids. I don't know. Didn't seem like I was just like,
Don't you have a coffee business or whatever?
Yeah, I just gave him a piece of chocolate with a bunch of espresso beans. He's like, man, this shit is freaking awesome.
You should get him to work for you. You should just leave him in your garage. Get him to do work.
Nah, I can't have the homeless guys roasting my shit. It's gotta be on point, man. I don't let nobody touch my beans.
Him, man. That's why you don't pay him. You just let him sleep in the garage, and he does all the work.
Sleep in my garage? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. But
it's a place to sleep, food to eat, and he gets skills. He gets to work for your business, man.
I got a homeless guy who knows all my secrets.
He's not homeless anymore if he's in your house, is he now?
He'll go, now I can't have more people in my house.
He's not in the house, he's in the garage, man.
I'm thinking about moving the business to the garage.
Do you think someone that chooses to live on the streets would care about how the beans would be roasted?
Probably not. I can't let anybody touch the beans. My beans are magical. Dude, my beans are more magical than the magical beans the kid traded for the cow. Way better. Oh gosh, dang! I just feel bad for him. What's funny is people are like, "Hey, look, there's a cripple guy helping the homeless guy." Like, what's he doing? There's a zillion people walking by the guy. I'm the only guy that asked him to get in my van and get him warm. It's cold as shit out, man. Whatever.
I'll speak to this guy up at the supermarket, and he goes, "G'day," I say, "Hey, g'day, how are you, mate?" And I was sitting there chatting to him for about 10 minutes, and he said, "Oh, the worst thing is that people walk past and kind of ignore you." I said, "Oh yeah, I can see that. It kind of makes you feel invisible, but And I said, so now every time I walk past a homeless person, I say hello. G'day.
Yeah. Well, dude, even the homeless knows the Earth's flat. Just let that sink in. Yeah.
Well, they don't spend all day looking at a TV screen. They're outside in reality, right?
Well, the news.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said something about his dad always telling him, whatever you do, don't believe what's on the TV. I'm like,
that's
dang.
what my dad said too. Not in so many words.
So I just finished skimming that Hawaii laser paper. What is it about this paper that's interesting to you guys?
That you wanted to read it. That's what's interesting.
Wait, is that the one where they were just doing studies and then they found out that they were like, oh, oops, that one?
I have no idea what that would be referring to.
There was one where they were studying what was supposed to happen, and none of it matched their little ball earth frickin', what they were supposed to get. I think Miggy brings it up, and I'm pretty sure. I think AI probably knows what I'm talking about. Heretics probably heard it.
I think you guys are talking about different things, though, aren't you?
Probably. This was just some study done by. I want to say maybe not the military.
Are you thinking about the different coloured lasers? That one?
This was like a
study.
study.
Has different color lasers, yeah.
Yeah. supposed to refract at different rates. That one?
Not sure. It was like they were studying it, and they were supposed to. They were expecting one thing, and then they wrote it all down in the report, and it basically none of it matched the globular nonsense.
Which one is it, ITA?
Are you talking about the laser experiment? I was just deafened.
Is your name ITA?
No,
He had it legally changed last night.
Yeah.
This is
like
sorry.
talking
What
to
was
someone and then
Yeah. So this is
asking
there's
someone
a
a
laser.
correct
There's
question
three color
with a name
lasers,
and then someone
Haleakala,
else
Mauna
answers.
Loa.
That's fucking weird.
Wow, you're so angry.
Angry? I'm just pointing out that you're a fuckhead.
What? I was just you were asking for something, and I
asked ITA a question and you answered.
No, I didn't answer it. I actually asked if you were talking about something else.
Okay, is your name ITA?
No, it's not. But that doesn't mean
Shut
I
up
can't
then.
ask. Yeah, okay. You
Go ahead.
Here.
I don't know what the question was.
It was which one were you reading?
Whatever one got linked to me in the chat. It's here. The title is Characterization of Atmospheric Turbulence Effects over 149 kilometer propagation path using multi-wavelength laser beacons.
Cool. So did you read it?
I skimmed it, yeah.
Yeah, what does it say?
They shown a laser from Mauna Loa to Haleakala. They had a turned off adaptive optics system at the destination. They took a bunch of very high speed captures in the millisecond range, and it looks like they've essentially just done a turbulence metric on it, right? And then they've compared it to simulations with Kolmogorov-Smirnov turbulence. So it looks like they're measuring turbulence primarily.
Yeah.
And I got a feeling that you might have to get in there. I think that is the one I'm talking about, and it none of it matches.
Well, what?
I'm not sure. You know what? Actually, no, I shouldn't even say that.
What were they looking? They were looking for different lasers with different wavelengths to refract at different rates, weren't they?
No. To me, like they're studying turbulence here.
Yeah, turbulence and scintillation of the laser at the other end, phase shifts and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Yep, and what else?
They found their model was a bit lacking in predicting the scintillation rates.
Okay. So, what's the conclusion?
Need a better model.
Who does?
But I think they did do some refinements, didn't they? They developed a better prediction from what they did.
So they changed the results to the predictions. They do that?
They've changed the predictions. I mean, I don't know. No one changes their results. That would be bad science.
Did it match the predicted outcome?
Well, I don't see that there's a direct comparison. They're looking at the noise metric between a simulation and this one, but they're not trying to match them. I mean, it's a metric. You wouldn't want to match it anyway.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked what the results were. What's it proving? Like, what is it?
Not proving anything. They just measured the turbulence in the atmosphere.
Cool.
Right, because that's the opposite theory of the super refraction, where you guys are claiming that it's going down 8 inches per mile squared or something along those lines in order to be able to explain away these observations, like the longest photography in the Guinness Book of World Records. So turbulence is more like looking at your wife mow the yard while she's on the other side of the grill while it's in use. So she gets kind of heat wavy and there's a little bit of turbulence. What you guys are claiming is that when refraction happens, you can actually see on the other side of the fence and see your neighbor's wife mowing the yard.
Perfect, man. You can read everything. You can see her hair. You can see what color her nails are. It's like she's right in front of you and you're actually seeing her. But obviously that's not happening. It's all refracting up. Big bendy freaking.
So this paper is supposed to be inconsistent with the globe.
No, it's actually more consistent with what we say is going on, right? Because we say that there's turbulence, because it makes sense that there's going to be heat waves and that light doesn't travel in perfectly straight collimated lines or beams, right? This whole ray tracing is a concept for video games. It's not how light actually works in reality. In reality, it works like they're describing it.
Light does travel
Where
in
there's
straight lines,
turbulence.
unless it's entering a different medium and then it refracts. It'll always travel in straight lines.
Okay, what's the
It'll
different
travel
medium?
in straight lines until it doesn't.
Yeah, it'll travel in straight lines.
Wait, you
unless
said
it's-
light always travels in straight lines until it doesn't.
Yep, until it goes into a different medium.
That's
Like
retarded, man.
it'll travel. Are you saying light does not travel in straight lines unless
Light always travels in straight lines until it doesn't.
All right, semantic game. This is Flat Earth 101. Yep.
Well, that's true all the time, 60% of the time, right?
It'll travel in straight lines unless it goes in a different medium. Yeah. If it's the same medium, it's going to travel in a straight line.
I've heard
So what's the
India.
different medium? Hold on, time out, brother. Hold on. What's the different medium in the Earth's atmosphere then?
Optical density. The optical density doesn't change. It's going to travel in a straight line.
And then you guys claim when things are disappearing from the bottom up, like ships, that's what we're seeing.
It's changes in optical density and height over height. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So it only does this when it doesn't look like a sphere.
Except for the fact when the refractive indexes are normal, and then we see stuff that is over the horizon. We only see the vast majority of the time. We don't see stuff that is very far away, right?
All right. So what does the paper say then?
Just skimmed it again. Do you have any specific questions?
I want to. I was asking.
You've read it,
I want to
right?
hear what Larry's got to say about it.
All right.
Yeah, I haven't read that paper in a few years, so I'm not real refreshed on it. But I understand the concept the paper was trying to convey about this atmospheric turbulence, right? Because if there was this kind of refraction that they're talking about, the beams would have split, and all three of the beams would not have been able to hit. Sorry, the beam would have split. Sorry, let me rephrase. The beams would have diverged at the different rates, and they would not have been able to hit the target. But they hit the target, right?
The same distance as they left each other, each ray, each different coloured ray.
No worries, cheers.
Right. So the beams traveled through the atmosphere, and they acted like there was turbulence. So it was a bit heat wavy, but they didn't refract at different refractive indexes, causing the, I don't want to say divergence, but the spread of the different target locations where it actually landed due to the different refractive indexes. I'm not really good at wording these things.
Yeah. Like a spread of a column, yeah?
No.
So
I'll draw you a picture. Okay.
AI.
Why are you guys wasting your time on a topic that's so
Why are you
convoluted,
wasting
right?
your time interrupting people
shut
talking,
up.
having a
Fucking shut
conversation?
up. Fucking shut up. Alright.
I'm sure your parents are
we've got
really proud
intellectual
of
here.
you. Yeah, his parents are really
Because this paper
proud.
is not about. This paper is not about bending of light for
Hey, I
refraction.
want to hear
They were studying
AI.
scintillation, right?
Razzo,
Go for it, AI.
Razzo,
Sorry.
Razzo.
I thought he was doing a drawing. I didn't know it was ready yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah. So the phenomenon that he's discussing here, Larry, is not bulk refraction, and that kind of stuff. The turbulence is kind of micro turbulence that causes the phase of the waves to change and the scattering of the laser. So, when you look at a laser beam, you get that kind of speckled pattern. That's scintillation, and it's caused by all kinds of diffraction within the beam. Now, studying
If
that,
there were bulk refraction occurring here, it would have been normalized out because that's how they just aimed it optically. So.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have mattered.
And it's
Doesn't
important in
matter.
communications, I think, which is why they were studying it.
Can you say that again?
Communications.
Okay, so if there were some sort of refractive effect happening here, right?
Yeah.
The way that they aligned this laser is they had a spotlight next to the telescope, and they looked down their telescope and they aimed their laser at the spotlight. So if the spotlight was refracted, if there's some lifting and ducting effect, then they're just aiming at it, so you wouldn't be present in the experiment.
Okay, so the spotlight went 140. How many miles was it?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
149 kilometers. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
The spotlight did.
That's what they say.
And then
they're using a telescope to see it. It's just a
the
beacon.
laser followed the spotlight path, or went
They
on a
aimed
different
at
path?
it.
They aimed at it. Okay, and what are you saying? Okay, if the light was refracted anyway,
If there were some sort of bulk refraction happening, right, it wouldn't be relevant.
Okay, so
What do you mean it wouldn't be relevant?
Because they weren't measuring the refraction. They were measuring micro changes in the position of the beam and the phase of the beam and the scattering of the beam. Once they've aimed on the target, that's all that they were worried about.
High up?
Well, hold on. So 140 kilometers, and they didn't measure any refraction, right?
They didn't attempt.
No, they weren't looking for refraction like that. Yeah, they just
Well, it doesn't
the other
matter
guy
if they
said,
were
they just
looking
aimed
for
the
it or not.
beam.
If they shined light beams 140 kilometers, they should have felt refraction whether they were looking for it or not, right?
We'd have to measure it, right? If you just point a laser beam somewhere until it hits a target at the other end, you've got no idea what's happening in between.
So then you guys don't know if it's refracting or not. Thanks.
No, the bulk, like we said, the bulk refraction is not important in this experiment. It's not what they were studying.
You said you have to be able to measure it if there's refraction or not refraction.
In
That
what
means
situation?
you can't claim that there's refraction. You just said it.
Might have misunderstood me. If there was refraction or not refraction.
If there is not refraction, then you need to be able to measure what's going on in between. So that would be the case. If there is refraction, you need to be able to measure what's in between too. Correct or not?
So the study wasn't about what's going on bendy.
No, I'm talking about the claim that you just. I'm talking about the claim that you just made.
I'm trying to think what actually I said.
I just repeated what you said.
Repeat it again.
You said if there's no refraction, then you would have to measure that because you're pointing a laser at a point, but you don't know what's going on in between. So that would be the case if there is refraction, then you would have to measure what's going on in between as well, because effectively you're just pointing a laser at a target. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's right. They weren't looking at what was going on between in terms of the bulk bending of the beam.
So then you don't know if there's refraction.
No, they wouldn't have done. No, there could have been big refraction or small refraction.
Yeah, you're never going to know, are you?
Not in that experiment, no.
No. So why are you bringing up refraction if it's not mentioned in the
I thought somebody else did. I think they talk about the small scale refraction impacting the scintillation.
So they do talk about it because you said they don't talk about it.
But it's not about the kind of refraction we talk about when we're detecting Earth curvature, right? It's not that sort of scope. It's just micro level changes in refraction causing the scintillation to change.
And how'd they measure that?
They were measuring the scintillation, not the changes in refraction.
Okay, so
Their
what are
model
you saying?
proposes the refractive changes.
Yeah, so
saying that the paper has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
So why are you talking about refraction then?
That's you, I think.
We can't get off the topic, yeah. It's one of the things that influences what they observe.
The wavelengths of light behaved equally, and that's one of the.
You guys were saying if there is bulk refraction, all the all working. But then you look at the paper and there's nothing about refraction. You just add it into it.
I posted my picture, homie Slicey.
That's nice. Very colourful AI.
This is a nice picture. Nice job.
Better than
So now this, I don't know.
I put that on my fridge.
Yeah, I don't know which paper. Listen, I have an official science degree, so shut your mouth. All right. Anyway. What was I? Oh yeah, hold on. You flustered me by congratulating me on my art skills. So now I'm beaming with pride and joy.
Blushing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so the premise of the article goes like this. Okay, if the model of globe Earth terrestrial refraction is true, then the image above the purple line is what should have happened. The three lasers should have spread out to the point where they missed the target, based on the refractive rate of the different refractive rate of the wavelengths, because it's wavelength dependent.
It is wavelength dependent, but you have to ask yourself, what amount of effect do you expect here? If you look at the long distance observations, where we can both agree that refraction is clearly occurring, where whether or not it's the cause of the distance is neither here nor there, right? But there's obviously waviness.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. But you see, the problem is that people waited for me to give my explanation of this image, and then you just pooped all over it.
Well, I did say I put it on my fridge, so.
Fair enough. Now, so the bottom image, if I can be so kind to be uninterrupted, the bottom image there is obviously what would happen if the terrestrial refraction model wasn't the case. At least that's the way the argument goes. Okay, now you know it. There you go.
Yep. So did they just aim all of the lasers at the target, or were the lasers all aligned and aimed as a unit?
I believe they were on the same slide.
I think it's coaxial, yeah.
Yep. How big was the target? I wonder at the other end. What the
4 meters. 4 meters if memory serves.
4. You're correct. It's 4. Well, it's 3.67, but they rounded up to 4 because they like to make more money. And there's a 1 micron difference in wavelength between the shortest and longest color.
So 1 micron difference. Is that a measurement of the placement of the targets, like the bullet holes?
No. It's a measurement of wavelength. Color.
Oh, okay, I got you. Sorry, this isn't my argument. Sorry for fucking.
What's the expected divergence of 1 micron and 100 miles?
The correct answer is exactly as much as needed.
To fit the globe Earth model?
Oh, that's the problem.
To fit the refraction model. Yeah?
Dude, why? No, think about this. Why would the military want to know the effect of a tri-band laser at that range?
So they can hit a target.
Yeah,
there you go.
Refracted targets or for the hit real targets?
Yeah, so they can blast somebody's ass. That's why.
Because of Lahaina.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be shooting 140 miles and missing your target.
I was trying to say to AI when I very rudely interrupted him. I apologize, AI. This question of how much would you expect the 1 micron difference in wavelength to diverge the lasers is, despite the sort of tongue-in-cheek nature of the other answer, is fair. It's hard to predict, right? Because obviously you need to know the conditions of the and this is globe and flat Earth, right? We all agree light refracts in air.
Like you said, just as much as you need, yeah.
That was the pithy answer, yeah. And you can tune it if you want, but it's hard to predict, right? But we can sort of talk about it in a qualitative sense by looking at other situations where we know that refraction is occurring, right? Like a mirage or something like that. Not maybe long distance stuff, but the looming refraction, whatever it may be. There are situations where light is doing weird things in air. If you look up the ships of the horizon, right? And the difference in wavelength there of the optical, like your eyeball, whatever, is not dissimilar to the difference here. It's I would say in the same order of magnitude. One micron, I would say, is about the optical range of the eye. It's probably a bit less, but I don't think it's wildly dissimilar. And so the question you want to ask is like, okay, between the top and bottom of the ship or whatever is being clearly refracted, is there a clear separation in color? And as far as I can tell from the images I've seen, I would say no. So I would say, all right, I don't expect there to be significant divergence.
Dude, the one micron differential in the wavelength of light is irrespective of It's irrespective sorry, I can't say S at the moment. Listen, it's irrespective of whether I can't even talk now. I'm laughing too much.
I believe in you. You can finish it, man. I believe in you.
Okay, it's irrespective of its displacement in free space over the cumulative arc of differential path probability it will take if it's undergoing constant path variability based on passing through a differential optical density. Understand that?
Sounded like about half buzzwords to me, but I think I understand what you're trying to say. Obviously, the divergence, like when the light gets to the target, it'll be, one laser will stay the same wavelength. I agree. That's not what I'm trying to point out. What I'm trying to point out is, if you look at like a sailboat or whatever, if you look up like looming refraction, just to pick an example, but not required to be that particular thing. Some situation where we can both agree that refraction is occurring. These objects are not one color. There's lots going on. There's some white, some red, some blue, whatever.
Yep.
And so we would ask ourselves, okay, in this situation where there's a multicolored object and refraction is occurring, do these different colors, which of course represents different wavelengths of light, do they appear to be strongly separated out by the refraction? Do I see any of that? And I would say no, just looking at these. You can disagree with me if you examine them yourself, perhaps. But that's just a heuristic argument to say how much divergence do we expect as a function of wavelength, right?
Or it's like I don't see it, therefore it's not there.
Yeah, but that's
so you're saying that the index of refraction is not wavelength specific. So you disagree with Snell's law.
No, dude. My point is, you got to take the wavelength index, right, and then chart the arced path through the differential variability of whatever the heck the normal. I forget the term, right? And then you can come up with the different arcs that the light's going to take and how it's going to arrive, right? The different colors.
Right, but your image is illustrating the true fact, right, that light of different colors will refract differently, right? I mean, that's what you're trying to illustrate, right? And the question somebody else asks is like, okay, for light that has a difference of 1 nanometer between the shortest and longest wavelengths over a distance of 150 kilometers, roughly, how much do we expect that to refract? If you're aiming at a 4-meter target, do you expect something that might be detectable? Are you going to miss a 4-meter target if there's refraction occurring or not, right? And I'm saying that looking at the long distance...
Well, that's the question then, isn't it, bro? That's the question. Right, so if you just appeal and say, oh, look, I have an image that's supposedly 100 miles away and I don't see any chromatic aberration, therefore it's not
you know the word. All right, maybe I should have just said the word then.
Right, therefore it's not significant, right? Isn't the same as actually knowing what the quantity is and then analyzing it against the alleged model, right?
Yeah, no, you're totally right. But it's certainly a way you can start to understand what's going on. It's the beginning.
Maybe, but it's kind of circular reasoning at that point.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, it's certainly no sort of logical proof. But I'm saying if I look at a bunch of images where everyone agrees refraction is occurring, like mirages and looming refraction, and I really don't see any chromatic aberration, and I would say I don't, just Googling it real fast, then I might, it may take some additional convincing, or you have to show me that it is a significant effect that you expect to see over this 150 kilometer length. Does that make sense?
Did you know that they attempted to make a distanceometer? I guess I made that word up on the fly. Using this differentiation It was actually called a hold on, stupid S's again. A scintillometer, I believe. They were
I'll look
attempting
it
to
up.
use. They were attempting to use that chromatic aberration and scintillation quantity,
And then they realized that the
to
atmosphere is
create,
not well behaved.
to create essentially a rangefinder
Oh,
where they could
interesting.
point, where they could, whatever. My mouth ain't working. You get the
Looks like
point.
they have made it. Is a device used to measure. Interesting. Signal of a large aperture scintillometer. No, never heard of this. Thank you. Today I've learned about a new instrument.
Yes, and well on our way to have our sesquipedalian ratio quota met for the day.
Wait, what is this device called again? I was like, black.
It's called a shamalama ding dong.
All right, can you send me the thing? I tier.
And in a minute, I'm in the kitchen right now making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Sprinkle a little salt on it. Thank me later.
Jelly? You mean jam?
No,
jelly,
jam and
jam,
jelly.
shake.
Jam and jelly are two different things, dude.
Yeah, jelly's that stuff that you put in like you mix it with water and it becomes like jelly. Like a gelatin.
What?
Well, these are labeled as preserves anyway, so I guess we can all go fuck ourselves.
No, dude, for real. Jam and jelly are two entirely different categories of sweet fruit spread, okay? They're totally different.
One has or something?
Well, jam's got real
Jams,
fruit.
but this
Jelly
block
doesn't.
I think you're right that one is essentially a gelatin made from the juices, so it's essentially like a Jello, and the other one is actually got like the whole fruits in it or something.
Ah, there we go.
I think that's the difference.
Sounds plausible to me.
You know, it's a
Can
critical
you
thing
prove that?
when we scrutinize jelly to its nth degree.
Yes, but look, the most
We're
important
having a
thing
chill
is
conversation today, Alpha. Chill conversation.
yes, but the most important thing is to sprinkle a little salt on there and thank me later.
Ooh, salt and sweet. Perfect.
Now let me tell you what I had for lunch.
I went to a food truck once that put bacon in a PB&J, and then they fried it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, dude.
That's good.
You know what else is interesting? Have you ever had
God
peanut
bless
butter
Texas.
soup? Have you ever had peanut butter soup?
No.
Nah.
Yeah, it's basically
Hold on a second, bro. Hold on a second. You're going off the rails here, man.
No, dude, it's basically peanut butter and onions.
Oh yeah, like a satay kind of flavor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thai food.
Very popular. It's very popular in oh man, holy crap.
Malaysia?
No, like some African areas. Can't remember.
England.
My mom learned the recipe from my mom learned the recipe from a African missionary.
You guys didn't get that joke, did you?
I didn't hear it. What was it?
Oh no, you said African areas, and I said England.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. Now, what about marmalade? Now that hits the spot.
Well, yeah, I like marmalade.
That's what I had today. Artisan bread, peanut butter, marmalade, sprinkled with salt.
Nice and bitter. Bitter? Would you call it bitter or sour? Bitter.
Well, most
bittery
marmalades.
sour.
Yeah, but the general marmalades in the
You
States
gotta
are
tell them
sweet.
about Vegemite, man. Tell them about you throwing your Vegemite
Oh,
in there, man.
Vegemite.
Throw it in the mix.
No, I'm not interested in cannibalism. That's against TOS.
No, it's vegetables. Ours is vegetables.
Yeah, that's what they all say. Yeah, that's what they all say until the one guy whistle blows and he's like, "It's people. I'm telling you, it's people."
I've seen this movie.
The I think the English have one called Marmite, which is a beef constitute one.
Yeah, there's one. There's Marmite and Vegemite, and one's from plants. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's left over from beer.
Soya.
It's left over from beer making, so they use all the extracts from the vegetables from the yeast and stuff like that.
Cool.
What's haggis? What's in haggis?
Oh my
Haggis.
goodness, dude! This is a
Sheep's
family
stomach.
show.
Everything.
Everything. Sheep's stomach, sheep's kidneys, sheep's lungs, sheep's heart. You name it, and it all goes into
and it's
the
delicious.
sheep's stomach.
Just
and
like
it gets
mommy's
tied up and cooked and steamed.
That's what Mexicans eat. They call it chorizo,
Yep.
but it's chicken.
Yep. Well, the same everywhere. We all eat like we used to use the offal properly in cooking everywhere, but now it's becoming more and more rare.
If you've never had chorizo and eggs, you're missing out.
Oh my lord,
yeah.
that's good in the morning.
We still
Some
eat.
hot
I'm still a big fan of black pudding.
Actually, listen.
Love it.
You haven't lived until you've had chorizo with huevos.
If that's what
Is
you
that
call it,
what
gringo.
huevos? Is that chorizo and huevos? Yeah, man. Hot sauce too.
Hey, Miggy, you'd know the Mexican chilaquiles? Where's he gone? You got these. They make this tomato sauce with onions and stuff like that, and they mix the corn chips in with it, like it goes all over, and then the melt cheese, like nachos, but the chips are the corn chips are soaked in the sauce. So
Like
good.
salsa. It's like a salsa, but like with yeah.
Bit more watery. Like
The best thing as far as Mexican food goes, hands down, it's the green salsa with avocados in it. Salsa verde con avocate.
Yeah.
Salsa verde y aguacate.
Yeah.
Eres plena?
Sí,
Sure
oh,
is.
sí. Oh, sí.
Sí, claro, claro que
Es
sí.
plano.
All the globe earthers are like, what does Plano taste like?
A little bit like plantain, but you know. Tastes like dirt.
Oh, like potatoes. Okay.
No. So, speaking of food, the most rational segue to a joke is about light, obviously. So, people ask, what's light, right? But there's actually been a lot of different theories of light throughout the years, right? So, for example, one of the old theories was called emission theory. Emission theory was basically the idea that whatever it is that's getting the information about the object out there comes from you, projects out of your eye or emits, right? Emission theory, hence the name, goes out, strikes the object, and come back and give you the information. Now, what you might say is, well, then how come that doesn't work so well at night, right? And then, of course, the answer is nocturnal emission theory.
Wow. That was a Jesus Christ.
So you say it's the old theory, right? But I think a lot of children still adhere to this theory, especially young ones, when they draw like the comic book style drawings where the eyes are shooting out laser beams, so to speak, and not necessarily like Cyclops
Well, I think
shooting out laser
nocturnal emission
beams.
theory is more the realm of teenagers, Larry.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about that part. At the beginning, he wasn't joking, right? So I didn't bite on the joke. I was biting on the theory of, the way that people used to think our eyes worked.
Larry's much too serious.
Yeah, I think you said a few years back that it must be the autism or brain damage or something.
Well, look, it's not unreasonable for children to think that way. Like I remember distinctly my brother close his eyes, and then take the food from the center of the table, thinking that when he closes his eyes, it's dark, so no one can see him.
Yeah, that kind of sounds
Why
like
we
the
only
study.
land on the sun at night.
The subject that caused the study, Dunning-Kruger, he robbed a bank with invisible ink over his face. And it was kind of like that meme from Grandma's Boy. How did they see me? I had invisible ink on my face.
You can see why they studied him.
Oh, it would be a good one, though, is to have an invisible ink note that you give the cashier that says, give me the money or else. And then she gives you the money, and then when she shows the note to the cops, it doesn't say anything. Now, you might say, well, what if they check the paper and they see the image by using a different technique? Well, you can actually hypersaturate the paper with invisible ink that's already expired, and that way they wouldn't be able to tell what was written on it. At least that's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Sounds like a confession you're sticking to.
Clearly a reification fallacy, burden of proof reversal fallacy, and I don't know where the other classics are.
I didn't even hear any Globers talking. How'd they get that many fallacies in one sentence?
You know, listen, there's been a lot of multi-syllabic words being spoken lately, and Greg isn't here. It's almost like we were chanting him to arrive.
I don't know. I don't have like 4 or 5 hours to listen to one sentence.
His reputation precedes him.
Legend has it I'm actually still listening to him from the last time he was in voice.
So I won a prize. Free McDonald's sandwiches for a year. So what sandwich should I pick tonight? That's the question.
To give to homeless people? Surely you're not eating that garbage.
Heck yeah, I eat that stuff, man. It's good. Listen, bro. It's full of preservatives that preserve meat. I'm meat. Do the math.
Oh, man.
McDonald's makes
This
sandwiches.
is some new technology.
I'm about to start checking everything AI says because that sounds good enough to be true.
Dude, how do you think I've lived to be 130 years old, bro?
Yeah, but if you keep on
AI overlord cyborg.
if you keep on eating it, you're going to grow. Wake up one morning with all the meat in the wrong places, bro.
Dude, when I grow the extra meat, I shave it off with a scalpel and I put it in a little petri dish, and then it becomes a clone, and then I can send it out on missions.
Rogu AI.
Actually, I've actually extended my lifespan by transposing myself into the light speed dimension, to which you don't age. And how I do this is I snatch them wigs off of dumbasses like Bev, thinking he knows what flat means, so fast that I actually accelerate to the point where I can extend my life by like 30 years in that nanosecond. It's quite exhilarating. Oh, speaking of which, let me post that clip, and also post the open challenge for any of those guys to debate me in the arena rule set on the main server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, to be duplicatedly streamed here and at his server if he wants to, so people can enjoy the carnage.
Like to see that. Nothing would give me more pleasure.
Can we play something for everyone to hear or no?
See you guys.
Yeah,
Not sure if
Indio
it
did it
works
earlier,
like
but
that.
I don't know how he managed it, man.
He just played it through his phone. Well, from one device to another, I think. I only have one device at the moment, so I can't do that. Alright, here's the clip, Holmes. Listen and cry. Oh, I don't want to interrupt anyone if they're listening, so I'll wait 1 minute. Alright, 1 minute is up. So whoever derided me for eating McDonald's, there was this one time we did a scientific experiment with a McDonald's patty. And we concluded from said experiment that okay, well, let me change that. What do you think is thinner? A standard McDonald's hamburger patty or my metal wallet card holder, which only can hold 4 credit cards? Which is thinner?
The burger.
You're correct.
The burger. The McDonald's patty.
Dude, that I was so surprised how thin that thing was. It was pathetic.
Yeah, bro. Do you know, I gave up on fast food burgers when they stopped being what they're sold as. You know how you see them on the box and the burger's like about a 1/4 inch thick, at least, 1/2 inch thick, maybe? And then there's like lettuce and all this corn and all this lovely like mayonnaise and stuff. You open the box and it's nothing like that, man. That hasn't been for years. So they can keep it like, you know, if it even looked like what it was sold as, maybe, but nah.
We got a good one around here called Fuddruckers. And what it does is, so you get your burger, you get your bun from them, and then you take it over to like this area that has freshly cut lettuce, tomatoes, all these things that you then put on your burger, and make it really nice, like the image would be.
That's cool. I like that idea.
You know what's interesting? If you go to McDonald's, you're gonna pay like $15 for their quote unquote premium sandwich, bologna. But if you go to a place like that Fuddruckers place, you pay $15 as well. So it's like it's a no-brainer, right?
Yeah, you get a nice atmosphere, somewhere comfy to sit down, a salad bar you can go back to, dude. Fresh drinks, top up, stuff like that. Yeah. Far better than sitting in your car outside a plastic McDonald's shack. Thank you.
I just watched that clip, AI. Was it because his quality control, he'd have to throw everything out?
Correct. What it means is that his definition of flat is impracticable in reality, and therefore
never get
incoherent to even apply to any categorical object that exists in tangible free space. That like my piece of paper, an engineered part for a vehicle, anything.
Yeah, because when he's
So in
talking
other
about
words,
yeah,
go ahead.
when he's talking about his measurement of flat, yeah, it's an engineering term. Yeah.
Correct. Now I'll give you 27.5 merch store points if you can tell me how to measure something flat in engineering.
Well, you've got to get the high point and the low point over a certain distance. How much variation there is over that. That's a measure of flatness, yeah?
Yes, but you left out one part, so I'm going to dock you 5 points, which is between two what? Parallel planes.
Yeah. There you go. Which would be the horizontal reference plane.
Yes, but yes, if the object was oriented horizontally, but it doesn't have to be for that definition.
Yeah.
Like you could have a vertical flat surface.
Yeah. Like with that plastering technique they use, what is it?
Hip trowel?
Yeah, they trowel the whole wall and then they sand the whole wall instead of the joints. Just the joints. Yeah. It is a certain term.
It's not skim coating, but that kind of is similar.
Yeah.
I'll make it parging. There you go. So, what we're talking about here, friends, is the definition of the definition of horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizon is where the surface meets the sky, right? So, by definition, a horizontal line is referencing the orientation of the surface of the Earth. Okay, it's unavoidable. Which is why in that conversation with Bev,
doesn't work.
In that conversation with Bev, he would not define a horizon. In fact, I have another clip.
I think that the concept of horizon is a mathematical thing, and it's nothing to do with the Earth at all. That's irrelevant.
Yeah, whatever, dude. That's a cool story.
Well, it's nothing to do with the Earth.
Yeah, that's a cool story. What's a horizon, bro?
That's a practical way you could use it. Yeah, like with the spirit level or something.
Yeah, that's cool. What's a horizon, bro? What's a horizon? What's a horizon?
It's just something in the distance. It's basic. Yeah, okay.
Oh man, that's the same stupid answer that Bev gave. Something in the distance. What is that thing in the distance? A cat?
Let's get more precise. I'm prepared to go down. Come on, take me down this thing. I'm going to say it's something in the distance. But yeah, it's more a horizon. It's a word that we
something in the distance. Oh my goodness, dude! There's a rock in the distance. Is the horizon a rock?
No, you can't. If you were on the rock, then you would have a horizon, wouldn't you? I guess.
No, dude. What is the horizon, please? For goodness'
Come
sake,
on, that was
dude.
kind of on your side, actually. If you were on a rock or an asteroid in space or something, and you said what's a horizon, the horizon would actually be
asteroid in space.
Imagine if you can, right? Fictional. This is fictional. Imagine there was another thing floating around in the upper right. I'm not sure exactly what you guys believe, but if you were on a,
you know what we
maybe
believe.
there's a ball that flew through the sky, right? And you were on
Holy crap, dude! Fuck.
Would there be a horizon? There would.
I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't realize it was such a complicated question.
No,
don't worry. I'll buy you dinner. Listen, I will buy you dinner to restore all those calories you had to use to answer it. Okay,
dude.
The horizon is the line between sky and sea or earth in the far distance. That is the horizon.
Thank you. There you go. Somebody with some sane brain cells. Thanks.
Dude, I wasn't against you. Honestly, I like hanging out here with you guys.
No problem, bro.
I disagree with you, but you're good.
It's a simple answer what a horizon is, dude. That's why that other guy could answer it simply.
Yeah, this is why you guys overcomplicate complicate things.
Yeah, but That's the problem with the world. It's very complicated. It's like the right wing and the
So
left
you
wing.
make it complicated.
Well, it is. That's the problem. It's incredibly complicated and very difficult to understand. And as soon as you try to simplify it, you're missing shit. Always.
Like what?
You're going to miss shit. And that's what's
Like
wrong
what?
with right-wing thinking, like,
What are we
trickle-down
missing?
politics. It should work. Yeah, it sounds logical. But it doesn't. Why? Don't care. No.
What are we missing? What are we missing then?
All the other shit.
Like what?
I don't know. Yes. We need to be more specific.
I don't know.
No, I don't. And I'm no expert in any of this, by the way.
You're missing shit that I don't know anything
on your
about.
side. Don't be too bullied. I know.
You're wrong about this topic. How do you know? What do you know about the topic? Nothing.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
All right, I'll ask you again. What are we missing?
With specificity, oh, fuck, no, I can't say it. Specificity to horizons. Yeah.
Yeah, the horizon, dude. So we already had somebody with a rational sense of the ability to answer a question coherently.
There's no
give us the answer for what a horizon is.
There is no
necessarily so. He included a direct reference to the surface of the Earth. Okay, that's the way it is.
Don't be scared that I'm going to suddenly say something that's going to destroy your worldview, because I'm too dumb to do that. There's no chance of that.
Dude, it's not about that. It's that I'm curating a point, and I'm very adamant about getting to the conclusion of my point, and you're just talking swiggly swaggle, which is serving no purpose to my ends.
I'm ready. There's no such thing as a horizon. A horizontal line is no different to a vertical line in space.
Did you just say that there's no such thing as horizon?
No.
Why is there a word for it?
There's no such thing that the horizon is not a horizontal line. It is the same as a vertical line when it comes to space. That's what I said.
That's cool, dude. That's cool. The problem is that the horizontal is defined as parallel to the plane of the horizon. Capiche?
No, that's not the definition of what horizontal means at all.
Oh, yeah, it is.
No, all right then. Link. It isn't. That's not what that means.
Really, dude? That's what you think?
No, it isn't. It isn't. It's literally a graph measurement. The horizontal and the vertical.
Okay, bro. Okay. I don't even have to finish. I don't even have to finish typing in my search bar, and look what comes up, bro. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. There. How do you like them apples?
I don't know what I'm seeing. Where? I'm not looking at your search.
Horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon. Shablam, shabloo.
Yeah, who said that? Who said that? Source. Is that the
freaking Oxford Dictionary of Languages, bro?
There you go. Good. There you go. You're right. Fucking don't be so defensive, dude. Honestly, I'm happy to be wrong. Happy to be wrong.
Well, I'm ecstatic for you to be wrong.
So what's a horizon then?
A horizon is very specific to living on a circular fucking thing flying through space. But a horizontal
No, it isn't.
line is not a horizontal line. Right. Okay. What is a horizontal line? And I bet you it doesn't mention the horizon. I'm going to look at it myself to make sure. Oh, I didn't want to get into a fight with you. I want to.
Dude, horizontal means parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon is. Holy dude! I literally proved it. I literally proved it, bro.
You didn't.
Yeah. I posted a definitive definition from the Oxford Language Dictionary.
If you type it into Google, no, dude. If you type it into Google, the first thing that comes up says a horizontal line is a straight line that goes from left to right or right to
Straight line.
and
you
I
go.
stand with that. That is the definition of a line. It's got nothing to do with the horizon or the
left to right and right to left. It's a horizontal line, dude. That's parallel to the plane of the horizon. Duh.
Type horizontal line definition into Google. Same thing as me.
Holy crap, dude.
A straight line that goes from left to right or right to left. And that is all it
Yes, left to right or right to left, right?
Nothing to do with fucking planets or horizons or anything. No.
Yeah, define left to right. Hey, define left. Define left.
Why did you lie?
Define left to right, please. Define. Holy shit, man.
You lied to me. You lied to me, didn't you? Why did
Okay,
you lie?
is that horizontal
Why?
line level?
Doesn't say anything, but it doesn't matter. It's just a line that goes from left to right.
Look up
Vertical line's a line that goes from fucking bottom to top. It's as simple as
That's not horizontal, is it?
Yeah, so left to right, bottom to top assumes a specific orientation. Otherwise, they'd have no meaning.
Doesn't matter. It's maths. Maths doesn't have any meaning.
Oh my goodness, dude.
Have you ever seen?
Math doesn't have meaning.
Dude, you're in a categorical. Listen, you're in a categorical error. We're talking about reality, okay, not concepts here.
I'm just so much more intelligent than you. I've got to go.
Yeah, clearly you are, bro.
You're thick as fuck.
You're actually more handsome and more charismatic.
Obvious shit.
Girls like you more. Your mom loves you more.
Too much time on this. Sorry, I wish. Look, because I've been here before and hung out with some of you flat earther guys and girls in the lower down areas when you're not just having this stupid conversation. You're just nice people. You're lovely.
Because
you're
you didn't know
lovely
what
guys.
it was and was.
You're great. But when you're trying to say that fucking the horizon is a fixed part of what horizontal means, and it clearly isn't, and
It is, dude. It clearly is.
It isn't. Anyone here, type it in. See what horizontal.
Yeah.
Right or right to left, and that is it. No curve.
Yeah, what does left to right mean, dude?
Look
What's
to the
it
left,
referencing?
look to the right. I don't know. It's
In reference to what?
Could be, both of our worldviews could work with that.
In reference to what?
Nothing.
He's being disingenuous.
The central point. No, I am
Continue reading.
He's not being
lied earlier, and I didn't.
It's not that he's disingenuous, it's that he's ingenuously filled with wine. There you go.
I'm so sorry.
Because he's not reading the whole.
You riled me up.
He's not reading the whole.
You're full of shit. You're lying and provably lying, and fucking no one's listening.
You're not reading the whole context, man. You're not reading the whole paragraph.
I'm not giving.
When you say, hey, dude, just stop talking, man. When you're saying a horizontal line left to right, what's it in reference to?
He's gone.
What a dickhead. Is he having a spaz out or something? You couldn't stop talking. It sounded like a nervous breakdown. It's like that guy that came in and said, "Oh, they were within 3% of the Earth's radius," and we said, "In comparison to what?" He said, "Well, the actual size." So, well, where'd you get the actual size from? Oh, because it's the actual size. Okay, what are you referencing when you say it's within 3% of the actual measurements? Who measured the actual size? Oh, but it is. That's what it is. Well, you got to reference it to something, don't you? You can't reference it to something that is not within 3% of the measurement because there's no measurement in the first place.
Yeah, hold on, brother. You ready for this? Watch the chat. Here it comes. It's coming down. Open wide. Shablam. Read that. That's what it's referenced to, Holmes. If you write its whole definition out, what does it say it's referenced to, homie Slicey?
The horizon.
Let me read it.
Ooh,
Yeah, let me read it.
Sick burn.
It means that Horizontal lines are always parallel to the horizon.
He just read the first line and skipped the whole paragraph.
So is that all parallel lines?
It means that the term horizontal. What it means is that the term horizontal is specifically referencing the attitudinal orientation of the surface of the Earth. That's part of the definitional loop.
Yeah, but why are you yelling at people? Sorry, I just got in.
What?
He's not
I'm
yelling.
not yelling. I'm not yelling. You just have beta ears.
Yeah, it sounds like you're yelling out of a garbage can.
Listen, are you making fun of me for my disability?
Is that what it is? It's a disability?
Yes. I can't afford a glorious microphone like you have because I'm otherwise abled financially. Okay, and that
No, I
is
can
my
hear
oppressed
you.
class.
I can hear you. It's that you're yelling. It's like your voice. You're pushing hard on your voice, so it's like distorting. If you were talking quieter, it would be more clear.
I like this.
Yeah, man. Look at that.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, hell yeah. And guess what? People receive that better. They just like listen to that.
Yes, I know. 3 people in the room have just turned gay.
Yeah.
Now you know why I have to be the way I am, because I care about my brothers
You got to shake them off.
maintaining their sexual identity without my influence, okay? So that being said, friend, what's a horizon?
It's when his mom wakes up in the morning. There's a horizon.
Oh, I will give that 10 points for actually being a pun and a witty response all rolled into one.
I'm what a horizon is. I'm the horizon.
What's your new name today, Matt? What have you got a new name today? Let me have a look.
Nah, no new name today. Normal
No,
name.
Oh, you got rid of Alpha's Prodigy?
I'm Alpha's prodigy, man. It is what it is. You know.
You know how to tell if a girl is ticklish, right?
How?
I'm sorry, could you hear me? Do you know how to tell if a girl is ticklish?
How?
You give her a little testicle.
What the hell?
Oh my goodness, this is a family show.
I'm a big fan of dad jokes.
Oh god!
Oh, I got a dad joke for you. I got a dad joke for you. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Just pretend I didn't tell you it was a dad joke, okay?
Okay.
It works better this way. So dad jokes are actually very important to the psychological developmental stages of a child. Okay? And there's actually a study about this, but that's neither here nor there because I know the details. So I'll post why in the chat for you. Why? Okay, you ready? Hold on. There. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. That's multi-level right there.
I have this sweet T-shirt that has Yogi Bear on it. That guy got from like some Yogi Bear campground, and it says "Dad jokes. That's how I roll."
I roll.
So, Mr. G, do you believe you live on a spinning water ball in outer space?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
It just sounds more fun.
It does, doesn't
It's,
it?
It does.
But if it
I'm
sounds more
hoping if
fun,
there
but
is a
if you
God
don't,
that he made it interesting. He did something new. It just wasn't just like
but
it was
it sounds
trickery.
more. It sounds more fun, but if you don't experience it that way, then it's not more fun, is it?
To be honest, I wouldn't want to experience the actual spin.
Of course you
mean,
wouldn't.
that's why I don't drink anymore. I don't want to experience that spin.
What tells you that you live on a spinning water ball?
NASA. Or what is that dude's name in here? Clay Underseal. He's like spinning while making a space ball, flying, never expanding what of darkness.
That wasn't a
That's
bad
what I live on.
impersonation, actually. In a
Yeah, that's
spinning void
exactly.
of darkness.
It's the darkness.
Darkness. Hey, Jekyll knows about it, man.
Yeah.
Darkness. It's great. I mean,
Mr. G.
Think about it though. Think about it for a second, Dimbo. Would you rather live on a flat horizontal world, or would you rather live on a spinning, tilting water ball in space? Isn't that
Spinning
crazy? You live
wobbling
on a
to space ball flying through an ever expanding void of total darkness. Obviously.
I'd rather live where I live.
Holy shit.
That's gonna interrupt my brainwave forever if you keep doing that. Stop.
It's great, man. Clay Underseal did that shit all the time, dude. He's kind of like slowed down with it, though. He barely does it anymore. Because he knows we're going to just get on him for it.
Yeah, my answer is I would rather live where I live.
Damn. Oh, you live on a spinning wobbling space ball. That's where you live.
Darkness.
Lying in the ever spinning what of darkness. It's the way he says it too. Like, holy shit.
Well, Ripcord's German too, so maybe he's got a similar thing going on.
Ripcord doesn't sound as harsh, though. It's got a softer German accent.
Which is funny because he looks like he could beat me up, right? Whereas
I think
like,
anyone in here could beat you up,
and
Jekyll.
Ripcord looks more.
Didn't you say you were
Ripcord looks like
5'6"?
he'd like snap me in two with by looking at me, you know.
Is that right? I remember you said you were 5'6". That's like my mum's height.
What's that to mom's height? That's crazy. Not gonna lie, it's funny.
So I've been telling everybody on Discord that my wife is 6 foot because I honestly thought she was. But I guess she got really mad at me the other day because she says, "No, I'm 5'11". I'm like, what's really much of the difference there? It's just like it's a girl thing. And just embrace it, bitch. You're 6 foot.
Is this Grim?
Tall, man.
Yeah.
Is that Grim talking?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, Grim? Hey guys, so I was wondering, the northern and southern lights, like they're showing up in England today, right? Where the northern lights are. What's the flat Earth reasoning for northern and southern lights?
That there's lights in the sky.
No, that's the observation. What's the reason for it? I think is what he asked. I don't know.
Have you got a reason?
I don't have a flat Earth reason. I have a reason that works on the globe.
Okay, what's that reason?
It's just the magnetic field working with ions from the sun.
Well, how do you confirm that, though?
Well, I don't know. I didn't really want to get into a debate about it. I was just wondering, like,
No, I'm not debating you. I'm just asking you how you know that, though.
because they glow. You can make a smaller version of it and just put ions through an electric field and see them glow. So, and as far as confirming them, I don't want to get into all that. I was just wondering if flat Earth had something like a reflection of the dome.
So
or...
shooting ions through an electric field, does that have any relevance to the shape of the Earth underneath it?
Yeah.
So I think
my
hold
flat
on, I don't know
Earth
if that's
claim
I don't know
is
if that's the
my
second
flat Earth
conversation. Hold on, that's on down the
explanation is
line.
because that's all it is an explanation. So mine is it's a magnetic field charging up ions.
That's what
There
I
you
was
go.
gonna say. I was like, a flat Earth answer might be exactly the same thing, just on
Yeah.
flat Earth.
But that doesn't work. That doesn't work well with the southern.
Why not?
Well, we don't know that that's southern, right? It could be bipolar. There could be two, what do they call that? Double layers of plasma, double layers, right? So it could be
I guess you could
one
say.
flowing in, one flowing out. Just imagine it.
I'll
Because
tell you why.
MR
Tell you
Too
why
Tough
it works.
on YouTube did an experiment, and he called it the electric Coriolis, and he put it in a flat aquarium, right? And then he put tea leaves in the aquarium, and he put an anode and a cathode into the top of the aquarium from the top, and the tea leaves started spinning from the left on the anode and the right on the cathode. So he had two different atmospheres, we'll call it, thick, watery atmospheres, right, spinning underneath these electric currents. So
There you go. There's your storm spinning in different directions on each side of the equator.
there you go.
All right, I guess.
It would be the same way, it's an explanation that you were explaining with, just like the globe explanation, you're explaining it with a physics that we know is very real and we can reproduce it. And so are they now explaining the same thing with a very real physics that can be reproduced. You can't really deny it.
Hey, Branch,
I was just
you know
wondering if there
why?
was something different.
You know why it works, Branch?
Why?
Because the Earth is flat and we have northern lights and southern lights.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Works because it works.
Yeah.
I think it's cool though that we're gonna probably even tonight see some very low latitude northern lights due to the solar storm that we just received. 4 big major X flare blasts off of the sun, and they're all coming direct Earth facing.
Yeah,
So
it's fucking awesome.
there's already been, since this afternoon, a huge magnetic influx where
Can you see
the
them where
magnetic
you're
field's
at, Grim?
compressed. I'm sorry?
You're too north. You can't see them, right?
No, I'm watching the satellite data live. I have a
We're supposed to be able to see them, the southern ones down here from Tasmania at the moment, which is 45 degrees or 42 degrees south. So pretty high up, from the...
hell yeah, dude. Look for them tonight though, especially because we're having a huge electron storm, big particle storm.
I'm not far enough south. I'm 38.
No, I'm talking about you don't necessarily. We're seeing them all the way near the equator now, so you're fine. You just go out and look. It could be possible that you might see something in your area tonight. Same with everybody, all over the place where they normally never see them. Just go out and look for them tonight and see if you, because it'll be one of those chances that you normally don't get.
Not at this time of the year. Clouds everywhere.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm pretty south. I'm down the bottom of Australia, bottom of the mainland, and this time of year just gets cloudy and wet.
Yeah.
Cold, but cold for us, not cold in comparison to what you guys get.
Right.
Don't get snow and shit. We get snow in the mountains, but not down here.
Yeah, but you guys, it's your humid time, right?
No, not down here.
Rainy season.
We don't get down south. We don't get humidity much down here.
Damn.
That's tropical. That's further up.
Yeah.
Very different. It's like comparing Seattle to the bottom of
Arizona.
California. You know, like it's like it's so different, man. All over.
Yeah, it's kind of like Arizona to Seattle, from a desert to a friggin'
Yeah, desert in the middle, green
Yeah.
around the coast, but cold down here, warm up north, and then it's warmer over. It's kind of in between over on the west coast because they got the warm Indian Ocean, so they get a different climate over there too. So just very different.
Friggin' Discord crashed today, didn't it?
I'm not sure. I only jumped on about an hour ago.
Oh yeah, this morning I popped on. I think it was crashed. I was like, oh shit, the first solar storm hit.
Hey, you didn't answer my question before.
Who didn't?
You.
Oh shit. Well, I don't know. I don't even remember the question.
Why do you believe that you live on a spinning ball of darkness?
Oh, I did. It's a lot. It's a lot more fun to believe in that than
So it's a belief.
yeah.
Yeah, but you still got the electric universe thing going on, though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So even though it's a ball, but everything else works differently, right?
Well, I mean, it doesn't work. That's the thing. A lot
That
of
makes
this.
the universe flat, though, doesn't it?
No, not at all. That's the problem with the standard model is that they try to use math and say all that dumb shit, and that's none of that means anything. If you look at what they're talking about, asymptotically flat or asymptotically curved, none of that is true.
What do you
It's
mean?
just math.
What about the Earth, or what?
About the universe. They try to mathematically describe the universe in black holes and shit like that with
Yeah, that's all bullshit.
nonsensory, nonsensical type math.
Yeah, they just
Black
got to add
holes
it
are
in there to
really
explain
ridiculous.
what lights are doing in the sky. It's
Yeah, I don't believe in the near infinite densities and neutron star. They can't even get two neutrons to stick together in a laboratory, but there's whole stars of them over here. Really, all these things are electrical.
and then there's
Pulses, electrical.
star nurseries too. Star nurseries, and then they show us drawings of star nurseries. Look, we've got a star nursery. This is
Yeah,
where
and
stars are born.
it's worse. It's even worse because they actually have these images of real what they call star nurseries, and they're not taking the material.
It's just a blurry light.
Yeah, well, the material is missing in tubes. It's not nearly anything like what is expected to look like in their model. It's supposed to homogeneously draw material in from around, but what's happening is there's these clear tubes where it's like stars are drawn along like pearls on a string from these clear tubes inside these things, and the stars are all lined up in the tubes, and it's fairly fucking obvious that that's an electrical circuit, and that's why they're lined up in there like that, and they're not lined up in any other way ever. So this is electric. This is how we reproduce the same effects in a laboratory without using lots of matter and all that shit. You accelerate the particles that are there, and boom, they self-organize magnetic fields. They Z-pinch. They do all the things that we're seeing out there in space, but just and the electric force is 1,000 billion, 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 billion. Maybe throw another billion times stronger than gravity.
In your belief, the Earth is still a rock ball, and the other planets are still rock balls, but you think of the universe differently. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
Right.
I'm not
You got
arguing.
any
I mean,
evidence that
it's
all
easy enough
these?
for me.
Um,
I'm satisfied. I don't need to. I'm not trying to satisfy you on the issue because I
no,
already
that's
know
all right. We're just having a conversation, man.
Yeah, but I have
I'm not
telescopes and
attacking
shit
you.
since I was a kid, and I've seen things that people say that you can't even see. Like I've followed the moons around Jupiter over the months, right? With my satellite. I mean, sorry, my telescope. It actually said satellite on it with my
But
telescope.
when you say you see these moons, you see some dots go across the face of Jupiter. Yeah.
Yeah, and around the back of it, dots going around the face, leaving shadows, and going around the back of it.
You can see them going around the back.
Yeah,
Can you show?
they
Have you got
disappear. Don't come
any?
across
You got
They don't come across the
pictures of
front. They
that?
disappear. Well, no, I've been doing this since I was a kid, and I never thought that I needed to ever take pictures of it. We didn't even have cameras for these things back then.
I'd like to
There
see
weren't
the
cell
moons going
phones and
around
all
the
that
back.
shit. Right.
So when you're with your telescope, is that it's just a raw optical telescope, or is it hooked up to a computer or?
No. I just had it was 20-something years ago. My uncle made one of those Dobsonian telescopes. It was like an 8-inch telescope. It was pretty good. It was like the best one that out of all my friends, I had the best telescope. And I was in an astronomy club. And it wasn't my telescope, and I got to take it with me.
Your mic keeps cutting out, Grim. I guess.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it always does that shit. But no camera, no computer, nothing like that. Just my eye. Big ass 8-inch mirror. I mean, that's that's just other stuff. That's not it's like, how do I know what my face looks like? By looking at other stuff. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, I understand.
yeah. So, but I've seen plenty of put it. I've seen arguments about the Earth from the flat Earth side that was just so not put together very well that it just
For example.
Not missing the idea of refraction at all, or conflating the idea of refraction and
Can you put
like
that
it's
into
bending.
can you
No, just getting
like
angry
imagine you're that
when you
person,
show.
can you steel man that argument,
Well,
or
if you explain,
just so I understand what you're talking about?
yeah, okay, so when we use like sugar water in a medium to show the refraction in an atmosphere, how that's a mechanism that's it's feasible for the idea that when light comes in contact with particles, it bends towards a more amount of particles. Wherever the gradient lies, it will like be dragged through the particles, and
Yeah, at the barrier. Yeah.
right. So, but you can't use sugar water. That's not
water in an
atmosphere.
atmosphere?
But we're doing it over, like, let's say 2 feet of space instead of 3 to 5 miles of
Yeah, but it
space.
doesn't.
So hold on a second.
It
It's the
only
amount of
changes
contact.
direction at
If you're,
at
are
the
you going
barrier.
to? I'll never get my point across. This is what I'm trying to get to, right? So the fact that let's just say there's let's just for the sake of simplifying the numbers here, let's just say that over the 3 miles, there's 100 contacts that it needs to come in. The photon needs to come in contact with. There's 100 pieces of material or gas molecules or whatever, right? That it bounces into, and of course, we're not going to get a whole 100 in a laboratory experiment in the same exact medium, right? So we make the medium denser relative to the amount of distance molecules that we're going to run into with the atmosphere. So we'll say we'll make 100
molecules between this in the middle of this 2 feet. So we have to do that, we have to make the medium more dense, hundreds of times more dense, to get the same amount of contacts. So when you show that light bends in that medium, it's not a magic trick or something. Right. It's actually the same exact principle. It's just condensing the amount of molecules in a smaller space so that you can get the effect
it's not
more dramatically in a shorter distance.
Okay, but once you go from one medium to the other, after you go into that second medium, the pencil doesn't bend in the sugar water. It's just a change of direction at the boundary of the medium.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about within the medium, not transferring in and outside of the medium. It's just within the gradient of the medium.
Yeah,
so
the laser light
that
bends.
the camera is set down inside. Yeah, the camera is set down inside of the aquarium.
Yeah, the laser light bends, dude. Is the laser light will arc through the sugar medium, yes. But to say that that's a condensed version of what we actually experience in air over distance, I think you're way off the bat, my friend. That's clutching at straws. So that's just a sugar water medium. Where do you get the density scale gradient to compare that to what we see over distance?
You just take a piece of dry ice and you shoot a laser over the top of the dry ice, and it curves down below where the ice cube is.
Yeah, that's
you're trying now. Well,
that's
hey man,
temperature drawing it down, dude. That's a cool way of drawing it down.
Yeah, and you've got two extremes. You've got a normal temperature, and then you've got a dry ice temperature. It's
a pressure. It's a gradient, right?
No. When you're doing the dry ice, you've got. Just hang on. So dry ice is cold, yeah?
That's correct. That's why there's a pressure gradient, because it's cold.
So
the air is more dense.
So when in nature do you get these same differences between temperature?
See what I mean? That's the disingenuousness. When in nature am I going to be able to show refraction the same way I'm seeing it over 4 miles in 2 feet?
Don't sidestep. You call it disingenuous. You explain to him why it is.
Right. That's like saying because my scale doesn't pick up the weight of this feather.
Now, hold on.
The feather doesn't weigh anything.
Yeah, you're just gibbering. You keep nailing everyone. They all come in and go, "Oh, black swan." It's because of refraction. It's refraction. We understand light changes when air temperature is colder or hotter than the water below it, but it doesn't do that. So, how is he disingenuous by asking when this happens in nature?
Because we're talking about, it happens when you look across the ground over long distances in nature.
So your only way to prove that is to give it an extreme.
What do you want me to do? Put the whole ground in the laboratory experiment and shrink it down to 2 feet? You understand what you're asking for?
But you call me disingenuous for saying, when do we have these extremes in nature? Yeah, and we don't. So you can't show this. The only way that you can show it happening is to create an environment.
I explained exactly why I needed the extreme, right? Because we're shrinking the distance of 4 or 5 miles to 2 feet. So you have to change something in order to do that.
It's not a true comparison.
How do you know these particles? There's that many of them in 4 or 5 miles. You've been out and counted them.
It's not a true comparison, dude.
What is established, though, is that the medium is denser towards the ground. So, and what is also established in the experiment is light bends towards the denser medium.
So to
So-
get light to bend around a ball tard, it would have to get increasingly more denser as it travels further.
Or the surface would have to be curved so that you're looking through that gradient more exaggeratedly towards the back end.
So which way does light bend again? Is it up or down?
Towards the denser medium, both ways. Depends on which way the denser medium is.
Okay, but you're describing
light
the
doesn't care. I don't think
You're-
about up and
sorry,
down.
hadn't
I don't
quite
believe
finished.
that light cares about
quite
gravity.
finished.
That's the
Hadn't
standard
quite
guide.
finished. Still going to talk through me. You hadn't quite finished, Dave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't even hear you when I'm talking. It shuts everything else off. I don't
Yeah, I
have
know.
a headset on.
Well, that's okay. No problem.
Yeah, I'm
You've
in the garage.
Okay, that's fine. No problem. So you've just described as the denser medium at the surface of the Earth getting less dense with altitude, right?
No, yeah, normally.
Normally.
In normal
Well,
conditions, yeah.
Okay. Just being clear of what you said, dude. That was all. Because you'll get people in here, globe earthers, who will tell you, well, no, light refracts upwards, not downwards.
Right. The light. Well, see, that's the thing. It looms up, but it refracts down. You don't understand what you're saying.
I'm asking the
You've
fucking
heard that
question.
too many times.
And that's what other people said, dude.
Your images loom up, but the light itself bends towards the denser medium. So that would lift the image of whatever the light is coming from, whatever, like, let's say the light is coming from reflecting off of a building, right? That's what we're talking about.
Know what you're talking about, dude.
Right. That could loom the building up, you know, so that you could see it even on a lower altitude in some cases. Not just around Earth type of situation, but so basically there's just it's the reason I said disingenuous is because it's like you're trying to tie hands to say that because, you know, it's not exactly sugar water, then you can't use it as an example. And it's like, well, it's molecules describing a denser medium. There's a gradient. It's showing a lot of the variables that are in the observation exaggerated intentionally to get the
And that's
effect
all it
over a
is.
much
It's
shorter
just an
distance.
observation. It's just an observation to prove that light bends towards a heavier density something. That's all.
Yeah,
So
you're
it can't show us this in reality.
You're substituting a solid fluid medium, dude, for a gaseous fluid medium. If you were to compress a gaseous fluid medium into a shorter space, I might entertain it. But you're actually replacing it entirely with a more dense solid fluid medium, if you like, a liquid. So it's just not acceptable. I'm sorry.
Well, when you compress most of those gases down to get that molecule in that confined space, they turn to liquid.
Mm.
Mm.
I can't see how it could be a viable
So
test.
we can't use them. You can't. So what I'm saying is, you can't use that because it's you know, the state of the matter changes to when with that much pressure. It gets so hot and it becomes ionized, and then it liquefies. A lot of stuff, you know. So to get as close to that situation, you know, without causing some dangerous environment in the laboratory.
Well, then, couldn't we
I mean,
take
they
it
do
out of the
use other
laboratory
gases,
as well?
though. I mean, it's just not that they don't. It's just that's the easiest one, and the one that I was explaining and as something that people try to negate, when in fact it's not necessarily try to negate that, because I mean they do use it with do it with gases as well. They do show different ways to bend laser. It's not a new thing, right? But
Yeah, the gaseous tests are far better, I think. But for it to be replaced by a fluid medium, even at pressure and at the humidity levels that you would accrue over, say, 8 miles to compress it into maybe a 4-foot tank, I can see how you would say it would be highly, a very moist atmosphere, but to take it to fluid levels, I don't think so. But yeah, if we could extend that and keep it to a gaseous test over, say, maybe 1,000 feet or something, like a proper warehouse kind of size, and then see it, I'd be more interested. But on a 4-foot tank with water, sugar, no, sorry.
So, and if you look at your test also, what have they got? They're shooting a laser into a fish tank, into another medium, out of the fish tank, back into air. Each change from air to glass, glass to liquid, liquid back to glass, glass back to air, there would be some kind of refraction at each change.
Well, here's the problem with that, right? So in this one, the camera is actually in the aquarium, and so is the image. And so is the little thing they made for a hump. So all of that is in the image, and so you see the thing that's hidden behind the hump after he adds the sugar. You can't see it yet until he adds the sugar, and then it looms up over the hump, the image, because the light is dragged down the. No, it looks flat now. Look, you can see it. And it's a demonstration of how and what is explained to flat earthers about refraction and looming. And it's not easily dismissible. And to easily dismiss it means that you're being a fanatic about it. If you don't care about the truth, then you want to be on the team, then you would throw that out and say, no, if I'm staying on this team. Because that doesn't, it's like la, 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 la. I don't want to hear it. But to me, that's a good argument. That's why I'm not trying to argue with flat earthers, because I appreciate
Why use sugar? Why use sugar though? Why not use something else?
Because sugar is easily soluble and it doesn't create two different things going on inside of the water that it would if it were.
Yeah, but sugar is a particular.
It's hard to explain these technical things to people while I'm thinking about them and being interrupted, because it's really difficult. But if I were to throw sand in the tank, then there would be a diffusion of the laser beam and not a bending at all. So the reasons for sugar is so it blends well with the water and there's not little pieces of stuff getting in the way.
So what's a dextro rotation?
I don't know. I'm not the guy you want to argue with about everything.
What's the difference between dextrose and sucrose?
I don't know, dude. Something with the
crystalline
molecules
formula.
of sugar.
Crystalline, what do you call it? The formula. It's crystalline structure, dude.
Right, from syrup to crystalline.
No. Yes, but specifically the way light interacts with the molecule. That's why.
Yes.
So in other words, there's a specific reason why you use sugar. Yes, there's a specific reason why you use sugar for this type of thing. That's because sugar is either sucrose or dextrose. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But it has a particular dramatic effect on the way it interacts with light, dude. Okay? It's not analogous to the atmosphere. Not in any way, shape, or form. Capiche?
And at higher density levels, at higher concentration levels, it does have it increases the refractive indices because it's more of a crystalline structure at higher density levels.
I would just say the fact that you need such extreme examples to prove your point that's supposedly happening all the time means it's not happening all the time. That's what I would say.
So why doesn't the light bend in all different directions in the sugar tank then, if it's not because of the gradient of the medium?
He weren't listening.
No, I was listening, but there's also a very important aspect of what it is I just said that you might want to think about that obviously you didn't catch on to. There's a vector and a reason why it bends in the particular direction, right?
The third time.
Why is there a vector?
Dude, this is the third time you subliminally tried to attack me. I am listening to what you said. I am fucking following along. Why
I'm
the
not trying to be
attitude?
disrespectful. I'm not
You
cussing
are.
at you or doing anything strange. I
It's
was
a bit
speaking to
weird.
the other about
What a woman does.
why he missed what
Just
it was.
like Tom normally do. You don't have to be passive aggressive about it.
Wait a minute. Someone just said clearly you weren't listening in a snotty little fucktardery voice, and then I responded with what I said in a very
Dude,
gracious and generous manner, and then you're going to call me a woman and start acting like a little bitch to me?
I said you clearly wasn't listening because I don't think your response actually responded to what AI said at all.
Right. And I clearly corrected that by saying it was you that didn't understand that the response was very much to show that I was listening, and it had a question inside of it that was supposed to wake you up to the idea of what I was trying to convey.
What the?
But you slipped it right past. But there's a gradient. There is a reason why it's bending. It's not, oh, well, it's bending down only because of crystalline. No, that still doesn't answer the question, because it would be bending in any one of the directions it cared to at all times if it were just because of a crystalline structure of the sugar. Otherwise, it wouldn't just bend down towards the denser medium. It's still demonstrating throughout the whole thing that it's bending towards the denser
Mr. G,
medium.
settle down. Hold on. Why do you get your panties in a bunch over this sugar water test? You're of the opinion that we disagree with light bending through a denser medium. Please, we agree with you. Light bends through denser fucking mediums. Now,
yeah, you know how this whole conversation started?
Stop. Now, we want you to prove it in reality, not in a fucking fish tank.
This isn't how this conversation was coaxed out of me, okay? It was, tell me about these guys that
I'm
you
not
were talking
interested in a
about.
conversation about your conversation.
No. Hold on a second, my man. Don't start being rude and disrespectful. Don't do that. Don't start getting loud and disrespectful and all that shit.
My voice
The
is
whole
like that all the
conversation
time.
started.
I'm not interested in the conversation about your conversations.
The whole friendly conversation started in a much different way, and now it has
Not
evolved into a prove it to me situation.
People, dude.
It was never going to be a prove it to me situation, but now it's a prove it to me situation. You see what I'm trying to say?
You're the one that keeps backing it.
No. What I'm doing is I was explaining why I thought that some of the arguments were disingenuously throwing away the idea of refraction altogether because of the sugar water experiment. And then we got to talking about the sugar water. Hold on a second, Mr. Interrupto.
Experiment.
Hold on a second, Mr. I can't hold. I'm not in here trying to fight with anybody. That is something that has evolved because of the nature of this conversation becomes a fighting. It's stupid.
You frustrating me because you keep talking through people, especially when I try and ask you a question about what you've just said. Now I know that you might have.
I gather that you're frustrated, but it isn't because of that.
Fucking hell, you're doing it again.
Well, what are you doing,
dude? Why do you keep interrupting? Why do you not let people question what you're saying? Why do you just keep going on? You were having a great conversation until you just decide not to listen to what anybody's saying, questioning, or interjecting with.
Again, that's not what happened. I was showing that I was listening. You didn't catch that listen, sometimes, when I say things, you're just not going to get it. You're not going to catch on to the thing that I said, but don't come at me acting like I didn't say something important because you didn't catch what was said. That only is going to start some shit. No, you came at me with clearly you weren't listening, which was a fucking insult.
Dude.
So clearly you don't get it.
Going to keep fucking going, isn't he? I tried 3 times to ask you to clarify what you were saying. Now I can't fucking remember because you're not helping. You're just going to keep rattling on. Now, don't
I can remember for you. Want me to?
Do it again. Fuck me.
Oh, well, you just said you don't remember what you were going to say. Would you like me to put you back on track? Or is it that you're frustrated because you're so intelligent?
Your jaw again. The problem is, and Mr. G, is when you're talking, you can't hear. You stated that quite clearly early on. So when someone stops for 0.02 of a second, that's not an open invitation for you to start talking and drown everything else out. So shut up and listen to him.
So he did stop, though.
No, he didn't.
Well, you admitted it, but he stopped.
No, I said I'd forgotten what I was going to ask and then tried to fucking carry on. You've done it like 7 times now, dude.
Are you done bitching? Or are you just going to say your point that you can't remember?
Do you need to?
You're just venting right now. At this point, you're venting like a female.
Yeah,
I'm losing my
Mr. G. Fuck off.
No, he's gone.
Why can't we be friends?
Did someone kick him or he left?
No, he's got an attitude problem, Branch. There's something wrong with people, man. What can I say? I was away to mute the boy and try and put him back on track, but no, he seems to have jumped out of here. Or maybe he was kicked.
he
He
left
certainly
on it.
deserved it about an hour ago.
He left on his own accord.
Yeah.
Yeah, some people's egos get in their own way. Sorry, carry on.
No, just checking what's new with Flat Earth. Any new?
Yeah, I'll tell you what's new, bro. So you got a fish tank, right?
Yeah.
With a flat bottom.
Right.
And then you got a density distribution of sugar, which is arranged in horizontal strata. So you've got a horizontal density distribution, and then you get a differential in what you can see. So thanks for proving that we live in a horizontal density distribution. Good job.
Okay. That's cool.
Sugar water equals refraction?
No, but seriously, think about it, dudes. I just want you to really comprehend what I said. He's got a tank of water 4 feet long, of which, according to the own Glorb rhetoric, there's going to be an insignificant, irrelevant micrometer worth, maybe even micron at that scale, worth of differential and curvature, essentially making it nil on an atomic level. Right? So you basically, even in their worldview, have what's essentially a near horizontal density distribution, yet you're getting these dramatic angled effects. Think about that for a second. Okay, something's not adding up there, is it? No, it's not. The angle of approach of the light, the angle of exit of the light, relative to the alleged curve of the Earth, relative to the scale of this thing, is basically proving that a horizontal density distribution is sufficient for these effects. And he doesn't even realize that that's what he's accidentally proving. Because he has too myopic of a set of blinders on to just feed back into his own bias. Yeah, show me some more fish tanks, bro.
Guys, Eratosthenes proved the Earth is a globe a long time ago.
Oh, here we go. It's slapping time.
It's the guy with the sticks who only did it once.
I was just fucking with you. I'm sorry. I was
This is
just
a two-dimensional curve. That's all Aristotle.
I know. I know.
Okay, fair enough. My new rule is, yeah, fair enough. But the new rule is, unless you could provide a primary source document of Eratosthenes, you're not allowed to bring it up. Okay, it's that simple.
Okay.
Because this idea that this guy existed and did this thing is a tertiary source, which makes it essentially hearsay. So to just claim that he existed and he did this thing with no primary source evidence is just a specious claim at best. It's an appeal to antiquity to try to establish that this thing was done so long ago. Fresh. Mute your mic, bro.
Can I ask a big favor, though, real quick? Can you guys, my friend is with me, and he wants to know why you can't go to the South Pole. Like, why can't we just explore out there? Can you guys tell us real quick, somebody?
Do you know what the Antarctic
did?
Do you know what the Antarctic
The
is?
Antarctic Treaty.
Right. So what if you tried to go there with your own private plane or something?
You can't. There's only 2 types of people that
What
are
if
allowed
you
to
jump
go
off a building and try to survive it?
Awesome. There's only two types of people that are allowed to go to Antarctica, as in these two types of classified types of people get permission. One is scientific research or anybody associated with scientific research. These could be even plumbers that go to scientific research stations, or tourists. They're the only people that are allowed to go to Antarctica. You're not allowed to freely explore Antarctica by yourself. You need permission to do so. This permission costs an awful lot of money. It also has to be signed off by signatories of the country that you're leaving from, your home nationality, and other signatories to the Antarctic Treaty.
What if you just tried to go there without permission, though?
What do you think happens when you try to go anywhere without permission, dude? Especially if it's illegal to do so.
Right. You just get killed, probably, or something.
Well, listen, friend, I'm glad you said that, because there is a man who attempted to go into those waters without permission. He did it multiple times. And
All right, are you on the other side of the world?
Damn, he's cutting out when he's getting to the good part. Fuck.
CIA got him.
Damn, I wanted to hear what he was
AI,
going to say.
All right,
You're breaking up, AI.
He's talking about Jarl Anderhoy. There's a Norwegian guy who went down there on a yacht, and he didn't have the right permits, and his yacht was sunk, and apparently one of his crew members died, or possibly more. But basically, if you break the law and you go down there with a boat on your own, you'll be told by a Navy vessel, turn around or your vessel will be destroyed. Now, we have that on tape from an actual naval operative, a guy who used to work in the Navy. These are the orders that they're under. That's what you're told if you're caught by these people outside a port or anywhere near Antarctica. Turn around or your vessel will be destroyed. I'll link you the Jarl Anderhoy thing in chat.
All right. I see. So they have got like naval vessels patrolling around, and they'll pick you up on sonar or something. Yeah. And then if they notice you, they'll just like signal you on the comms, and if you don't listen, they'll just fucking kill you.
Well, they put one across your bow, dude. You get a warning shot, and it's pretty obvious you're going to go home, aren't you?
Yeah.
I think every signatory to the Antarctic Treaty is, at least shares the patrolling of below the 60th parallel. The British ship of the Royal Navy is I think it's HMS Discovery, which is like 6 months on, 6 months off, and shares this patrolling with other signatories.
I see. What about flying? What if you took a plane, like your own private jet or a plane? Would you just get shot?
You'll anything past the 60th degree parallel. Doesn't matter if it's in the air, if it's in the water, underneath the water. Anything past 60th degree south parallel, they will pull up on you.
I don't think below the 60th parallel south is classed as international waters, where international waters law would, maritime law would apply. Below the 60th parallel, it is a restricted zone, whether that be by ship or whether that be by flight. Doesn't matter how you cross this line. If you do, you're not in international territory. You're in private, restricted territory.
The other thing is when you leave your own port, you have to have clearance to leave any airstrip or any airfield. You have to have a destination of where you're going. If you try to jump bail, you'll be arrested. Basically, in the air, you'll be told, who are you, where are you going? If you're on a boat, the port authority will get in your way, and then you'll encounter a Navy frigate to stop you getting into pirate waters. You're protected from going anywhere for your own good.
They're just protecting us?
Yeah.
What are they protecting? They're keeping us away from the scary bad man?
You guys reckon they'd actually... I don't think they'd actually shoot you. That'd be kind of extreme.
No, you're warned, dude. You're militarily warned. They'll put one across your bow if they have to. And
so
I think the last thing they do is actually shoot you, though. That'd be kind of against.
You're all into who I got shot, homie. Maybe you skipped that part. Maybe you skipped that part when he mentioned that he went there and got shot. For goodness sakes.
It's hard. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to hear you, dude.
Are they just trying to keep people from figuring out the Earth is flat, or what are they defending? What are they protecting?
Control over you. They don't want you knowing that this isn't a globe, that space isn't real, that you're actually free to do as humans are supposed to do here, not to be governed and paying taxes all your days and be slave labour to it all, and believe in a false paradigm. They don't want you knowing it, dude.
They're also protecting you from your own instability.
There you go. Governed. The people need governed.
Whoa. There's a religious aspect potentially too. They don't want you to know like that God created the flat earth or something. Or I don't know. Because if it's like
Well, they want you to know that. I think that part's a little different. How do you know it's about? Do you think it's about God? Do you think this is what it's about?
No.
It sounded a little trollish.
Couldn't be.
A lot of overlap there.
They couldn't want you to know that you're special and you're actually the important thing in the middle of all of this, and the Earth is the important thing in the middle of it all, and it was all created for you. No, they couldn't want you knowing that. Surely they wouldn't want you thinking that you're some mindless hell thing spinning through space.
Why would human beings be able to? How would any human being be able to?
Tally. What's the current scientific paradigm for how existence got here and why life exists here?
Big Bang, primordial soup.
I'm not telling. I'm not nuclear.
Oh, sorry, you sound very... Sorry,
guys. Help me answer a question for my friend.
My friend, 2 seconds. Sorry, Matt. Do apologise. You sound quite similar to Talon, so I do apologise, mate. Yeah. But the question remains. That's fine. What is the current scientific paradigm for how we got here and how the Earth got here and sun, moon, and stars?
It's the single cell organism thing. I don't know too much about it, but yeah, it's single cell organism.
Okay, so there's two stories. One's the Big Bang, which created the physical matter, and then evolution. So those are the two current paradigms. Quick question: where's God in all of this?
Nowhere really. It's just the empirical evidence.
So it's possible then.
It's possible that this paradigm was created to be against God.
Yes, it's possible.
Sure, but I think it's also possible that this is just the empirical evidence that they have. Do you think that's also possible?
Empirical evidence? What's that then?
I'm just saying, like, this is the empirical data all around that they got. Do you think that's possible?
I'm asking what empirical data?
I'm not trying to, like, go deep dive into it. I'm just saying, do you think that's also possible, that this is just genuinely what they have?
Yeah, because it's a true dichotomy. When you're asking the question how everything was created, you've got two choices. One, it was intelligently created. That intelligence can be referred to as God. Or your second choice is everything sprang into existence for no apparent reason. Nature created itself. You've got those two choices.
I don't know. I don't think this was created, or this paradigm was created to be against God. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in those fields believe in God, or at least they claim to believe in God. This is what they have, man. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think the Big Bang and evolution and all of this type of stuff kind of removes God completely from the equation, but you have to do a lot of jumping around to try and fit God into that equation.
Yeah, I know I kind of thought about it for a second, and I'm like, well, how can you have evolution and God at the same time? Because doesn't evolution kind of contradict God a little bit? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, in the Bible, you get one story where it's like Adam and Eve and this, and then the other story you get that, you know, everyone evolved from a single cell organism, and that's kind of contrary to the Bible. So if that's the case and the Bible isn't the case, do you agree? Or
this would be the paradox, right? Or the problem that we solve.
Sounds like he answered his previous question already then.
I mean, yeah, because with evolution you have Neanderthals and all of them. I mean, we have the skeletons for them and stuff, but I'm not even going to get into that. It's weird.
Just like the dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. What are your thoughts about the dinosaurs, Jedi?
What do I think about? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I think about dinosaurs?
It's like, what do you think they actually existed like they said they were? Or like, what do you think? What's your thoughts?
My personal thoughts is no, not 65 million years ago where the dinosaurs got wiped out. I think whatever these bones that we're digging up are quite possibly younger. But that's just my personal thoughts, dude.
Okay. a lot of people believe. I'm pretty sure there are like some sort of carvings. I was into some other VC where this guy was like, he had the channel name called Evolutionism or something like that, and he was mentioning the fact that there were a lot of like ancient carvings that had dinosaurs and like human beings like together. I don't know. It's some ancient carvings. This one guy was showing had the like human beings with dinosaurs or like with massive creatures or something like that.
Well, yeah, I'll go with man being depicted in cave drawings with massive creatures. It's not like that is completely devoid of the biblical story. This could possibly what was around before the flood.
Thought.
Oh man, Neil Gross. Let me read you a quote, homie. You ready? I want to read this for you. Okay. Quote: Our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense is the key to an understanding of the real struggle between science and the supernatural. We take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its constructs, in spite of its failure to fulfill many of its extravagant promises of health and life, in spite of the tolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated just-so stories, because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism. It is not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenological world. On the contrary, we are forced by our a priori adherence to material causes to create an apparatus of investigation and a set of concepts that produce material explanations. No matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying to the uninitiated, moreover, that materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. The eminent Kant scholar Louis Black used to say, anyone who could believe in God could believe in anything. To appeal to an omnipotent deity is to allow that at any moment the regularities of nature may be ruptured, that miracles may happen. Richard Lewontin. Now,
hold on. Are you saying that if someone believes in God, they have to believe in miracles as well?
Oh yeah.
Like life itself. I believe in God, but I don't believe in miracles. Certainly not in the regular religious sense. Like I believe Jesus was a good guy and someone we should take example of, but I'll be honest, I don't believe that he died and was risen from the dead. I don't believe he was resurrected.
Those two things don't seem to go hand in hand. Like if you say I believe in God in any classical sense, then you're talking about a supernatural causation of all subordinate reality. So the idea that somebody could be risen from the dead is not even a hard task.
But that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I simply don't believe that instance. Now, if it were to be demonstrated in front of me, that's a different story.
Interesting.
Okay, so what was the point of this quote? The point of this quote is that the quote-unquote blind, dispassionate scientists are not simply that. They do have, and they have had, an adherence to force themselves through a cheese grater of material explanations, right? In other words, they self-serve their bias, right?
One of the things I've heard, I don't know if this is like a kind of an argument against what you guys might believe, is that if there, or this is what they say at least, that why would human beings that are less than God be able to hide God from you by creating a paradigm? Why would they be able to create a paradigm to kind of block God away from you? Why would God allow that to happen?
Because they hate God. Very
But what I'm
simple.
saying
If
is,
you
why
have an
would
enemy,
God?
That
the
wasn't
enemy
his
will
question.
construct lies in order to bring those people away from them.
That wasn't his question. Go ahead and restate your question, friend.
Yeah, my question is, why would God allow for other beings to do this thing where they create a paradigm to block God, to block the vision
Free
of
will.
God by creating big things
Free
like
will.
science?
Free will. God gave us
Well, I
free
mean,
will.
the problem with free will, it's I mean, at least in the biblical sense, is that you get too much free will to where human beings are able to go to very extreme levels to push their agendas.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like we're kind of on our own, but then we're not. It's like, obviously you had people like, I'm not even gonna mention him, but you had people in Germany running around killing whoever they wanted. You know what I mean? Just to push their agenda that they believed in. They also thought they were Christian. So it's like,
Amen.
people kind of push their agendas no matter what, and it's like, well, does man run this world or does God run this world? It's kind of complicated.
Well, look,
Well, if
you
you
could
read
go
the
into certain.
book, it says Satan runs the
You guys both
world.
talked over each other.
All right. Anyway, it all depends on how you conceptualize it. Obviously, there is established paradigms, right, that have answers to these questions. But you could also speculate on your own, divorced from those paradigms. But at least in the Judeo-Christian paradigm, the scriptures for which inform that paradigm state that the realm of earth was given to the authority of mankind, and mankind ceded that authority to Satan. And so now Satan is in charge of the earth.
And that's the thing also. I think I've heard two different stories